Well, hello and welcome to all of you, those that find yourselves here. Prayers, blessings, honor, and respect from the Roundtable crew. And we've got something special lined up for you guys today. Something truly special, I think. So we're totally looking forward to this show because it's going to give us an opportunity to really look at some things that really need to be looked at, I think, especially in the spiritual communities and the philosophies and the various different religions. Something that has been overlooked. It also relates to politics and various different things, various different aspects and elements of our world, our worldview, and our philosophy. And I'm showcasing my new camera here. Quite stoked about that. Seems to be working quite well, I think, considering the back is low light, yeah. So there we go. It seems to be operating decently. So yeah, we're gonna have some people joining us as we move forward. Much love and much blessings to everybody. And who we got in the space here. So we've got Take a Little Trip With Me. Much love, blessings. Neil, Warren, big love, big blessings to you. Sending you all so much love and happy solstice greetings. I hope this day is bringing you joy, bringing you the sway that will make your heart find play. And without any further ado, I'd like to announce and welcome dear Indy brother, who's a long-standing, one of the early birds of the round table, been here since the early days, since the old days. And what a lovely brother he is indeed. And I'd love to give him an opportunity to tell you a little bit about himself. He is an interesting character. He works with the shadow work. He helps people engage with the parts of themselves they've repressed, and he's also well versed in various different occult philosophies and spiritual psychologies and spirituality in whole. Dear brother Indy Sage, welcome. Thank you for joining us, and do please give the people a taste of your flavor.
So glad to be here today, and it's gonna be a lovely show. I'm very excited for this topic. We've been looking forward to talking about this for a while, so it's gonna be great to finally dive deep into it today. Deep dive into it, rather. As far as some of my background, I've practiced as a shaman since age 13. I started studying Taoism at age 17, and I got my bachelor's in psychology with a minor in philosophy with a focus on world religions and beliefs in the year 2007. So I've been kind of working my way up, but as Carl Jung said, we don't really start to live until we're about 40 years old. And so I've really been coming into my own now and trying to write my book. I've been working on my blog site, and I've been launching off some new videos on my YouTube, thanks to Franklin bringing me in as a co-host here. We've been on the show for over a year. It's been more than 50 weeks. It's been over 75, I believe, at this point. So it's been great. It's been lovely to be a part of the show, and it's great to explore all these lovely topics. In my shamanistic work, I communicate with animal spirits and receive their messages to help guide humanity. The animals, I feel, have a lot to share with us, and great formidable wisdom, and they're in great thrival, effortless thrival, which is something we could really learn from and emulate from them. I've learned a lot from the teachings of Victor Schauberger, the Austrian forestry engineer, and I really try to emulate and be a proponent of his system to comprehend and copy nature and cooperate. So I'm very much a tree hugger and animal lover, a nature lover, and it's gonna be a great show today. I've delved deep into the world belief systems and religions, the different gods that we've worshipped, the parallels between the gods and the archetypes of the gods. And I've been working that for at least a decade now. Something I'm passionate about. So we're gonna definitely get into some of that. We're gonna talk about some of the ancient gods and some of the gods that we worship today, and it should be a really fascinating discussion.
Well, thank you, dear brother, and thank you for giving us a bit. And for those of you that don't know, you can find him on his WordPress, Would you slam us the link, dear brother?
Yeah, the link to my WordPress, my blog page is vibetribescribe.wordpress.com.
Have I not got a banner here for that? I did have a banner.
Yeah, there's one up there.
Did the
Something to
banners
update.
renew themselves?
Yeah, good.
If you would shoot the link into the chat, not the
Yeah.
private chat, into the chat,
Gotcha.
then I can banner it. Into
All
the group chat. Well, much love to you guys. Lovely to have you here. I thought to share something. We're just waiting for the link to pop up here. Then I can put it into a special place. In that special place. Oh, classic. You got to love the way that happens. So I just shared that. Isn't it funny how it does that, eh?
Yeah, I don't know.
So there we go. Vibe, tribe, scribe at wordpress.com. Welcome, dear Lauren. How are you? Namaste. I thought I'd start the session with a particular track that I wrote. Let me know if the quality is not so good, if it's not coming through properly. This is a track that I wrote in the last couple of days. And it's all really about, well, you guys will see.
Cool. Stronger than.
Is it loud enough?
Turn it up a little more. Let's hear it. Try that. I think so. Is it playing? We're not getting the sound on this end, I don't think.
Well, I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. It's acting very weird.
I heard a little bit of sound and then it had stopped. Your internet's kind of glitching right now. I don't know why. Did it get slow? All right, I think you're back.
There seems to be some kind of issue.
I don't know what's going on. It sounds glitchy. Your audio's coming in broken up. Emergent visioning. New Year's Eve gathering. Mirror making spaces. Silent disco. Looks like fun. All right. Special Solstice show. Now, for those of you who are interested in exploring the myth of Santa Claus, which in Trailer Park Boys they refer to him as Santa Jesus God, which I found very amusing. Saint Nick, the story of Saint Nick goes back to a priest who lost his parents at a young age, I believe, and he gave away his inheritance to become a priest. He was very giving. And during his time in his service in the church, there was a woman, there was two women who were the daughter of a man who was failing financially in his community, and they were forced to go out and prostitute themselves to be able to survive. So St. Nicholas took it in his hands to sneak in to their house and drop gold coins at night while they were asleep, to save them from this travesty. And through his generosity, he was able to save that family, and the daughters were able to make it through into affluence and maintain their dignity. So he was a very giving and loving person, and part of the Christmas tradition comes from his story. Now, another aspect of the story comes from the shaman of Siberia that would come around with Amanita muscaria mushrooms, and they would either, probably during times of blizzards and famine, they would come in and provide the people with mushrooms that can help people deal with crisis and starvation better. The mushrooms can help people um, make it through in difficult times. So it was originally said that he would throw the mushrooms through the hole in the yurt, the smoke hole in the yurt. But recent times, more has been said about him actually climbing into the yurt and then either providing the mushrooms to the people there for a shamanic experience, healing experience, ceremony, or he would actually take the mushrooms himself and then capture the urine and give that to them, and that it had been synthesized through the shaman's energies to have greater power. And it's also said that they may have given some of the Amanita muscaria to the reindeer and taken their urine for a psychedelic ceremonial experience. It's said that this ceremony would involve the traditional shamanic ceremony where they would explore some of the issues that people are dealing with, and go into the other side to get a message for guidance for that individual. And I've been able to do some of these ceremonies myself, not requiring psychedelics. I've been in some psychedelic ceremonies as well, but I feel that other modalities work just as well. Like, for example, Reiki is a great modality, using healing stones, laying hands. They all seem to work very effectively. It's the intention and the power of the individual doing the healing that really does the work. And the psychedelics are kind of just a portal or a gateway to allow that guidance to come in. Um, it's been spoken about that LSA may have been one of the ceremonial, um, I want to say psychedelics, but they're really, there's a better word for them. I'm not coming to mind right now, but it'll come to me in a moment. But LSA was actually something that Albert Hoffman, who invented LSD, had some experience with. And when he was trying to create some medicine for birth, to facilitate birth, lessen the pain, and raise up euphoric feelings. He wanted to create something like the experience he had from LSA, and he was able to create LSD. He did have an accident at the lab. He felt like there was something special about lysergic acid diethylamide number 25. And he went back to look at it and broke the vial and spilled it all over himself, which is something that chemists never do. He could die from something like that. But he had that experience of the bicycle ride where he was going through the streets of his hometown, and there was fountains of color emerging from the sides of the road and in the woods and in the streets, and it was just a spectacle for him. It was a beautiful experience, and LSD has been used for ceremonies as well, and I feel that they found that people that have used it in the past and enjoyed it do well, but other people that are unfamiliar don't always do so well with LSD as a ceremonial drug. But it can be like taking 10 years of therapy in one night, and it can be a very profound experience if you do it ceremonially. And I feel like psychedelics are meant to be taken ceremonially, not recreationally. And a lot of people have explored this. There's a bundle of 7 sacred plants in the Peruvian shamanic uh, practice, and a lot of those sacred ceremonies are being practiced today worldwide to help people um, gain self-awareness and self-mastery, and come into a place of inner joy to overcome the inner turmoil that they had been going through from living through the ego. And through these psychedelic experiences, one can achieve ego death, which is somewhat of a misnomer. The ego does not die. The ego kind of takes the passenger seat and continues to ride along. And so, in this experience, one, instead of living through the ego, which is I consider to be the delusion of separation, one begins to live through the heart and starts to see the connections with all things. When we're living through the ego before undergoing shadow work, it's easy for us to point to where the problems are outside of our body and the world and say that those are the issues. After going through shadow work, we start to realize that those places outside of ourselves are not really as much our responsibility as our own self. And so when we can change ourselves to be harmonic within, then we can start to look at those things with more compassion and forgiving and understanding, and want to offer them guidance instead of disdain and blame and judgment. This is a beautiful process, and through this process, by turning that blame from an external locus of control to an internal locus of control, we then gain power over ourselves and are able to overcome the inner turmoil that resulted from giving our power away by trying to blame others. So by taking the responsibility of ourselves back and having the capacity to heal ourselves of this burden, misdirected energies, we gain inner joy, and it's a beautiful experience. We become whole again. Aspects of ourselves. Welcome back, Franklin. There he is. We got Cosmic with us here.
I am so sorry, everybody. It was me being blonde. I think I'm going to get some hair dye because I can't go pretending I'm not a blonde anymore, ladies and gentlemen.
Or the Jack out.
Happy days to everybody. I hope you guys are all feeling great.
Sinterklaas.
I tell you, I'm sure that this is SoundCloud doing this because I never have these problems on Zoom, ever. Whenever I'm doing a Zoom show with anyone, not a second of issue. It must be to do with their servers allocated for South Africa.
Yeah.
YouTube can have issues in South Africa with server issues. Zoom is universal. They've got like the most servers because they're used by businesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
So businesses use Zoom. It's about money, right? So anyway, might have to dump StreamYard on the pile of yesterday. I think Zoom is pretty much caught up with all the different things that you've got on StreamYard these days. So I might have to get a Zoom account. Sending you all big love. Welcome, dear Cosmic. How are you, brother? It's an honor to have you. Those that don't know Cosmic is he's a cosmic dude. And he's a bit of a prankster, just a little bit of a prankster. And he's channeling a John Dee style without a crystal ball. Do you use a crystal ball? Maybe
No.
he does. He doesn't use a crystal ball. Imagine John Dee without a crystal ball. That's Cosmic. Channeling with the Fae, a language system. I'll let him introduce you. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you both.
It turns out
Much
I do
love
have
to
a little bit of
Lauren
extra.
and Vincent.
Some I'm not going to be able to be here very long, but I found out I have like at least about an hour and a half or so to kind of just chill here before people show up to this family get together thing. So yeah, I figured I'll stop by for a little while and gain in this conversation here, talking about. So what have we talked about so far? Just to kind of like get a little catch up.
We're just getting started. I was mentioning Santa Claus myth a little
Indy
bit.
probably.
And I kind of went from Santa Claus to Albert Hoffman, but we're gonna go someplace better than that with the icons we worship. Mm-hmm. Also, I just wanted to mention that in Trailer Park Boys they called Santa Claus Santa Jesus God.
Man, I love Trailer Park Boys.
They're hilarious, man. I love those guys. So creative, hysterical.
Well, happy solstice to all of you, and it's lovely to have you, dear Cosmic. And is that a selenite ball you were fingering so delightfully?
Yeah. Yes, salt.
I love my selenite.
How it can make these different patterns with the patterns of the stone.
They are really cool selenite. You can't leave them in water; they dissolve.
Yeah, they'll turn into liquid. I used to wear one, and I danced so much that it would melt. So I had to take that off my necklace.
You sweated it right off of your body, dude. You liquidize that. I think you absorb it.
Yeah, you do. It's good stuff, man. Purify.
Like you literally, because selenite's a nutrient you need. It's a mineral.
Right.
So yeah, man. So you were carry on with what you were talking about before I arrived, and I didn't want to cut you off. I think Cosmic and myself must have arrived at a similar time.
Well, I was just saying that in entheogenic ceremonies, we can gain self-mastery through the entheogen as a portal, but we don't really need the entheogen. The intentions of the shaman or the master are usually enough, and their mastery can be able to access the other side and bring guidance to the individual in need, with or without psychedelics. And through that practice, we can do that for ourselves, but we can also have a shaman or a master help us with that. And it can be a very powerful experience. But I was just talking about how through that experience, we can attain ego death. And it's really not the death of the ego. The ego starts to take the passenger seat, and then the spirit of the individual starts to take the wheel. Then we live by our hearts, and we start to see differently. Instead of seeing the delusion of separation, you start to see the connections of things. And instead of blaming others for problems after we go through shadow work, we start to have more compassion and understanding, to be able to be forgiving to others and less blaming and judging.
Yeah, brother. I think that is a big part of the awakening process, is this sort of subtle recognition that this whole process is rather fundamental to everything. The fact that we are fundamentally on this journey, and that we are basically not alone. We are sharing it with each other. And so that love and compassion and acceptance becomes sort of the baseline collateral currency of spiritual growth, in a sense, because that's what's going to be our hindrance. Because we want to look good in front of other people. We want them to see the parts of ourselves that we deem worthy, instead of seeing us as we are. And so we don't want to see ourselves as we are in case we don't represent ourselves in a worthy fashion. And so there's this huge sort of dynamic pull and push towards coming across as being like ultra worthy. And I think it's sort of like, basically, what's the fundamental problem here, in life, in reality, essentially, is this notion that we often feel like we're too good, other people aren't worthy, we're much more worthy, or we're not worthy enough. And it's all about that balance. And that balance is only when we start to really accept others the way they are, and ourselves as we are. This seems to be this very interesting dynamic in what we project outward is what we're going to get. Christmas, you're talking about Christmas, Xmas, X marks the spot. Let's get all Xy with the pirates. So, okay, so what is Christmas? Where does Christmas come from? Those of you that are Christian, get ready to eat your hats. Get your hat, get a knife and fork, a bit of salt, a bit of pepper, get yourself a plate, get ready, because here it comes. Right, so we are now on the first day of Yule. Yule being an ancient pagan practice. It goes right back to some of the oldest practices on earth, arguably as old as any of the oldest. We're talking about the Norse tradition. We're talking about the Norse ancient stories of the gods and the giants, which are the same stories of the Greeks, with the Greek gods and the monsters and the gorgons and the giants. And so we've got this very interesting dynamic ancient tale here. And so this is Yule, would be the first day of celebration of Yule is now today.
Did you know, Franklin, that the Yule tree becomes the Yule log and then becomes the maypole? Did you know about
and
that?
Then becomes a eulogy.
Yeah. So they use that tree for a long time throughout multiple seasons.
It's interesting, and it's also got connections to the ash tree as well, doesn't it? Like there's 12 different days of Yule. So we don't realize that in the ancient times, Yule was 12 days long. So a lot of people have said, well, New Year's Day was invented by the Romans. No. New Year's Day was not invented by the Romans. Maybe the ancient Greeks were around a similar time to the ancient Norse, although we want to think the ancient Norse are older. Who knows? But it's very ancient. And in those times, there were 12 days of Yule, starting on the 21st, which was the first day of Yule. Then it would be the final day, the 12th day of Yule, on the 1st of January. And after the entire Yule ceremony was completed, we started a new year. So this is where the idea of New Year coming on the 1st of January comes from. It comes from our Yule pagan roots. Now, where does Christmas come from? The 5th day of Yule is the day of Odin. Odin's number is the number 5, like Shiva. So Odin's day of Yule is the 5th day. And on the 5th day of Yule, we would practice the Odin ceremony. And the Odin ceremony was of making and preparing and giving of gifts. Because Odin gives to us all the gifts, the spiritual gifts, all the gifts of life come through Odin. So the 5th day of Yule was a very important day of Yule, which was marked for actually giving gifts to everybody else. It was a day of selfless devotion, of gift giving. Now you can see that the 5th day of Yule would be 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 4th, 25th. Oh, is that a coincidence? It must be a coincidence. So those of you that believe in coincidence, you don't need to eat your hats. If you don't think that it's too much of a coincidence, serve up the hat, a bit of salt, a bit of pepper, because this is something that they don't want to acknowledge in the Christian churches, where Christmas actually comes from, why it is that, Immanuel's ministry, as who is called Jesus, who is actually a derivative of another name which comes from the Old Testament, which is Isaiah. We call him Isaiah, which is actually pronounced Ishia. And Ishia was predicted in the old times to be reincarnating as the Messiah. And the Messiah is who we believed Immanuel to be, the reincarnation of Ishia. Ishia became Jishia, became Jishu, became Jesus. You see? So when we are saying the word Jesus, we're actually mentioning an Old Testament name of Isaiah, as we call him in modern English, because they wanted to create a distinction between Isaiah and Jesus. But actually, that's why Immanuel was called Ishia, because Ishia was who it was supposed to be Ishia that had come reincarnated as this world savior, which is the Messiah, and he was considered to be the Messiah. So there's an interesting perspective as to where that name comes from. Obviously, the Christos name, as I'm sure Indy was pointing out, comes from ancient Greek, which is a tradition of worshipping Zeus in the Mithrais magical order of the tradition of Mithrais. Mithrais was the avatar of Zeus, and the avatar of Zeus would awaken his spiritual potential to the point that the Christos anointed oil was awakened within his energy body, and he was then considered to be an administrator of the Christos. And the Christos was the divine anointed oil of Zeus that would come through divine spiritual enlightenment after attaining to these practices of abstination and spiritual lofty meditations, contemplations. Then, of course, getting back to the Christmas thing, it was Odin that was crucified. He was crucified upside down on the tree of Yggdrasil, ritual crucifixion, where he then died, passed from this world, went into the underworld, had a great adventure and experience in the underworld, and then was alive again. He was resurrected from the underworld, which is the land of those that have passed from the flesh, back into his physical body with an enlightenment. And so this is the story of how Odin became enlightened, was through crucifixion on the Yggdrasil tree, which is why the fifth day, the day of Odin, is the day of giving gifts, which was actually borrowed by the Christians. So there's an interesting now, welcome, Bernadine. You ask a very interesting question. You see, I see it as this. I see that all things are made out of what we can call the Christos. Like if we look at the ancient, like really ancient traditions and the ancient documents, the ancient traditions suggest that the first of the eons, the first of the great beings, the great spiritual beings, gave up their body so that their body would be created into a multitude of beings. And then each of those beings gave up their bodies so that a multitude of beings could be created from each of those bodies. And so we developed this chain of life, this hierarchical chain of life, which is an angelic and archangelic choirs, and the thrones and the powers and the principalities all came as a result of.
You froze, Franklin.
We lost Franklin.
I know that the Norse tradition involved an ash tree for that celebration, but the Oriental mystery schools did use a pine tree, and so that's where I think the pine comes into that Norse tradition. Because I don't think that the pines were used by the Norse.
Ancient is all things.
They celebrated a lot of trees, and I believe that each one of their runes represents a different tree. But I'm not sure any of them are coniferous. Do you guys know anything about this?
Well, it's obviously, I know, kind of, well, this is unrelated. It's probably somewhat unrelated, but the whole idea of the Amanita muscaria mushroom and its relation to the Santa Claus myth. Saw an article a long time ago about kind of like how that a lot of these mushrooms, these types of mushrooms, they would grow underneath coniferous trees. And then obviously the color, the red mushroom with the red and white, obviously the red and white Santa Claus and the sort of the bulbous nature. Then you have the whole idea of like reindeer flight, which is the idea that when you were on this substance, you would basically proceed to be astrally projecting. And then even the colors of Santa Claus and his red face, those are symptoms of something that when someone takes the Amanita muscaria mushroom. So obviously there's a connection between that particular entheogen to the Christmas myth, and the Siberian, I believe.
Absolutely. And the shaman was said to wear a white polka dot red outfit resembling the Amanita muscarium itself, too.
And why the reindeer? Because the reindeer urine was the cleanest way to harvest it.
The reindeer would eat it, and they would drink the reindeer piss. trip balls.
Mhm. The reindeer naturally eat it. They like it.
Yeah, they love it. It's their like delicacy.
And the reindeer actually followed the Mongols, and because of their salt in their pee, they like the salt in our urine, so they tended to follow people and then have become united with the Mongol tribe. They're domesticated now by them because they like the salt in our urine, which we then also probably used their trick to get salt sometimes when we were in need as well, and then may have found out about that haphazardly. But the shamans have practiced the drinking of reindeer urine after they were eating the Amanita muscarium to have a psychedelic experience. And the feeling of flying is definitely part of that experience with Amanita muscarium. But it's been questioned why they didn't choose to use psilocybin, which is more euphoric. Amanita muscarium can be somewhat dark and can have like a ominous feel sometimes, but usually the experience of psychedelic mushrooms allows people to gain empathy and fearlessness from feeling like they were going to die and overcoming that and going into
It could be just like a shortage thing, or maybe they just didn't have psilocybin mushrooms in that particular region. I don't know if they grow because if you think about it, this is Siberia. We're talking about a very cold, wintry climate. I think if I could be wrong about this, but maybe the Amanita muscaria is better adapted to colder climates, so that people maybe there could eat it in that way. But yeah, I think generally speaking, from what I've heard, probably the psilocybin is more effective in terms of getting those visionary states. But I don't know, I think different psychedelics have different personalities and characters to them. Just kind of like with any like magical system, you're getting kind of different insights and results.
Yes, I would say there's probably a truth to that, because because of the time. For example, even if you're in London, um, even if you're in London, okay, we've just passed the Amanita muscaria harvesting time, right? You can harvest Amanita muscaria in London. Anybody in London? I'm going to give you guys some hints. You go to Putney. Do you know where Putney is? Well, look it up on a map. It's South London. You cross the bridge from London proper, cross the bridge into Putney. Hold on, am I giving you the right thing? You've got to imagine that there's a whole lot of these huge parks. So there's the place where they do the tennis. What's that place called? Where they do the tennis?
Wimbledon.
Wimbledon Common. Now, after Wimbledon Common, there's another 2 more commons that go south towards the river. And so you got to go from Wimbledon Common. You got to go from Wimbledon Common to the place where the 93 bus runs. Is it the 93 bus? Yeah, it's the 93 bus. I remember that because I had a friend that lived there. And that will drop you off at the Common. I think Putney, I might have made a mistake with saying the word Putney because I lived in so many parts of London. Putney. Which one is Putney? Putney might be... Anyway, the Common after Wimbledon Common, if you're going south, you move through that Common and there you'll find the ash trees, the silver birch trees. You look around the roots of those and there's Amanita growing everywhere, but you harvest it at the end of October. End of October into November, you can still harvest, which is just before Yule, right? Now, in the UK, if you're harvesting psilocybin, then psilocybin you're going to harvest in about... why do I want to say it's July, August? But you're harvesting it much earlier. Maybe August into September. But those are the times when you're going to be harvesting the other mushrooms, the little ones. So I think it's got a lot to do with Yule and the mushrooms that they had available at that time of year. I mean, I don't know what the weather is like for summer and spring in Russia and Siberia. I'm imagining they have the psilocybin available earlier in the year. But, you know, if they were doing a Yule practice or practice during the winter solstice, what they would have available is they would have basically harvested their amanita. They would have dried them, and they would have them fresh and ready to go within like a couple of weeks before Yule, ready to, like, jump on that bandwagon. So there's a reason. And another reason I think that they use the amanita is because they're much more dreamy. So the amanita is like a lucid dream trigger. So you'll have lucid dreams very much with the amanita. Like, they're much more take you out of the physical body onto a journey, where the the psilocybin is more like you'll be aware of all the different vibrations around Earth, and you'll be conscious and awake. You'll be very awake. With the amanita, you'll be like all dreamy. So it's like two different like ways of experiencing, and you're more likely to cross over with the amanita, curiously, and have an experience of the underworld, which is what this Yule ceremony symbolizes, essentially. It's a celebration of the sun having gone through the underworld and will be re-emerging in the north of the hemisphere, right? So the sun has gone through the coldest, darkest period of the underworld, and it's being reborn, and it's being reborn again. It's like an infant, up until the 21st of June, where it's at the prime of its life. And then it goes into old age for the second equinox, right? And for the first equinox, it's like adolescence becoming an adult, if we want to think of it in terms of a human scalability. Please do, Bernadine, post your link. I don't know if YouTube will block it. I've heard people talking about YouTube blocking things. And you also asked a very interesting question about the connection between Christ and the adversary. I like the word, the adversary. And I think there's something very interesting in this. It's like, I see it as being two polarities, aspects of one reality. In other words, if you take the totality and you separate them, one half is that and one half is that. In other words, there had to be a polarization of the first aeon, which we call the Christos for simplicity purposes, in order for all the other beings, the angelic beings and the spiritual hierarchies, to come into being out of the body of these beings. And so this produced a polarity. The one polarity was the moving forward, the one polarity was the moving back. And so the moving back is sort of a checks and balances to keep us on track, and the moving forward is like where we want to be going. So I do think that there is this very interesting relationship, Bernadine, like you mentioned earlier. What do you guys think about this relationship between the adversary, who we call Satan, Lucifer, and the Christos?
Sometimes they're considered to be brothers. Other times, Lucifer is considered to be an angel. But in the Mormon story, they consider Lucifer and Yeshua to be brothers, which is interesting. They have kind of a different spin in the Mormon Church. But I think it's interesting how there's the Krampus and Santa Claus, and there's Lucifer and Jesus. It's kind of like they have their nemesis is like right along with them every time. You got a good guy, the bad guy's following along in the shadows. So we do see that a lot. I feel like Lucifer tried to tempt Jesus many times. He was never successful. What about the time when he was fasting and he was fasting for 40 days and nights? I think that was the time when Lucifer was there trying to tempt him there. And then he was at his crucifixion as well. But Jesus never gave in to his temptations, his enticements.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting perspective that you mention. And I actually got a couple of, and so since we're talking about, Immanuel, so it takes us into Christianity. Let's look at this for a moment. I think it's very relevant. So this might be difficult for those of you that have been church trained. Anybody who's really studied the Bible, I don't think it will be difficult for you, because I studied the Bible a lot as a child, and this makes perfect sense to me. It's something that I often used to point out to the preachers. They didn't like having it pointed out by a kid. But then I was like lucky I could like pull up the verse and read it to them from the Bible, and they'd be like, didn't know what to say. So anyway, there is a point when John is traveling out into the underworld, right? And he goes out of his body. This is well documented in the book of Revelations. And John meets the Christos. We use that name to make it easier. Namaste, dear Roman brother. Ronan, did I not send Ronan the invite? So anyway, so Christos then basically sees him, and John falls on his knees and starts worshiping. And he immediately gets admonished by the Christos, saying, no, you do not do that. And so where is the relevant verse? So it's Revelations 19:10, for those of you who want to look it up. And then I fell down at his feet to worship him, but he said, no, don't worship me. I am a servant of God, just like you and your brothers and sisters who testify about their faith in Jesus, worshiping only God. So those are the words of who we call Jesus in Revelations. And again in Revelation 22:8, when John tries to worship an angel, the angel says the same thing to him. He says, no. You worship only the divine spirit, the one presence. You do not worship us. So he's admonished twice. Then in John 4 verse 23, but the hour is coming and now is when the true worshippers will worship the Father in spirit and truth. For such the Father seeks to worship him. So it seems very clear where worship should be going is towards the one presence, the one proverbial Father as a metaphor. There's another thing in Matthew 4 verse 10, when Jesus said to him, be gone, Satan, for it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and him only shall ye serve. So, it's very interesting. There's a point in Matthew 26:39 where Immanuel is like feeling the challenge of what he's doing. And Ronan, brother, I hope you're good. I hope you're well. I hope you're thriving. And basically what happens is he's on his knees and he's begging God, like, is there any way that you can take this karmic thing away from me, that I have to be crucified like this? And the story is that he was sweating blood. If you read the Bible, it specifically says he was sweating blood, and which is something that happens in high states of stress. And so he says, my Father, if it is possible, may this cup be taken from me, yet not as I will, but as you will. And that sort of says a lot, right? Like, we've got this idea of Immanuel being given to us as a particular idea. It also mentions in the Bible at other places that he is the living prophet, which is an interesting thought of choice of words, which is what the Muslims believe. So just let me make sure that I did hit Ronan up. Oh, I didn't hit Ronan up. How did I forget to send Ronan one of these? How did I do that? I'm sorry, dear brother. I don't know how I did it. I thought I had sent you one. I was having all these. Oh, duh. I hadn't sent it yet. It was still there in my to send. For some reason, it didn't send from my phone. Maybe it was my internet. But yeah, so Yeah, I think there's a lot of ammunition for those looking for like validation from the Bible that very clearly says that we should not be worshiping Jesus. We should not be worshiping Immanuel. In fact, there are beliefs out there that it is an act of satanic worship to worship a human being. What do you guys think about that? And we can change the word satanic to be discordant forms of worship.
I think that's why a lot of people in Judaism are really tough on the what is it? The I want to say Messianian, but there's a different word for it. I always get it wrong. The Messianical. Do you guys know what the word of the Jews that follow Jesus are called?
You mean the Christians?
No, there's Jewish people that believe in Jesus as the Savior and Messiah. It's based off of the name Messiah. They're called Let me look it up. Messianic Jews. The Messianic Jews worship Jesus, but the people that live in Jerusalem that are Messianic are constantly harassed and bombarded by the other Jews who constantly throw things on their properties and damage their cars and stuff, and they confront them and sometimes beat them up. A lot of people in Judaism don't like the ones that follow Jesus, but the fact is that some of them do.
That's an interesting point. You know, this is why Christianity was created by the Greeks under the guise of Rome, was because they were afraid, or this is what the history seems to suggest, is that they were afraid of a civil war in their lands because the Jews that were being led by the Pharisees, because obviously the Pharisees basically stepped up to the Roman authorities and said, listen, give us the keys to the temple and let us become the administrators of religion and spirituality, and we will serve up the Jewish people on a platter to pay your taxes. And so that was like an in deal between the Pharisees and the Roman authorities, because at the time the Pharisees were a minority. They were not an important sect. Namaste. Dear PK, how are you doing, brother? Sending you big love, man. Are you well? And so it's very interesting to note that when we look at this, we can see this this is an ancient thing where the Pharisees wanted to do away with the Gnostic Jews, because Gnostic Judaism had a far bigger following in those times than what we've been led on to believe. In fact, Gnostic Judaism was bigger than the Pharisaic tradition. But the Gnostic Jews were not playing into the hands of the Romans. And big love, dear brother Ronan. And so the Romans said, well, who can help us? And the Pharisees stepped forward and said, we really want a seat at the table. We've been trying to sell our ideas to the Jewish people, but they haven't been buying it. But maybe you can help us sell it, and we can help you, get them to buy your goods. So this is like a very ancient thing, very ancient tradition, very ancient problem. This war between the Messianic Jews, and the Messianic Jews were essentially those that were Gnostic in tradition. Because how can we pretend that the ministry of who we call Yeshua or Yeshu or Immanuel or Christos is not agnostic tradition? The whole fundamental underlying idea of gnosis and Gnosticism is that you can find the kingdom of heaven within your heart, right? And that it's a personal journey. So there's an element of shamanism in this, right? Because shamanism is the same. There is no way to become a shaman of read these books learn these things, practice this practice, do this ritual. There's none of that nonsense. It's such a personalized adventure of connecting with the guides and becoming attuned to the other planes of existence and being able to project your perception into these other states of existence in order to gain some kind of insight that's otherworldly. That is the base currency of shamanism. So when we consider that, there's a very gnostic idea behind this, if you think about it, like fundamentally. And so this is essentially where we're at, you know.
Now, are you familiar with the Oriental Mystery School's worship of Mithras, who also had the birthday of December 25th? Through Saturnalia and Bacchanalia, they had different festivals that we've kind of adapted as the Christmas festivals as well, in association with also the Yule Festival of the Norse. But there's another festival that I wanted to mention, the Resurrection of Attis ceremony is performed between the days of March 22nd and March 25th. But there's a lot of correlations between the Christmas ceremony, the Yule ceremony as well. So Attis was an effigy of the god, was fastened on the trunk of a pine tree on the 22nd of March. And they said that he was slain and hanged on the tree, figuratively or symbolically. Then the effigy was taken off of the tree and later buried in a tomb. And now on March 24th, 2 days later, is considered to be the Day of Blood. On this day, a high priest would draw blood from his arm and offer it up in the place of a sacrifice. And it was offered onto the tomb. That night, when the priest went back to the tomb, they found it empty, the god having risen on the third day. And on the 25th, the resurrection was celebrated. Initiates were baptized in blood. Their sins were washed away, and they were born again. So there's a lot of tie-ins. This is all stuff that came through Christianity. So a lot of that was adapted by Christianity. They kind of changed it a little bit from blood to water, thankfully. It's a little dark, but there's another ceremony that was actually taking place around the exact time of December 25th. That was a celebration of Asherat, the wife of El Shaddai. And we've kind of lost track of the stories of the goddess, but some researchers have been able to find some lasting remnants of this ceremony, and some people still celebrate Asherat. And it's done with a pine tree. They take a pine tree, and this is the origin of the maypole ceremony and the Yule ceremony from the Oriental Mystery Schools. They would take the pine tree and they would cut the pine tree, and they would hang an effigy of the goddess on the tree. And then they would, I think, burn the tree, but keep the pole. And then they would put the pole into a hole in the ground and make it a pillar. And then they would drape things around it. And that would represent her resurrection when she's returned from the dead. But these traditions were very old, and they took place thousands of years ago. Since those times, the celebration of Asherat has been lost, and the goddess of the Elohim is no longer recognized.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack there, you know. And like it seems like this whole practice of you know, the okay, so when we're talking about these other deity representations, like El Shaddai, for example, so Shaddai, what are we talking about when we say that name? Shh is the destructive potential of the fiery element, of the fiery spirit. Da is the doorway, Venus. So the destructive potential of the fiery element of the fundamental spirit projecting through a doorway, the Shaddai, to become represented as Yot. Yot is symbolizing the purity, the sperm, the finger of divine intention towards bringing about life. So it represents that purification, Shaddai. And obviously El is like, that's the life force, the intelligent life force, prana, being bound by Lamet. So the bull is being bound by Libra, the ox goad, balancing to gain control of this profound life force. So the life force that is being directed and controlled by a fundamental intelligence represents Al, that fundamental intelligent expression of the pranic field that exhibits intention to bring that fundamental potent spiritual power of destruction through the Venus door, the door of the heart, compassion and love, towards becoming purified in Virgo, Virgin, Yot, to become this finger of God, or the seed of what can be. So Al Shaddai, if we look at the name, it's a very interesting name. It represents rebirth. I mean, that's what Shaddai really represents. It represents rebirth. And rebirth of the life force that's being focused and controlled. So the L represents our choices, in a sense, the ability for free will to be exhibited as a choice for us to manipulate and control the life force to get what we want out of it. And somebody asked a really good question, and I think it was blah, 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 blah. Who was it? Well, I forget who it was. Somebody would, I think it was Sean. Was it Sean? It was Sean, wasn't it? Sean, it was you. I blame Sean. Sean gets the blame. Or was it Neil? No, it was Neil. Neil got the blame. Check me if I'm wrong about what it is that's being sacrificed for the act of crucifixion. And the question was like, is it the ego that's being crucified? And I think it's the persona that's being crucified onto the ego. So the crux, the cross, represents the joining, right? Represents the union between the ego and the persona. Because what happens is the ego and the persona get dislocated. And that dislocation between the ego and the persona gets filled up with desire and passion. And so we become the victims of our own desire, being driven by our passions to fulfill these desires. And this locks us into a karmic cycle of desire. And because we have desires that we want, the polarity shadow is what we don't want, the opposite of those desires. So now we are locked between what we want and what we don't want. And so fear of what we don't want coming into being lives in the subconscious. And the desire then brings out the opposite of the fear, and the polarity and the extension of fear, which could be anger. So now we have the potential to rotate between anger and fear, which is probably what causes most sin, right? Somebody does something and they make you angry. So you do something bad. Or somebody is afraid of what could happen, so they do something bad to protect themselves. Let's say somebody's afraid of not having enough resources, so they go and steal somebody else's resources, right? So, you know, I think these become the two driving forces normally. And then, of course, the desires can cause its own problems. So I think the crucifixion represents the joining of the persona and the ego in such a fashion that the desire is not sitting in the controlling seat. I don't know. What do you guys think about that as a notion?
A desire for what?
desire,
Just
personal desires,
yeah.
like what I want for myself. Because that's the whole idea behind Christmas or fifth day of Odin, is to give away gifts. It's not about what I want. What do you want? What can I give you? What would she really like? What would he really like? Let me give them a gift. No?
Yeah. I think it's really supposed to be about giving, being giving and generous to people, not of things, not of belongings, but it's been turned to that in our consumerism culture. But I feel like it's more about being giving of your time and your energies to people. Help them with their tasks. Help people in need. It's a time of the year where things are very difficult for people, especially older people. When it's very cold, their arthritis is acting up. It's gonna be very hard for them to even get up and walk. So if you can be there for people and help them light a fire, help them stay warm, give them a blanket to stay warm with. Maybe I feel like when you make something, that's the true spirit of giving. You created something and you made it for someone. When you buy something made in a factory and give it to somebody, it's also a nice thing to do. But when you've created something of your own that's unique and you give it to somebody, that's almost miraculous. That's an amazing thing that you can do. You're creating something unique and you're giving it to somebody. That's something that you've worked hard on and you've created. So I think in a lot of ways in our division of labor society that we live in, people don't have the time to work on things like that necessarily if they work a 9 to 5. So they kind of trade in their work at the money that they get from their work. They trade in for things that they give to people. In their way, they're doing what they can to be able to share their time and energy. I feel like time and energy is something that people just don't have today because the working class can't really make ends meet right now to be able to get by too good. So, and I think it could really help us all to learn to be more giving in our energy and our time than with things because material objects can only do so good and they're usually only exciting for a little while before that excitement kind of fades away. But we can also get the same kind of excitement that we do from buying something, from finding something, or from going somewhere new. So if you go for an adventure with people, that might be a good way to be giving during the Christmas season. Give your time and have an adventure together and the excitement that it has and the splendor that you can get from seeing new sights is a beautiful thing. It can be equally stimulating as much as buying something new. I wanted to talk a little bit about the use of evergreens. This article that I'm looking at kind of ties in the Romans and the Norse in their celebration of a Christmas-like festival that's been celebrated for over 5,000 years. So, according to the Encyclopedia Britannica, the use of evergreen trees, wreaths, and garlands to symbolize eternal life was a custom of the ancient Egyptians, Romans, and Vikings. Christmas has been celebrated for over 5,000 years by the pagans, those who worship creation but not the creator. But it was simply called by different names, such as winter solstice or Saturnalia. For over 3,000 years before the birth of Christ, many people believed that the sun was a god, and that the winter came every year because the sun god had become sick and weak. They observed that the 21st of December was the first day of the winter, they called winter solstice, was the shortest day and longest day of the longest and darkest night of the year when the earth is tilted furthest from the sun. These signs, well, in the northern hemisphere anyway, these signs in the sky terrified the heathens. And so, in hopes of appeasing their sun god to come back and get well and bring them longer and sunnier days, they would bring into their homes pieces of nature like evergreen trees, which symbolized life to them. Evergreens, boughs, and holly gave them hope and reminded them of all the green plants that would grow again when the sun god was strong and summer would return. In northern Europe, the mysterious Druids, the priests of the ancient Celts, also decorated their temples with evergreen boughs as a symbol of everlasting life. The Vikings in Scandinavia were thought that evergreens were a special plant of the sun god Balder. And so The article kind of goes on to say that there was the use of these trees was sometimes used as symbolism for the forbidden tree of knowledge of good and evil. And it also went on to say that um, there was times during these periods before Christ that people would go to the temples of Baal to participate in the temple prostitutes. And by sleeping with the temple prostitute, it was thought that they would bring better fertility to their crops in the coming seasons. But then Paul warned of this after Christ and said that this is a celebration it's mostly giving into the idols. You're worshiping idols, right? When you're worshiping these temple prostitutes and having them, the temple goddess is becoming the idol that you're worshiping, and so that goddess was Asherah, and Asherah was also celebrated during these times with evergreens. So there's been a lot of changing of the story. Originally, these temple prostitutes were the temple priestesses, and after the fall of the great matriarchy, these temple priestesses were then known as the temple prostitute, and they were later demonized. As today, we see that word has really no good merit to it anymore. So there was a time when the priestesses were the ones who oversaw this pagan rite in this pagan festival of the creation, and trying to appease the sun god, which to a lot of cultures, especially the Norse, it was actually the sun goddess.
That's very interesting. You know, the whole idea of these evergreens is something quite powerful about the notion of something that just keeps living. You know, we've discovered a genetic code of eternal life on physical Earth, or as close to eternal life as we can get to. What a concept! I don't know if you're familiar with it. There's a breed of octopus, or is it squid? Oh, it's squid. I think it's squid. Excuse me for saying octopus. It's a kind of a very small squid that basically it passes away. And this being passes away, goes into a dormant state, and then it comes back to life again.
You sure not thinking of a jellyfish?
The immortal jellyfish?
Or is that a different thing? So it sounds like the immortal jellyfish thing I heard about a little while ago. I could be wrong.
Well, I saw it on a nature program, and it's called Turritopsis dornii. It's known as the immortal jellyfish, interestingly enough, but I think it's the family of the squid. Could I be wrong in that? Because
I think they're very different types of organisms. Like a jellyfish,
anyway,
in a lot of ways,
it might be that
actually,
there's two different kinds of organisms. It might be that there's a different one. I was watching it with my son on television about like 8 months ago, and I was like, bloody hell, this is mind-blowing. And they discovered this genetics, and they were calling them like very small, but they could be, I could be mistaken. Maybe it is that one, but I seem to remember them saying it was a family of the squid. But anyway, regardless, like whether it's the jellyfish or the squid or whichever one we're going on, the Google search shows me this particular one, but over 24 to 36 hours, the cyst develops into a polyp. So interesting, you know. It could be this one. It could be. I wonder. Maybe it's the same one. I don't remember the specific name that they mentioned. But the idea that there are some beings that can physically that can physically, maintain their life. And I think we're going to find there are a lot more of these creatures on Earth than what we realized. I think
Yeah.
we're going to find there's certain kinds of amoebas and bacteria. And the more we look into it, we're going to find that there's microbes that do this. And that these microbes can live in our bodies, right? And become part of our probiotic system to regenerate our own cells. It's an interesting concept. What kind of fauna we have living in our bodies. And so the idea of evergreen plants, right? You have the same idea of microorganisms that can live in your gut that have got this evergreen quality, and they might not want to pass away. And they might find ways to keep the host alive for longer. So this sort of gives us ideas of like the elixirs of immortality from ancient Greece and from ancient India, and from various different ancient Sumeria, and various different traditions speak about these certain kinds of elixirs that could keep us young. So I think the study of the evergreen and the study of certain of these beings are going to teach us how to make our own bodies last a lot longer, because it does seem that we're living very short lives compared to what our capacity should be. When you see some people living lives and over 100 years and they're still strong and healthy and fit, it makes you wonder why we become decrepit in our 70s. Like I've come across a lot of people that at age 102, they can pick up a hoe and go and chop out a piece of ground, prepare it for the next crop by hand. And they're fresh and they're strong and they're healthy and their skin looks good. And you look at them and you think, you might be, I would have thought you were like in your 70s looking at you, but by your build and your physique, you might be in your 60s. Turns out this guy's like pumping over 100. And so I think that that's just a small flash of the potential that we have within ourselves. And I think a lot of it's got to do with the fauna. So I think there's an interesting discussion around that, dear brother Indy. You bring up a point, and I think that it does relate to us. We're not separate. Speaking about the icons, okay, so the icons we worship. Let's look at some of the other icons. Okay, so like, what about the Buddha, right? So Gautama was pronounced to become the Buddha, right? Mm-hmm. And in many ancient Buddhist practices, it's not okay to worship the Buddha, right? But in some Buddhist cultures, they worship the Buddha. So the idea of having a little statue of the Buddha in your shrine, in some practices, it's okay. In other practices, it's not okay. The idea of having a cross in your church, according to the Bible, if you read it properly, it says that any graven image of God in the temple is a blasphemy against the divine Father and Spirit. So when we're talking about the divine Father, we're talking about, in Sanskrit, the Sky Father. We're talking about Zeus Pater. Zeus Pater becomes Zeus, becomes Jupiter. Zeus is the patent, or the paternal guardian of who is worshipped in the ancient Greek patterns. So when we're talking about Mithras is a avatar or a worldly reflection of Zeus, who is Jupiter, who is Zeus Pater in Sanskrit. Zeus Pater. In fact, you would think it should be Pitter, because Pitta means father. Ama Pitta, Mata Pitta. So some cultures they'll say Ama, but generally Mata, matter. So father and matter, and Pitta, and so Pitta, Pistos, Sophia, Pistos, Pitta. You see these connections in all these different languages, and so there's food for thought in that we've got the same idea in the Sanskrit. And so when we're thinking about this idea of Mithras is an avatar Jesus is an avatar of God, you could say, of the spirit. Buddha is an avatar of divine Buddhahood. The Buddha represents the purified Buddhi. Buddhi is your mind. When the Buddhi has been purified and elevated to its highest potential, that is Buddha consciousness. But then there are certain beings that have sort of reached that level of Buddha consciousness, and so we consider them to be deified. Why is it that some of these beings are being worshipped? Should they be getting worshipped? Should we be worshipping avatars? Should Krishna, as an avatar of Vishnu, be getting worshipped? Should we be worshipping someone who was in flesh? These are like questions of division within spiritual traditions that have been there. We can see it in the Christian tradition, we can see it in the Buddhist tradition. And I'm sure that when you look into the Vedic schools of thought, you're going to find similar divisions, you know, in worshipping the avatar worship versus worshipping the source from whence the avatar arrives. Namaste, dear brother Shinobi. How are you doing? Sending you big love, big blessings. It's an honor to have dear Shinobi with us. Shinobi is a lovely brother, a great researcher, a very discerning gentleman with great tastes in ideas. I love his input. I love his shares that he has. He's also cranking up his YouTube channel. So we're probably going to be seeing some more shares from him. Sending you so much love. It's an honor to have you. Happy solstice to everybody.
Happy solstice, guys.
And all the new people that have joined us. And do please tell us a bit about yourself, dear brother.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to say about myself. I've made a YouTube channel. I'm yet to add content. It's like the story of my life, really, having too many ideas, having too many things to say, having too many kind of ideas and not actually getting anything done. So yeah, I'm going to start putting content on my YouTube soon. I'm just trying to work out how to do it, whether to get guests and open up a dialogue or make some short videos about things. I'm just trying to work out how to get the ball rolling. But once it does get rolling, it's going to keep going because I have so much stuff to say about things. I found out sort of fairly recently I'm a synchromistic. I think that's like one of my gifts. Just kind of picking up patterns and stuff, like pattern recognition. It's something I really enjoy and I think I'm quite good at. So yeah, it's great to be here. And yeah, I've been listening to most of the conversation apart from the last 20 minutes. And I made a few notes, if it's all right to just skip through these.
Fire away, brother.
As you were talking, when I heard certain words, it kind of sparked some ideas. So I'll go through them quite quickly. So you guys were talking about portals and gods earlier on, and I view gods as guardians of dimensions, of which there are many, like the stars above, of which are some, like constellations and stuff that you can kind of tune into. That's why the ancients, I believe, saw the stars as gods and the planets as well, because they're frequencies that we can tune into. And in today's world, we have stars here, sort of like icons, which are third eye cons. They're literally conning us from our true power. We're kind of giving our power away. And then we're talking about stories, and I thought of libraries and how libraries are light berries. They're kind of stores of information. That's what a story is. It's a store of energy. And then you're talking about the Christmas tree and the maypole, and it got me thinking of the pole star, and that pre-solar worship. I think people used to like sort of worship the pole star. They were kind of more centered, if that makes sense. and I think that's what the Christmas tree with the star is. It's the pole star, the kind of center.
When
So,
we wrap lights around, they used to wrap snakes around the pagan trees, and we wrap the rice around like a snake now.
right.
And they sometimes adorn the trees with apples, supposed to represent the forbidden fruit and the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Later, but originally it was representative of snakes of wisdom, of nature, of the spirits of the forest.
Right, so it's kind of like the center, or like the centaur, like the toroidal field. So it'd be the center of the snakes going around it. Yeah, and I think
Sometimes the way is considered the cosmic serpent, too. Tied it in with the stars, like the star on the top of the tree.
so. Would the star on the top of the tree represent Polaris?
Yeah.
Is it Polaris?
Yeah, it's the
I think
pole.
so. North Star.
And the tree's a
Yeah.
pole. Fascinating.
Okay.
Interestingly, the story of Isis and Osiris, when she found his tomb caught under that tree by the river, she had that tree turned into a pillar and put it into the temple of Byblos. It became a pole or a pillar. And
I
that's
think there's a very interesting. Sorry, brother. You were still carrying on.
influential on a lot of different cultures from ancient Egypt. Transformation of that tree to a pillar, and that's similar to the maypole ritual.
Yeah, man. So on point. I didn't mean to jump the gun there. Maybe it's my volume for my speakers. I use monitor speakers because I can't handle I can't handle headphones. My ears are too sensitive for headphones.
Yeah.
I find they give me like disturbance. I don't. It's just as well because like, if you ever ride a motorbike, well, I don't know. In America, you can ride bikes without helmets. Can you? You still can. If you've ever ridden a motorbike, like in India, you don't want to wear a helmet because you can actually hear like where things are behind you. If you've got good ears, you can hear what's going on. I find hearing is precious, but yeah, the axis mundi. I think the Christmas tree represents the axis mundi, and the axis mundi is what Yggdrasil is represented as, and the axis mundi is plotted in space as related to the pole star. So essentially, I think you guys are all onto it, and I think all the traditions have really celebrated this. I mean, when we speak about Mount Meru is supposed to be a manifestation of the axis mundi as well, and Black Rock, what's it called, Rupus Nigra, all of these legends and all of these, stories relate to the same idea of the axis mundi. And from the shamanic perspective, we will create a pole, which you could call a totem pole. You could call it whatever you want, or even a big rock, and put rocks on top of a rocks in Vedic culture. And you would dance around this, symbolizing the cosmos spinning around that axis mundi like a chakra. Everything spins around the center. So it also represents your spine, right? And the star then represents the light at the tip of your head, where all the consciousness is streaming through and all the information is entering into your physical body. So the chakras then represent the different branches of this axis mundi tree. So yeah, please do continue if there was more you want to say, brother, about the
Sorry, I've got a lot more, but it probably won't make sense because as I've been listening, trying to set up, I've been making notes, and it's kind of like one-word stuff. So,
Franklin, I want to kind of jump on what you were talking about earlier about the whole idea of why is it that with both Christ and Buddha, even though they explicitly told their followers not to worship them, they made them idols anyway. I think when it comes to just people and in terms of how they go about their spirituality, it seems a lot of people, they don't want to go on that more individualistic kind of Gnostic, shamanic self-discovery type, path. Because when you're telling someone, like with Buddhism, for example, like, don't worship me, Buddha, literally just, follow the teachings and the ideas. I think people are like, they want to have their hand held. They want to be sort of like, they want to be controlled. It's kind of like because I know, Shaman, you're a father, with like, when you want to like teach your kid how to do something on their own, but they'd rather you do it, like, teach her to tie his shoes, but no, you do it, Daddy. You cut up my food. You do this thing for me. I'm, because you're a kid, you're kind of uncertain about doing the task at hand, so you kind of want a parent to do it. And I think that there's a similar dynamic with sort of like spirituality. I think people are kind of afraid to sort of like, they don't feel like they have the authority to kind of speak out and figure things out for themselves, or they just don't like the idea that there isn't some kind of discernible person that has everything figured out and will just kind of do everything for you. And when you're telling people don't worship these things as icons, you're basically telling them that they have to do the work themselves. They got to go into that dark, that intense, mysterious journey into the unknown, defy themselves. And most people are like, I don't want that. I just want all the answers written out in this book and have this clear, person. Because I don't know. I think at the end of the day, it just seems like, I don't know, like maybe this is like a cynical take, but I think a lot of people, they want to be told what to do and how to think. Like I can think of like certain people, like family members, like who, play piano, but if you tell them just like, they're classically trained, they read sheet music and all that. But if you tell them to, just come up with something your own and just make something up, they have no idea how to approach it. They're totally clueless. They're just like, they just sit there kind of like frozen and awestruck. It's like, damn it, I need sheet music. I need someone else to do, because I can't come up with ideas on my own. And I think that the reason spiritual religions have these kind of discernible, tangible icons like a Jesus Christ, like a Siddhartha Gautama Buddha, is for that same kind of like reason in regards to spirituality, either, a lack of confidence in oneself to, figure out the mysteries and discover one sort of occult, mystical, spiritual path in life, or there's just sort of this like complacency and laziness and just saying, I'd rather have this sort of discernible figure than have this figured out. I don't like, because that's the other thing, that the figure, like the discernible kind of icon, makes the spiritual practice more tangible. And without the icon, it's a lot more mysterious. It's vague. It's open to interpretation. And most people just want the answers right now. They don't want to speculate. They don't have the patience to consider the fact that they don't know reality. It's kind of like some of these fundamentalist Christians, like, no, I know the truth. Jesus is the truth. There's no disputing it, because they're so terrified of the mystery and the ambiguity of reality. So they try to latch on to anything tangible that they can, whatsoever. And I think this just kind of is the tendency in terms of human behavior. I think that's exactly why, you see these figures who tell me, don't worship me, because if you think about someone like a Christ or a Buddha, these are people who they became enlightened because they sort of walked away from society and they kind of figured things out. Like think about like the Buddha, for example. He literally left his kingdom, left his, lived out in the woods and just meditated and lived on his own. And he's basically telling people, because if you think about the irony of this whole situation, is that basically these figures are telling you that the way to sort of open your mind, to become enlightened, to awaken that Gnostic spark, is to not conform to the sort of societies and find your own path. But nobody wants to find their own path. They want to be told what to do. So it's like this weird situation where it's like, they're telling you to be individualistic, but people don't really want the individualism. They want that just, that collective society and having that one figure that they can, because they don't really want to do the work themselves, either because out of laziness, maybe they don't have time because they're busy taking care of a family, or they're not comfortable with uncertainty. It seems like there's certain people in this world, I know it's ironic using the word certain, they just cannot tolerate any uncertainty in life, any ambiguity, any mystery, everything has to have an explanation. And if you have a religion where there's no discernible figure or God, that's something that those kind of people don't really gravitate for. So I think if we want to understand, why this phenomenon happens, I think it's just kind of a general sort of human behavior, fear, laziness that kind of allows this to kind of devolve into this idol worship instead of a more, hands-on approach and taking on your own path.
Hearing you, brother. Totally hearing you. And I think you've brought up some really interesting points. I really want to respond to that. I wanted to give Dear Shinobi the chance to get off his chest the points that he had. There are another few points you had as well, and then I'm going to jump on that because that's very interesting.
Yeah, funny enough, it actually ties in exactly what I was going to say. I was just going to mention that you say Immanuel. Is that another name for Jesus? Because I haven't heard that before, but I think
that's his name.
Yeshua.
Immanuel.
Immanuel was his birth name.
I've never heard him called that before, but when I hear that word, I think I'm Manuel, and he seems to be like the manual of like how to do things,
Yeah,
like,
it makes me think of like the right hand of God or something, like man being like the prefix of hand.
Yeah, so I
Immanuel means a likeness to God, I think.
Okay. Because when I hear the name, that I think I'm Manuel, he's the kind of manual to life. Like you kind of look at how he did things, and you're like, okay, that's one way to do it, and it seems pretty good, like a manual. But that kind of ties into what I was going to say, because with the Buddha, I hear the name Buddha and I think Bud Ha. Like the Buddha was a tiny seed that was buried in darkness, and then like the darkness being the innermost cave, or the self, or going inwards into the mind, the depths, and then the seed comes up out of the ground, and that is the Bud Ha. And that's when I hear Buddha, that's what I think, the kind of the growth that comes from the darkness. And then on people's energy and them sort of wanting somebody like to follow, that kind of herd mentality, I think part of that reason, Cosmic, is because people are drained. They don't have the energy to go inwards, and some are lazy, but I think it's by design, by the monetary system, which funnily enough the dollar has the icon.
That makes sense. That's also like a sense of disempowerment, that people don't want to follow their own path. They're deliberately disempowered, and so therefore they feel they need some kind of external figure to follow. That's what you're basically saying.
Sorry, I think I cut out there.
Yeah.
What I was saying is that people's energy is being drained by money, which is worshipped as God, and you can see the icon on the dollar bill, which is the eye on top of the pyramid, and that's draining people's energy because they have to work so much and loads of stuff, food, crap music, detuned music. People have been spiritually drained or spiritually castrated, and that's so that the I don't like to call them the elite, but certain people can use the energy, the spiritual energy that's available, to invoke their gods and to bring in their reality, and most don't know about gods or the power within and stuff, because they've been so drained of their essence, and their energy, people's energy, is their inner G, which is the inner joy, and that G is God, which I think another name for God is guide. God and guide sound very similar, and the God is people's guide, of which there are many. Well, there's maybe one split into different forms, but that guide is different for different people, and for a lot of people their guides are stars, not up there but down here, be like TV stars, film stars, the news and stuff, which is telling them a vision. And yeah, I just wanted to say that people's energy is being taken, and everybody has that spark within, but it's been watered down. They've been drip fed all of this stuff from the monotheistic religions, which it's like part truth, some truths, but people hear it and they're like, it's not very engaging. It's kind of been convoluted, and that's why people have removed themselves from religions. And yeah.
Thank you for that, brother. And namaste, flutes. Thank you for sharing that. It actually means God is present or God is with us, Immanuel. It's been a long time since I looked up that word, but yeah, it actually means God is present or God is here, God is with us. So, and I think that's beautiful that you point out the dollar, and how our life is, and let's point out that you said we are being fed, right? You used the word fed. We are being spoon-fed in schools to accept a federal system, federal, erol, as in eros, erol. Interesting. So we're being fed the system of, you need to go after your desires and fulfill your desires, because monetary exchange is about largely fulfilling desires. What do I want? I buy what I want. First, you buy what you need, and then you buy what you want. You need more money to buy the things you want, because the things we need are simple: water, food, shelter. Once we've got water, food, and shelter, then it's, what do I want? I want a nice shelter. Ooh, okay. I want nice clothes. I want nice food. I want to be able to go on holiday to a nice place. And so all of these things represent our desires. And so Eros is at the heart of it. And I think what you're pointing out with the dollar sign of Isis is interesting, because it sort of takes us to the root cause of the why we worship these icons. And it comes down to brainwashing, essentially. And it brings us back to what you were saying, Cosmic, that people are looking for a simple solution. This was my problem in school. I could never adapt and adjust to school properly. And by the way, people, how is my audio coming through? Is it loud and clear?
Yeah, sounds great.
Good. So my issue with school was that they wanted a simple answer. And I've never seen life as being in a simple answer. To me, things are always like, there's always a gray behind every simple black and white answer. So they wanted us to learn to accept, that's the question, that's the answer. That's the question, that's the answer. And they were schooling us to be like fish, a school of fish, to behave in predictable manners, so that we could be controlled and manipulated. So they started the PSYOPs programming when we were 5 years old. Just think about it, right? 5 years old, and we're in the PSYOPs room, in front of the PSYOPs cannon, and we're being controlled. This is what you need to do. This is all just about getting the right answer for the exams. It's not about knowing things. It's not about understanding things. It's about getting the right answer. So we were then brainwashed. And this brainwashing started before we were in school, with Hollywood, animation television, where our icons were being presented to us. He-Man in our days. I don't know, you guys had rollerball guys. And what are those other little guys who turned into like a big giant guy together? You guys had different icons. When I was young, our icons were simple. It was like He-Man, Masters of the Universe. It was, what were the other icons? Spider-Man, Superman, right? The other icons. So, now I'm hearing an echo. Is there an echo here, or is it just me? Is there an echo? Yeah. Okay. Now the echo seems to have gone away. Someone's mic was on. So I think all of these icons were projected into our consciousness, And we were sort of programmed from before school to accept the idea of icons, to look up to icons. Then we went into school and we were programmed answer, question, answer. And the longer we went into school, the more the choices became multiple choice questions. And I want to explain this to you very clearly. My 8-year-old child, it winds me up how much multiple choice is part of his tests, right? Because we do his tests here at home. They want us to think in terms of that's the right answer, nothing else matters. They want us to have a simple tunnel vision, because if we can be taught to think in that way, when we're older, it's very easy to give us 5 choices of products to buy and we choose the right answer. See, they're teaching us to be perfect little consumers when we're young. So I think, Cosmic, what you're saying is so on point, but I don't think it's a natural state for humans to be in. I think we've been psychologically bombarded and harassed and abused in very subtle fashions that we didn't realize we were being cajoled and controlled into this dynamic way of thinking. And then when we go into our jobs, it becomes simple. What's the right answer for your business? The one that makes more on money. So there's always this simple right answer, and we then get taught to doubt ourselves as children. Because if it's not written in the book, the answer's wrong, right? Even though the textbook's going to change every 5 years, and the information's going to change, the science is going to change, the history is going to change, biology is going to change, our knowledge of geography and astrophysics is going to change, but we still have to guess the right answer in the book. And the right answers that people were choosing 50 years ago are not the right answers of today. How interesting is that? So what do you think about that, Cosmic? That the whole idea of the way that we behave, of being spoon-fed, is that we were spoon-fed in schools. And like, imagine you take a 5-year-old child and you get them addicted to caffeine. When they're an adult, would they be able to stop using caffeine? It's the same thing, is it not?
I mean, on some level, I think there's also the idolization of parents and, you know, father figures, and maybe with the idol work, another angle I guess you could take it is that it's maybe the idol worship is a way to distract, is to tear up the family dynamic. If you're not looking up to a mother or father, you're looking up to some kind of external icon or figure too, and that could be kind of like a break of cohesion. You know, it's like, oh, you know, my dad's not cool, Superman's cool, I'm gonna follow him instead. I guess you could look at that. I don't know, I guess I'm not so much, I guess when it comes to this kind of phenomenon and just understanding human behavior, I just kind of look at it like just like an anthropologist studying humans. I only don't really put in the whole, you know, intentional manipulative control unless I feel like there's a good evidence to support that, which I think on some levels, I think there is definitely true in that, but I don't see that existing on like a large scale where it's like one, you know, system, top-down system control controlling everything. I think it's just a lot of small sort of like tribal, insular sort of cultures. I mean, if you think about like deeper, you know, cults, these kids who grow up, you know, only reading the Bible and never reading anything outside of that, and they're just kind of told to just sort of, you know, go along with. I think good education, and I think this is something I can agree with, is, you know, being able to think for yourself and use critical thinking and sort of come up with your own sort of decisions. And I think the other interesting thing about idol worship is, I think what's interesting is I've kind of seen a lot of articles that a lot of celebrity culture is not what it used to be, that celebrities don't really have the same power and control that they used to, because now with social media, you know, we see these people in their regular lives just eating foods and having stupid opinions. They're no longer these sort of mysterious mythological figure. Like, think about how rock stars were looked at in like the 1980s and 90s compared to how they're looked at today. Like in the 80s and 70s, you look at like, you know, Ozzy Osbourne or Led Zeppelin, like, oh my God, these are total rock gods. They're like these mythical beings that can channel the occult forces of Satan. Oh man, they're so badass. And then you look at them nowadays, they're like, you know, overweight, like eating a thing of yogurt with like a baseball cap somewhere. It completely destroys that sort of that image that's been created. So I guess we're, and maybe that's kind of why culture is getting sort of weird now. Is like we're sort of running out of icons, and I think it's a lot of people are becoming a lot more secular. We're sort of running out of things to look up to. I kind of, weirdly enough, like miss having sort of icons that I look up to. There's like, it's almost like there's like a comfort in it, having some kind of figure to like look up to and aspire to. But then when you kind of see, I don't know, a lot of people are just kind of, they're just regular, folk, the more terrifying realization that you have to come up with is, oh, I got to figure this out for myself. I have to actually do the work and look around and make observations, come up with my own worldview, come up with my own understanding of reality. And most people are, I think, honestly afraid to do that, whether it's through, just natural tendencies or, psychological conditioning to make people sort of, compliant in a way that favors, control and being able to kind of like, move people through a certain channel. I think that that's really the key, is that there's a sort of like fear of sort of going on your own path, which is irony, which is that if you think about, the Gnostic Christ, or you think about Buddha, that's essentially what these people were teaching people. And yet all their followers pretty much did the exact opposite. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess I know I'm, a little bit of an outsider in this group for not taking the more, conspiratorial sort of angle. I mean, I do think there are conspiracies, but like, I don't kind of like, lattice them all together into one kind of large sort of like network framework, because I think there's definitely conspiracies that exist out there, and whether you you chalk it up to human tendencies and natural things, or you talk it up to indoctrination via intentional fear or mind control, if either of those scenarios are true, they both point to the fact that I think fear and self-doubt is ironically why we create idols. It's like we can't find that truth within ourselves, so we have to project it out onto some other external entity internally, because we feel we don't have those internal tools to come up with those discoveries ourselves. And I think that's kind of why we, it is that fear and doubt, regardless of how it's cultivated, seems to be the catalyst for why this phenomenon of idol worship tends to happen. In that, like, because if you think about, like, I think even about like people who just like idolize like celebrities, or people who are just like fans of their own. And I think the sad part about that is they don't really have a personality of their own. They just become kind of like a carbon copy of someone else. And if you think about like people who get really into celebrity, like gossip and celebrity culture, they watch these like family vlogs. It's almost like they want to vicariously live through someone else's life. It's almost like, it's almost in a weird way, if you think maybe in a more sinister angle in regards to the idol worship, it's maybe that the reason people worship idols is because they want to become that thing. They worship Jesus because they want to become Jesus. They worship Buddha because on some level they want to be Buddha and not themselves. And I think that really, if you think about the best spiritual advice is always, really learning to love and forgive yourself. And that's kind of difficult to do if you're so pining and desiring to be somebody that you're ultimately not. I think that's kind of the reason why we look at like a celebrity. You look at a rock star, like Motley Crue or whatever, like, oh man, they live so cool. They're doing all these drugs and alcohol, they're partying, they're having sex, all over. Man, I wish I was that and not this, lowly loser who has a regular 9-to-5 job. And they want to kind of vicariously live through that fantasy because they don't really want to be themselves. I think it's just in terms of that kind of mundane sort of everyday life, I think in that spiritual context, that same dynamic is also at play, where it's kind of like, man, I really want to be like, I want to be super enlightened. I want to be this. I don't want to be some, regular, guy or whatever. I want to be Jesus. I want to heal the sick. I want to raise people from the dead and walk on water. Then I'd be so cool and everybody would respect me and I'd be so at peace, and they live themselves vicariously through that idol, because in the sense they want to become that idol rather than recognizing that divinity they have within themselves and accepting who they are. So I think once you really accept who you are and you feel cool about who you are and where you're going in life, and you like who yourself is, your person, then you don't really need idols anymore. You don't really need to look up to other people. It doesn't really make sense anymore because you're already at where you need to be. Whereas I think if you find yourself lacking in life, you look at somebody who you think isn't lacking, and then you want to become them, but in the process you ignore who you are and you become someone who is completely different than you, and then you sort of lose yourself in that process. So there's a lot going on here, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think I have a question for you guys. Why do we celebrate and worship these idols who have abandoned their arranged marriages and fatherhood? So Buddha was a prince, had a wife and a child who he abandoned as Siddhartha.
Yeah, I've thought about that too, Indy. This idea that we're talking about, this Buddha is he's so selfless. It's like, well, what about his family? Don't you think it's kind of selfish to like that's like the most narcissistic thing you do? Sorry, wife and kids, I'm gonna go abandon you so that I can find my own inner enlightenment. It's like, my God, that is so self-absorbed. Like, you got a family to take care of. Like, what about their needs? What about the things that they do? Yeah, that's a really good point you bring up there, Indy, with regards to these like figures like abandoning stuff. But I think a lot of that, it probably might be like more cultural, like conditioning and like brainwashing. Because one of the things about cults is they tell you that you need to abandon your family. You need to abandon all the family and friends that don't follow that belief system. So maybe on a subconscious level, what that's telling you is that in order to, become enlightened, you have to give up the things that you love, your family and your friends that make you who you are in the first place.
Yeah, and the priests are always celibate. So, like, what kind of a role model are these figures giving us to become a father, right? They show us how to be a child forever. We're the child of God. Can we grow up and become a man? Can we be a father? Can we have a wife?
That's another weird thing too. Like, think about like all these priests, and like, these priests they're always referred to as like father or the father, yet they're never actually fathers. Isn't that weird? They never have, like, what?
But if you want to hear something really weird, like the Chinese history is based on a lot of flip-flops between really liberal and like really rigid, and they go back and forth. But when we look at the flip-flop before Jesus's time, they worshiped Baal, and at the Baal altars they would have a naked female dancing around a pole, which was a tree, which represented the penis or the phallus. And then animals and babies would come to be sacrificed at the altar while she danced naked orgasmically around the pole, trying to conjure up the semen of Baal, which was the name for the rain that would come down to fertilize their crops. And so during this time, the temple priestesses were sex goddess priestesses, and the people would come there for sex to boost their fertility for their crops. And so the priests would impregnate young females that wanted to be impregnated by a priest, and it was a sex worshiping cult. And so that was then contested by the Christians. They wanted to change things 180 degrees from being a total orgy to celibacy. And so it's in one extreme to the other. And we see a lot of that when historical changes happen, they go from one extreme to the next. And when we're looking back on it now, we're thinking that's a bit extreme, but we fail to realize the other extreme before that, where there was orgiastic rites. And in the Bible, they consider that these Christmas trees are part of the altar for Asherah, the goddess of heaven, the mistress of Baal, the god of the sun. So in Deuteronomy, it says, the images of their gods you are to burn in the fire. Do not covet the silver and gold on them. Do not take it for yourselves, or you will be ensnared by it, for it is detestable to your Lord God. Do not bring a detestable thing like it into your house. will be set apart for destruction. Regard it as vile and utterly detest it as a separate part of destruction. So these Christmas trees were considered to be an aspect of Asherah worship of the sex goddess and considered to be idolatry. So in the Bible, in many parts of the Bible, in Jeremiah and Deuteronomy and other places, they say that the tree is very satanic, and it represents idolatry of a sex goddess.
That's very interesting, you know. And I just want to respond to your question that you asked 5 minutes ago, and to what Cosmic said.
Yeah.
Well, I'll start where he ended off just before your question was. He was saying that he didn't see a conspiracy, right?
Right.
And I don't think it's fair for us to say that when we look at history, the whole idea of Christianity as we know it was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy that was constructed by the Roman politicians trying to stop a civil war between the Messianic Jews and the Jews that were following the Pharisees. And so there was fighting on the streets, like you were saying, to this day, violence, aggression, and they were worried that it was going to spark off into a civil war. So what they did was they banned the worship of Messianic Judaism, and they conspired together in secret to create a canonized Bible that was an accepted Bible that would be the norm for use of religion and they renamed the religion Christianity, which actually had nothing to do with the Judaic Messianic Jews, which was a Greek thing. And then they changed the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday so that the Pharisee Jews would accept that it was a new religion and not the other Judaism, which was the other form of Judaism, the Messianic Jews. So the whole basis of Christianity was started out of a conspiracy. And then the Roman Catholics, now this is where it gets interesting. They called their priests fathers, and they initiated the celibacy, which was a Mithras practice. But in that time, if you were having engagements with a young boy, that was not considered a sexual act, right? For a man, according to ancient Greek law. If you had a young boy, you were not cheating on your wife.
The Greeks too. I know the Romans did that.
Yes, exactly. So their idea of a priest didn't necessarily exclude young boys, but no woman. It was like a point of we've got to understand the time of when this was going on. And the idea of father, why priests are called father, was coming from, once again, Judaism. Abba is a title that was given to the priests, but you cannot become a Jewish priest unless you're married by law, rabbinic law. You can only be a rabbi if you were married. So there's an interesting point. Yeshua was called a rabbi. According to that time that he was called a rabbi, he had to have been married, because it's written in the old law, only a married man can be a rabbi. So he must have been married before he was initiated into the law of the temple, which sort of fills a lot of gaps. And then getting to your question about the story of, now once again with Jesus, the story of Immanuel was that he was the Lion of David. So he had the claim to the throne of Israel. We're calling it Israel, but those people, he had a claim to rule as a king because he came from a royal bloodline of David. That's what it says in the Bible, which means that his children had a claim to the throne, right? Now, he abjugated his seat to the throne in order to do his ministry of spiritual kinglyship, which means that his children must have been kept in the palace or the equivalents in order to be trained to become kings and queens, right? Buddha, we got the same story. In the Gautama, his family did not want to go and live in a cave with him. They wanted to live in the comfort of the palace, where his children would then be getting trained to become the next kings and queens. So it's interesting. I mean, it's not quite the same as abandoning your family when they are set up in a palace with like 50 servants, teachers, families, right? Your whole family's around them, and you're going to go off to live in a cave, but they are going to live in the lap of luxury until they become the next king or queen or whatever royal position they're going to fill. So it's it's not quite the same from our perspective, and I think the same can be said for Immanuel, although it is a very interesting point that you guys bring up, that these guys left their families behind. And I think the Christian church has taken on this Roman Catholic idea of the father has to be celibate. And so we've got all these charges against the Catholic churches and many of the other churches, right? A lot of unhappy children, many of them little boys that grew up dealing with trauma, which they wouldn't have had they not been in the church. So, there's a lot of this. There's a lot of interesting questions to point out here. I can see General Shinobi, you've got something on your mind.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm just looking on. I'm just looking something up on my computer. You carry on.
I dig that backdrop on the ceiling, by the way. It looks really funky.
What's that?
I dig your backdrop on the ceiling.
Thank you. Yeah, I've had to switch to my phone, which is kind of annoying because I've got loads of notes on my phone. But I had the laptop set up before and it kept cutting out. So, yeah. Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, it's interesting that father sort of sounds very similar to further as well. Like we have fathers always seem to be further away than the mother, which is like kind of the matter, the mother, which we're in. That's the kind of container. But then the father is kind of it's kind of out more kind of seen as out there or up there, or the sky father. It seems to be further away, rather than us being the father, if that makes sense. It's always seen as external rather than coming through us, whether it be priests or whoever.
I like that. And technically, the Aramaic, they used to say Baba, and that was the sacred mother. The Holy Spirit was considered the sacred mother earth within us. And so they changed that to Abba because in gematria, they're the same. They switched it to the father. And so the father is really distant, like you say. The mother is primary. It's so close to heart. It's within us. The mother is within us. And we've lost that teaching. But they still teach the old teachings in some spiritual practices, some spiritual centers, when they've learned the old ways of the mysticism are being brought back today. So the mother's always closer, especially in like Latin families. We see a lot of people from Mexico and Central America come up here to the States. It's always the men. They leave their wives back there and they send them money back to their kids and their wives. And sometimes they have another family here too. So, and then we have the Mormons, where the Mormons have many wives and one father. So there's only one father, and there's all these mothers in a family. But the father tends to be distant, like you said, and the heavenly father is so far. The earthly mother is here, and then the moon is considered to be feminine, a mother, grandmother, is much closer than the sun. So, and also each person is inside of their mother for 9 months of their life. So that's how much closer can you get than that?
Yeah.
Right.
I heard as well that Saturn used to be feminine. I'm not sure if you guys have heard that.
Was there a goddess associated with it in particular?
I think so. Do you know, I can't remember. I should have brought that up.
Not teaching that I followed. All of the planets were originally goddesses, and the gods that we have today were not actually gods. They were the consorts of the goddesses initially.
See, I think also perhaps that just the flip, the inversion of it being from the goddess to the god or the mother to the father has made the gods further away from us, if that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
That would make sense, that to make them more masculine has made them further away than us, rather than
Because they're really masking what's really there, and so it's really making things very distant behind the mask too.
yeah. And
Yes,
I think
that's very
yeah.
interesting. I'm just going to add to that Lua was the goddess of Mesopotamia, and Lua was known as the companion of Saturn. So she was literally related to Saturn. And in the Akkadian, we've got Kajamanu or Kayamanu. And you see the word Manu there, which is a Vedic word, which represents, the group soul, the oversoul. So I think all of the planets had poles. The sun used to be female, Venus used to be female, Venus used to be a male at one point. The lunar used to be the male, right? Used to be what's his name holding up the world?
Atlas.
Like, put your hands in the air like you just don't care. That's Atlas's story. And we look at all the planets, we find the same story. It's interesting. Please do carry on.
No, it's fine. It doesn't matter what I was gonna say. It's more that Saturn is now seen as kind of a more stern, kind of strong, like father, whereas before it was seen more of like a more as a kind of like a mother figure kind of thing. Now, like, people are made to kind of fear Saturn rather than it be a teacher for us.
It's interesting. Yeah. I wonder if it was like, because it's the black sun to many people, it was the black sun in old times. I wonder if the goddess was a dark one.
Well, black or dark is, I see it's more feminine. It's kind of like you have the light.
Mysterious.
Yeah, the light, which is the more masculine, like pointy, and then the black is more of like what you go into.
Okay.
So that would make sense if it was seen as the black sun. Because also I've heard that when you die, rather than going into the light, you're supposed to look behind you and go back into the black. Go back to black, as Amy Winehouse says.
That's what we used to do. We used to go in and through and then reemerge from the earth. But now they tell us we're supposed to go away.
Exactly, and go into the light, which it could be a trick of light. The light could be a trick. It's like you have one pole, which is the blinding white light, which is more of the kind of Luciferian, which is more of the kind of the kind of spirituality where it's kind of people telling you what stuff is, whereas the dark is kind of the innermost cave. It's kind of finding out for yourself in the depths. It's kind of the infinite potential, dark matter, dark waters.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. And when we go back to so Ninurta is also a deity that represents Saturn. So before Babylon, so in Mesopotamia, they started to associate Saturn with Kajamanu and Kayamanu, which is like relating to the constant and was known as Udamuin Sagus, which is like the star of the sun. But in earlier times, it was known as Ninurta. And I think that comes from Sumer, from the late era of Sumerian Akkadian times. And so Ninurta is a goddess that represents Saturn. And here's a very interesting perspective of Saturn. Something changed in our perspective of Saturn, because the earlier depictions of Saturn is the green man. And the green man is considered to be the reaper. And the reaper always had the scythe, right? And the reaper was the one that would reap the sows of wheat, right? And barley. And so the wheat and the barley being reaped represented the earth plane, represented the abundance of physical security, and also the timing and understanding the constants of the clock and how the cycles worked was necessary to grow wheat, because you had to know when to plow the field, when to sow the seeds, what to do to look after these wheat plants, when to give them poo-poo, when to reap them, and then how to dry them, when to dry them, and how to store them in order to have an abundance of food. So I think that there's definitely this hey, dear brother Ronan, much love. Yeah, the directions in the world definitely brainwashed us, man, or try to. But yeah, there's this very interesting sort of relation here with Saturn being the green man, which was actually depicted in old times as a man coming out of a tree. And we can see these green man depictions all around the world, in Europe and different places. So like the idea of Saturn then is a very different idea to what we've been given in modern times. And the idea that Saturn represents the dark, that is a new thing. Saturn never represented the dark. Saturn represented the reaping of the wheat and the corn. Now, when do you reap your wheat and your corn? What time of year do you reap it?
Fall.
I know that certain crops you reap late in the year. Am I right? Barley. Is barley reaped before the end of the year? I believe barley is a late crop. And barley would have been what people were growing more than anything. When they spoke of wheat in the old day, they would have been talking of barley, wouldn't they? More often than not.
Yeah.
I think barley.
Back then, the gladiators lived off of bean and barley.
Yeah, I believe barley. When is barley reaped? Barley reaped.
Corn and cotton are harvested later in the season. Peas, raspberries, and grapes. Latest crops. Soybeans, sugar beets, grain sorghums. Grain sorghums, yeah.
So, like, okay, so barley is harvested in April or May. And in the Northern Hemisphere, typically July or August. So that's interesting. That's like the solar high, right, of the cycle. And then from that point on, the cycle starts to decrease, doesn't it? It's like the waning of the sun, because the sun's potency is 22nd of June. That's the longest day. After the 22nd of June is the days getting shorter. 21st of June is the longest day of the year. No? In the Northern Hemisphere. So it's very interesting when we look at this, because like I think there's this fundamental shift in the way that we perceive Saturn that came about at a later stage. And I think the Catholics have a big part to play in this. What do you guys think?
I just wanted to say that Santa Claus, or Father Christmas, used to be green, and he's a very Saturnian figure. Also, the green would be the heart chakra, which its symbol is the Star of David, like the two triangles, as above, so below. And also the heart would kind of be like the pole as well, because you have as you mentioned before, Franklin, we have 3 chakras above, 3 below, and then the heart is kind of like the pole. Also, it being the 4th chakra, the 4 is related to plasma. So you're saying that we have 3 chakras above, 3 below. They're kind of mirrors of each other, and then we have the heart in the middle, and it's green. There's just a correlation there between the green man, Saturn, Santa Claus used to be green, and the pole as well.
Interesting.
Sorry, I just had to share that. I was just making notes, like, oh yeah, it all fits.
Yeah, it does. Leprechauns used to be red, and they switched them to green. It's interesting how they flip flop the green and the red. It's like blood and vegetation.
Very interesting that like our icons were changed. Like Santa Claus's iconography was changed from green to red. That's quite telling, isn't it?
Yeah. Interestingly, like Saturn changed from like harvesting crops to sacrificing children, from green to red. Now, I think Saturn is considered to be the old sun. It was the sun, and then the Helios came in to replace it. But I think in the Bible, a lot of mentions of the sun was actually Saturn originally, but they replaced it with Helios.
I'm just gonna
interesting.
I'm gonna go have my dinner. I'll be back shortly if you guys are still here.
All right, we'll be here.
Enjoy your dinner, brother.
Dinner.
See you later. Much love. So yeah, I mean, that's very interesting that you point out there the shift from Saturnal, because this is a very interesting perspective. And this really settles with me. Like in the Kabbalah, this is what I noticed when I was young. Like I was looking in a lot of ancient sources. And in these old sources, I noticed that Tiferet was related to Saturn. I was like, okay. And in all the more modern sources, like the 17 and the 1800s, Tiferet was starting to be related to the sun. And I was like, that's really fascinating. And at some point, Saturn was put into Hut, the head, right? At some ancient point as well. Then at a later stage, this was shifted once again. And Mercury was put into Hut, the head. And then Saturn was put into Bina. Bina representing the form. So I observed all of this and I was like, this is very strange, that we've sort of, the Saturn has danced around the tree of life quite extensively, but some of the old Kabbalists considered Saturn to be related to like a lot of these positions. And I think this is quite telling about what we're talking about here with the change of the colors of Santa Claus, right? Change of the colors. Like when did we start aligning Saturn with the color indigo? Because traditionally the color indigo, if we look at the Sumerians, lapis lazuli was related to Venus. She had a lapis wand, she had a lapis ring, she had a lapis necklace, she had lapis everything. She had to undress when she went into the underworld, remember? And all of her lapis lazuli things had to be kept. Didn't she even have a lapis sphere? I think she had a whole lot of lapis lazuli toys, and her color was indigo. So when you think of Venus, right? Listen to the word Venus. Veins. What color are veins?
Purple.
Yeah, the indigo.
Yeah.
When you look at your Venus in your arm, your intravenous, your Venus, they look indigo color. So, I can see exactly where we related our Venus and our veins and our, these elements to. And so Saturn seems okay. So if we look at the 7 rays as an extension of the cube, and we consider that there are 3 primary principles being expressed, which are essentially 3 primary colors. And these 3 primary colors represent energy, right? Thought, and taking form. So thought, as in the purity of thought, energy as in the changing from thought to form process, energy. And so we've got the yellow, the blue, and the red color. And so we could say that the yellow represents energy because it's the most vibrant of all the colors. And it is what we see the sun as reflecting. And energy represents our heart, right? Our heart chakra, which is that go between the upper. So we spoke about like the heart being the center between the 3 upper chakras and the 3 lower chakras. So the upper represents thought, right? The lower represents becoming form. And what stands between thought and form is energy in the middle, which is the heart. So the heart is always related to energy. And when we look at the Sastra chakra, we can relate it to pure thought. And when we look at the Svadhisthana chakra, which is where birth happens, that's where form comes from. So the red principle would be related to passion, the passing of ions. And it's the passing of ions in the woman's womb that creates a new being to grow. From new ions, the molecules can assemble themselves within the womb. So it relates to that principle of cause and effect. And the energy of the heart relates to as above, so below, that principle of polarity, because energy is always between 2 poles. That's what energy does. It's a reflection of polarity. And thought is a reflection of the mentalist sphere, the space of the mental realm, thought. So we've got these 3 fundamental principles. And from these 3 fundamental principles, we then have the principle of vibration coming into being. And vibration is what happened when thought mixes with form, the principle of form. But there's more thought than there is form. So 2 parts thought, 1 part form. 2 parts blue, 1 part red makes indigo, sound, vibration, Venus. And so here we have the beginning of the vibration. First, there was the word, right? And the word was only brought in to alignment because of the grounding effects of Mercury. Now, Mercury, interestingly enough, was the one that was able to touch both the physical and the divine. So the physical was touched because of the red, the physical, and the yellow, because it's pure energy, was able to touch thought. So the yellow and the red then become orange, saffron, right? Which represents Mercury, the principle of quantum entanglement, which is reflecting the correspondences between things, the second principle of Hermes, which is what holds intact the vibrational sphere of Venus, keeping the Venus vibrations of sound to manifest the energy of the heart, which is yellow. And then when we look at this, we see the reflections of Saturn, in order to become rhythmically tuned, had to take an interesting perspective. They needed the energy of the yellow, right, of the heart, but they needed the passion and desire of the red, which brings about form. And so when you mix yellow and red, you get green. And so green then can represent, namaste, Jennifer. How are you doing? Sending you big love. Happy solstice. And the combination between the heart presence and the Svadhisthana, the desire, passion, desire principle of Mars, then yellow plus red becomes green, the principle of the solar fire. Hey?
Are you combining different light, or because yellow and red makes orange usually, unless you're talking about light?
Sorry, did I say yellow and red? Yellow and blue. Sorry. I don't know why I'm saying that, because you're looking at the yellow, the energy, and the law that holds Saturn's position in place. So I don't know why my brain did that. So the law of blue, which is where all of the principles of the mental sphere, which is going to govern all the other principles throughout the whole tree of life, then gets reflected down to the energetic state, which then becomes the major former, because who is working in the principle of Svadhisthana is this Saturnian presence, which represents the second sun. So the solar plexus is the home of Saturn, which is interesting because it represents that part of our body which creates form, that part of our body that when you eat food, right? So the number 8, what he ate, what she ate, is related to your solar plexus, right? It's the desire to eat. And so the number 8 represents Saturn because it's about what has been eaten. So when we look at that power of the solar fire, it represents that ability to create form, which is what Saturn is doing. Saturn is creating form and holding all the rules and projecting that down into the sacral plexus in order for the body to form. And so Saturn controls all of the rhythms of all of the vibrational fields so that the energy can become matter. And this is all happening in the red sphere. So it's not that Saturn is coming from the red sphere, he's projecting into the red sphere. And the red sphere then becomes the perfect union with mind or thought and the physical form of the etheric body, then combine to become the purple. And so purple then represents sexuality, right? Which is generation between the masculine and the feminine, the red and the blue coming together. And so that violet purple color then would be projecting down into our what in the Kabbalah is called the Yeshut center, which is your sexual grounding positioning of all of these energies, which relates to where the actual organs are. So that's a very interesting perspective. But when we look at Saturn, Saturn's like right in the center of the tree. It's the center of the thing. It's where all of the rhythms of the body are controlled. So the metabolism of the body is maintained by the rhythm of Saturn. And so what you eat is what you've eaten, what one ate. 8, the number 8, is what's going to dictate how fast your metabolic rate moves according to what you put into that tank. And that then is going to generate all of the rhythms of metabolism throughout all of your systems are going to be maintained according to the body temperature as it's retaining the necessary rhythms to be able to reflect the vibrational frequencies of consciousness down into the physical body, down into the sacral plexus, so that it can become a cause and effect scenario in the physical body, is all governed by Saturn. Saturn plays probably one of the biggest roles. And this is why if we look at the Manipura chakra, it means mani, means gem, and pura means all. Pura is everything. So it's sort of like the all-encompassing gem, the gem that reflects all of it out of it. So there's this very important, Pura isn't mentioned in the other chakra names. Pura is it means everything. Literally, it means everything, all of it. So Manipura then becomes one of the most important. And so we speak of this as being the center of self-expression, which is quite interesting. The self-expression is where the passions find their fire, is in the solar fire. And these passions of the solar fire then get channeled into the sacral plexus to become the desires. And that desire is what causes the bonding on molecular levels, so that the molecules can bond for babies to form. And that's why desire between a man and a woman is required to project the passion of the solar fire, which is actually Saturn, in, because the solar plexus is called the solar plexus, but it has very little to do with the sun. From all of our occult practices, we speak of the heart being the center of the sun, solar power. So the solar power moves through the heart, which is the prana, as they speak of it, and Surya Bhagwan in Vedic cosmology is essentially governed by the lungs, the heart, and we are breathing in this pranic field, which is coming out of the sun, which is that life source of energy, which basically keeps us all flowing in a living sort of consciousness-based zone. So I think there's a lot to be looked at when we look at this color green and why Santa Claus was green. Why did we turn it red? Because red is about desire. They wanted us to change the way that we relate to these ideas. They didn't want us to think of it as being an emissary, bringing the pure mental field of the law down to make it become physical. They wanted us to think of what our desires can do, like what gifts do you desire? So they wanted us to think of Santa Claus as like, ooh, what am I going to get? What's coming for me? Welcome back, dear Shinobi. How was your supper?
Very good. Yeah, my partner's an amazing cook.
Ooh la la, you lucky man.
Yeah, earlier I forgot to mention Anubis when we were talking about Saturn and like the abyss and the black sun, because Anu was another name for Saturn. And when I hear the name Anubis, it makes me think of like Anu, Saturn, and the abyss. And Anubis is black. It's a black-headed jackal, and he weighs the soul. He weighs the heart against the feather, and it reminds me a lot of Saturn, because Saturn's known as the planet of karma. But what I think that Anubis is, it's inside us. Like when we die, we don't go outwards, we go more inwards, because if you go in, you go out, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to bring in a correlation between Saturn and Anubis and karma and weighing the heart and the feather.
Very interesting, that connection there. Saturn was like so fundamental in all of the ancient perspectives as a planetary force. And I've heard stories now I'm going to I'm going to put this out there. I don't know if it's true, but I'm going to mention it just for the sake of putting it out there, My perspective on it is I'm undecided, but what I say is this, and this is very interesting. One of the ideas is that Jupiter came here on a journey, that the Earth arrived here on a journey, that there are galaxies swallowing up other galaxies, that there are constellations eating up other constellations. What a concept. So, and you probably find there's information about this on the web somewhere, that Jupiter had been coming here from a distant place in the galaxy, and it was coming towards, who is it that's eating up who? I think it's the Milky Way, right? Is the Milky Way devouring the constellation of Sagittarius? Is that what it is? Something along those lines. It's just a very interesting concept that many of the planets have journeyed here from a long way, and that we are in a sort of a nexus point between different constellation zones. And that you'll find that because of where we are, things get locked into this orbit of where we are, and it's an interesting idea. Yeah, there's something fascinating. It's almost like we're at a nexus point of gravity between different galaxies colliding, and because of that, our constellations are being shaped and driven the way they are, and that there's this traffic. And do you remember a little while ago there was a big scare that there was something big arriving at Earth? Do you guys remember this? It was a couple of years ago. Was it 2 or 3 years ago? There was like a big thing being seen, and first they said it was a dwarf star. Do you remember? And then they were saying no, it's a planet. And the physicists couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. It was approaching our solar system, and people started seeing it and saying like, "What is that?" And there was huge discussions about what this was. It was a number of years ago, and I don't know what happened to that. Did you guys follow that? Did you hear about that?
I didn't know. But I've just checked because I thought there was a black hole in the middle of our solar system and not the sun. And apparently the black hole is called Sagittarius A.
Oh,
So it's interesting you mentioned Sagittarius being eaten up, because the black hole in the middle of our galaxy is called Sagittarius.
wow.
And then there you have the sun, and then the black hole, the kind of masculine and feminine. We're told it's the sun, but actually I think it's a black hole. Everything's going into the black hole.
So you guys remember a few years ago, there was that object that was approaching us called Numa, and it curved around and made a sharp turn and left. That was an anomalous object. They didn't know what that was. But they've been looking to account for some gravitational anomaly in our solar system that's unaccounted for. And they've recently found what they consider to be the trans-Neptunian objects. They're also known as dwarf planets. There's a host of dwarf planets that they found. They don't orbit on the same planet plane that the regular planets orbit on, but Pluto and the rest of the dwarf planets orbit on a different plane. And they think that plane may be the plane of the dwarf star, and that when it sweeps through, it captures moons and moves them onto a different plane. But Nibiru was discovered in 1991, and then
Please continue.
In 1991, they discovered the dark star, the binary star to our sun, Nibiru, and they retracted it soon afterwards because it could ensue a lot of panic.
I remember hearing about this long time, like many years ago, and there was like a big discussion. So I'm looking at this, and the Sagittarius being devoured by the Milky Way theory refers to the ongoing process where the Milky Way galaxy is gravitationally pulling apart and consuming the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, a smaller neighboring galaxy, leaving behind streams of stars as evidence of this galactic cannibalism.
Okay. See right now, there's a couple of galaxies that are engulfing each other. You can see.
Happy solstice.
Shut the door for a minute.
Happy solstice to the little one.
Yay.
That's Orion.
Is his name Orion? Orion.
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 Oh, that's so cool. He heard his name.
Orien. Said hi.
Hey, Orion.
Hello,
How you doing?
Orion.
That's Franklin. That's Indy, and that's Franklin.
Happy solstice. Hope you're having a happy holiday.
Orion. The holidays.
This is such
Sure,
an interesting, it's lovely name, by the way.
Yeah.
Lovely, powerful name.
Thank you.
The name of a soldier, name of a warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've got the name of a warrior. Sorry.
You got a big set of shoes to fill there.
Again,
You're gonna have to start training. But that's fascinating. You know, this whole idea of this Sagittarius dwarf galaxy being basically consumed by the Milky Way, and guess who's in the direct line of, guess how this is it's happening past us. We are sitting between the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy and between the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is eating up this galaxy and the gravitational force. So that other planet that we saw that you mentioned, Indy, was being probably it was coming from Sagittarius dwarf galaxy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Whatever that heavenly body was, and
You're
there's a
probably-
lot of traffic. So the
Yeah.
idea is that Saturn was here originally,
Mhm.
and Saturn is indigenous, and that Jupiter was journeying through and said, "Hey, you know what? I like this. I'm going to set up shop." I thought, "Oh, Saturn, you got a good spot. Yeah, there's a spot for me." And sort of a lot of our planets have come and set up shop here on the journey. So a lot of these planets come from.
Down, please.
Imagine why Jupiter has this association with Sagittarius for a moment. It's an interesting concept, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, and so Jupiter arrived here and was sort of like an important part. And why Jupiter is so different, right? As a planet.
Yeah, I know Saturn still shows signs of having been a star. It emits light, infrared, visible, and UV from its poles, as well as microwaves. It emits microwaves from its poles. So those are signs that it's the remnants of a brown dwarf star. I thought Jupiter might be similar, but Jupiter seems to be similar in the fact that it's a gas giant, but it doesn't seem to have those that light emitting from its poles like Saturn did.
I've heard theories that say that Jupiter could one day become a sun.
Okay, that makes sense. I could see that.
Like it's an infant.
Much more active.
Saturn is an old man.
Yeah.
Like I was a son back in the good old days. Back in the good old days, I can remember the days when I was a son and like, oh, get me old walking stick out, There's something interesting to that idea. And I think our knowledge and understanding of the Namaste, dear Lauren. How are you, Lauren? I'm sending you big love and big blessings.
Do you guys know?
And what was that?
Lauren, sorry to interrupt. Do you guys know about the rings of Saturn being anomalous and that the rings are always changing? Some of the rings disappear, other rings will emerge. There's a point where the rings end and begin. That's somewhat anomalous. And the width of the ring changes from 600 miles wide to now it's smaller. So there's somebody that's got a conspiracy theory that the rings of Saturn are actually a craft that is creating the rings. Electromagnetic drone.
What an interesting concept.
Yeah, it is a strange concept. But the thing is that the fact that the rings are so anomalous and that they change their shapes and that they change their width of their bands is very anomalous. But he says that the craft is on the A side on the outer ring, and that it reflects back across the Cassini gap in the middle, and then it comes into the second ring. It moves in a pattern.
I've heard that the rings are made of quartz crystal and that they expand beyond the Earth, and that's how Saturn affects the time here, because in watches there's quartz crystals as well.
Yeah. And also it's said that we're connected to Saturn electrically, that lightning comes across space from Saturn to here.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, we've been seeing more transluminous events, the TLEs. I saw a really good picture of some red sprites the other day. They look very strange. These strange transient luminous events look really cool. They've got different ones. They've got sprites, elves. There's all kinds of cool stuff that you can see now. And they think that it's influenced by Saturn because we already know that the planets influence our astrology, that they have dramatic influence on person, for each individual, but they also seem to impact our planet electrically, and their gravitation has a big impact on us as well, obviously.
What are the sprites that you've been seeing? What are they?
Red sprites, if you look it up, look up red sprites, or TLEs. They look like kind of a ghost with like red tails coming off of it.
I've been seeing dragons in the sky, like cloud formations, but to me they're the same. They're still the essence of dragons coming back.
I feel
So
like
I've got some really cool photos as well.
smoke and fire. Maybe they make their own clouds to travel in. I wouldn't put it past them. I feel like low flying clouds that move fast is just a herd of dragons. I also feel that dragons are able to camouflage themselves and mask themselves, and also possibly influence the minds of others through telepathy, changing our awareness and our attention.
Oh, these sprites are cool.
Aren't those amazing?
Very eerie.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of like nerve endings or something. It's like we're in a brain.
Yeah, it does. It looks like a neuron, like the axis
Yeah.
of a neuron. Those electrical charges coming off the end.
There's definitely something interesting in that. Though I think that water plays a big role in lightning,
Oh, true.
because it's like the clouds being composed of water causes the positive and negative ions to move apart. And so, am I right? The negative ions go to the top of the cloud and the positive ions come to the bottom of the cloud, and they create a polarity, a potential. And the bigger the movement apart of those ions, the more potential they create. And then, is the Earth negatively ionized? Is that correct? And it creates a relationship between the ionic field of the Earth and the bottom ionic field within the clouds that produce this current, which then obviously jump from both the ionic field of the Earth towards that potential as that potential jumps towards the Earth. Is that right? Did I get the positive and negative right? I think that's right. Lightning ions diagram cloud.
The inner Earth is positively charged.
Considered negative ionic charge compared to the atmosphere.
What, the Earth? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the negative ions of the Earth react with the positive ions in the clouds that get pushed down, which is then what you get is this. You get a positive ion between a negative ion and a negative ion. Does that make sense? And that creates this chain reaction of ionic field. And then what we hear as thunder is when the electric charge is so powerful that space collapses. What a concept. So space collapses. That's the cracking sound of thunder, is a vacuum being created by the electric charge, like the tube. Is that like a kind of almost like a kind of a portal being created?
Sounds like it.
That vacuum, that collapsing sound, which is the thunder, which is accompanied with a huge charge of electrical connecting the negative, positive, negative ionic fields within the cloud. So like the clouds play a huge role in separating those ionic fields, and probably because the clouds are moving and the static of the water are being rubbed by the atmosphere.
That's amazing. I've had a vision of being drawn by the lightning into a portal. I was pulled up the lightning bolt and was brought into a portal in a vision I had one time. I thought to myself, Maybe they're trying to keep us away from this lightning. Maybe it's really not as dangerous as it seems. But no, I do know people that have been struck by lightning, and I do know that it is very damaging.
I've known people that have been struck by lightning numerous times.
Me too. I know somebody that got struck by lightning twice in the same place.
I know, somebody who was struck by lightning twice, and his grandfather was struck by lightning 3 times.
Wow. Are they shaky?
I don't know. Don't think so.
My brother was electrocuted. He got shaky.
I never knew his grandfather, but his grandfather might have been a bit shaky, like in older age. But that's not unusual, you know. Our nervous system.
That got struck by lightning that could turn on a microwave with their nipples, or charge a light bulb with their teeth.
That's interesting because I was electrocuted as a child.
Yeah.
And I got stuck in the mains for like a long time, back before they had small holes. In those days, they had big holes in the wall plugs. Yeah. They had these massive plugs back in the good old days. The good old days weren't so safe for kids. So I got literally stuck with my fingers in the wall, you know, and for a long, long time until it blew up the whole power station. You got these sub power stations. There was one like 100 meters from our house. It blew up, caught fire. The neighbor's house almost burnt down because of it.
Jeez.
So, you know, obviously the charge was the feedback loop. But
Save your life.
interestingly, so that's the equivalent of a lot of lightning, right?
Yeah.
I was taking 240 volts of 50 hertz. How many amps is it? What is it, like 40 amps? What is the power? What is it? South African power? 40 amps? I think it's 40 amps.
Now, what does the amperage do compared to the voltage?
Well, the amps, so you've got your volts, right?
Yeah.
Your volt is just how fast it's moving.
Okay.
And your amps is how much is moving.
Yeah.
So your volts is moving like that, and each of those things is carrying a certain charge of amps. And so that creates watts. So that means that if you're running 40 amps at 240 volts, that's 240 times 40, right? So what's 40 times 240? That's 2,400 times 4, which is about 9,400 or something, whatever it is. It's less than 10 kilowatts coming out of the wall, right?
Okay.
So I was basically taking 10 kilowatts for about 10 seconds.
Oh, man. Good thing he broke out of there. My brother, he got shocked and he came back. His hair was sticking up. It had been over an hour. We don't know how long he was connected to the plug, but I imagine he just got shocked and had passed out right afterwards.
And he was still okay afterwards?
He was shaky for the rest of his life. He couldn't roll joints afterwards. He still did it, but it's hard.
That's hectic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've always had super steady hands. So, you know, I don't know. That's interesting. My hands always been super steady.
Maybe because you're so grounded, that's why it didn't. That's why you were okay afterwards.
I was 4 years old.
Yes, your spirit, maybe. You know.
Honestly, I could smell my brains burning.
Ooh.
Every time I wasn't in my body. I was outside of my body.
Man, you've been through a lot, Franklin.
But I was conscious of the experience. And I kept realizing, like, this isn't good. This isn't right. And I'd go back into my body, and every time I forced myself back into my body, I was like, and I'd jump out of my body and I'd be, what am I going to do? I can't do anything. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go in my body. I'm going to pull my hands. And I go back in my body. I just jump out of my body. And I was like sitting next to my body trying to figure out, how am I going to fix this? And I got really angry. I got really, really, really angry because I'd been tricked into sticking my fingers in the wall, right? Somebody had told me to stick my fingers in the wall.
God.
Not someone physical.
Yeah.
The same somebody that told me to jump in my swimming pool when I couldn't swim. Well, to lean forward and try and take my boat when I knew I couldn't get it. So whoever this being was had convinced me that, no, you should stick your fingers in there. You're going to be okay.
Oh, man.
And I was like, no, I was told I mustn't. They were like, come on, man. It's going to be fine. Stick your fingers in there. So I stuck my fingers in there. And I got so angry because I'd been tricked that I decided that I was going to jump into my body and I was going to scream as loud as I could down that electrical line. Because when I jumped in my body, I could see this line coming into my body, right? But I couldn't do anything about it. So I literally jumped into my body. And as I jumped in, I screamed. I screamed as loud as I could in my mind. I screamed at the energy coming at me. And when I screamed at it, I heard a loud popping sound in my head. And that popping sound in my head then was followed by an explosion outside at the same time.
Wow.
So I got into my body and I screamed down that line, and I felt this something coming out of me and meeting that electricity and like forcing it backwards. Yeah. And I couldn't do it the first time. I had to try it a few times. This took long. I went in and out of my body about like 10, 12 times, and I couldn't do it. And I had to get really angry. So angry that when I jumped into my body, the anger made it happen, right? It overrode what was going on in my body. And that angry scream ran down that line, and it was like a popping sound, like everything had popped, and I was suddenly free. And then I heard an explosion. That very second, I heard an explosion outside where the sub power station had an electrical surge overload and it exploded, caught fire. So I always had believed that I had caused that fire. And I was like really scared that people were going to know that I like, oh, what if they know it was me?
It's like Carrie.
And I was like scared of it. I was like, oh, damn, what am I going to do? And like, I mustn't say anything about this. I must just be quiet about it. I mustn't tell anyone. And then, of course, the fire brigade had to come because like it was the houses on our block. Like the fire had spread into the property. I think someone's garage had caught fire. Luckily, their house hadn't burnt, but there was like a garage and maybe a shed that had started to burn on their property because the fire of that big explosion had started to spread. And so the fire brigade came like really fast and put out all the fires. And there was no electricity for a couple of days. They worked on replacing the circuitry for like 2 days. Or like a day and that was in the evening that happened. And the next day they were working all day. And then the electricity was on. That must have come on maybe that night or the next day. I don't know. I was a child. I went to sleep early. But anyway, I always believed it was my fault and that I had screamed down that power line to make that electricity stop. And that's, the coincidence of the time was too much to be ignored. Because literally the moment I screamed, the popping sound in my head, and then immediately after that, an explosion. Like I heard a physical explosion. Like it was loud, man. It was like a bomb had gone off.
I feel like it might have been a blessing in disguise. As much as you might feel guilty for that fire that it created, it could have saved your life. I feel like you blew that thing up with your mind. The only way out for you. You knew had a greater purpose. Your future self might like to help you.
So yeah, I felt really weird about that whole thing. I was like a bit freaked out. But I thought that I had brain damage about that because of that. Because I could smell every time I came into my body, I could smell my brain burning. I could smell like a cooking smelling in my brain. And I was like, My brain's cooking. I
Mm.
was so conscious of the smell. Every time I came in, I was like, that's, and then I couldn't do anything. And then when I came out of my body, I remembered smelling that smell of my brain cooking, like I'm cooking, my body was cooking. What a weird concept.
Mm.
It's crazy how some people like just anything can happen to them and they don't die
Yeah.
like that. And some people they'll just trip over and then they'll be gone.
I think fear has a big thing to do with it. They see that people who get shot, they tell them you don't have to die just because you were shot. They die because they think they have to die. But if you have a strong will to live, you'll be able to get through almost anything.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, mind over matter.
Yeah.
I've fallen asleep in the sea a couple of times under waves. Literally fallen asleep. Because I was telling my little boy today, I was showing him, when I was your age, I used to ride waves that big. I was showing him, it's like the size of the lampposts. His eyes went big. I said, I was your age. I was 100 meters out to sea and I was riding waves that big. And like, he couldn't believe it. We're talking like 4-meter waves, man. Like, it's a huge waves, man. And I would go and ride these waves. And if you got stuck in the Landadno normally has 2-meter waves on a good day. But on like spring tides and special tides, when the wind is right, it could go 3 meters. It could go 3 to 4 meters, right? Because the wind would barrel that waves up when it came down the mountain, and they would double in size. They would go from 2 meters to 3 meters to 3-4 meters. And I remember going out to ride these waves, and the surfers were too scared to go out. They were standing on the beach. And I'd be teasing them, saying, you guys are scared. Nah. And then I'd be like going out with my boogie board. I'm like 8 years old. And they're shouting at me like, no, come back. No. But they don't want to come in to fetch me because like the sea was crazy. I was like wild when I was 8, 9 years old, man. I was like off this planet wild. So I think that what you say is true. It's like I've walked through a buffalo stampede. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you shouldn't survive that. Like if you've ever seen a buffalo stampede, it's the scariest thing you've ever seen in your life. It's a wall of dust coming at you and the whole earth is shaking. Like literally, it feels like an earthquake.
Yeah.
Because there's so many buffalo feet kicking the earth as they run. And you just see them coming at you. And you can, when you're in the dust cloud, all you see is horns. All you see is horns coming past you, and you're like, so I've been very lucky in my life to have survived a lot of things. But I think you're completely right that if you're afraid, that's what does it.
Yep.
If you're not afraid, then, there've been a lot of other times I shouldn't have been alive when people came at me with knives and sickles and gangs of people and groups of people, and supernatural things would keep me alive. I would become so physically strong that people would run away.
I think they can go really far. Like the people that can get bit by snakes and it doesn't hurt them, like Wim Hof did that, and other things. He probably, I think he took in some disease that could have been fatal and it didn't affect him. But I feel like when you have that fearlessness, things that would normally hurt other people can strengthen you. And I feel like if in your mind you interpret something as hurting you, it will. And in your mind, if you interpret something as strengthening you, it will as well. So I feel like that your mind is a place where that the body makes that synthesis happen. Because when you can see things as a blessing in disguise, or as it's making you stronger, whereas other people might see, oh, that ruined me, I know I'm broken. Your attitude goes a long way and your intentions go a long way. When you're telling yourself that I just need to heal from this and I'm going to become stronger afterwards, your body's then creating that process for you, I feel like. And I feel like this is with a lot of things. If you believe that you can't walk or you believe that you can't heal, it's going to be very hard for your body to do it. But if you can believe that you'll heal and you can walk or you can overcome blindness, they think that mushrooms can have a big part in this. If you take psychedelic mushrooms, you can transform your nervous system. It can make changes in your nervous system. And they've seen people overcome deafness and stutters from mushrooms.
That's very interesting when you talk about transforming the nervous system. I think there's a lot to this. I think this is what the Christos oil is all about. Reshaping the way in which the mind processes information. And you're right, like the attitude is everything, you know.
Yeah.
There've been like I almost passed away in India from some like cerebral disease, cerebral malaria, whatever it was, right? And I wasn't afraid of passing. I wasn't afraid. I was like, nah, I'm not going to hospital. Forget it. Like my ex-wife got really scared. She was like, dude, you can't walk, you can't crawl. I was like, never mind. Like, it's not my time. Like, I can handle this.
People don't get
And
it.
so I handled it. And instead of passing away, like the shape of my forehead changed. I'm telling you, the shape of my face changed because the swelling in your brain is so hectic, right? But it made my brain bigger.
Cool.
Because these bumps here never used to be so prominent. And I got this serious like thing where like the agony is like the worst agony you've ever felt. And I kept trying to escape from my body. And I was like at the ceiling trying to find a way out. And I'd catch myself and go, no. You go in and you're going to finish this, buddy. You get back in there and you fight. So I get back in my body and it's like, oh no. And the agony was just so bad. And I kept finding myself trying to like, oh, go on. Just let it go. Just go out of your body and just go. And I kept catching myself and going, no. I'm not falling for this trick. Back in. Like commanding myself back into my body. Get in there, buddy. And so there's that attitude that like, I will not submit, right? To failure, or I will not lose. That keeps you alive. So I think this is why competition is healthy. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I think so too. I also feel like maybe people that are like comfort seeking, that don't want to go through discomforts, I think those people will be the ones to choose fear in a situation like that and maybe want to escape. Whereas people like myself, I like to endure challenges and I will go through strengthening, like hurting myself at the gym or something, working out hard or something. I'll go through that. I'll work out until it hurts, and I like that because it shows me that I've reached my limit. I try to go a little bit further. Next time I'm gonna be able to go further and further. People who can't reach their limit gets smaller and smaller over time. So people like myself that are interested in going into conditioning and things where it might be damaging, it might be hard to get through, but it's going to strengthen you. I feel like people like myself would probably seek thrill-seeking things because the danger's not really that threatening. It's more like I'm learning to be more agile, for example. I don't know. I think part of it comes from my attitude of being a naive optimist. I just see the positive sides of everything, which can be debilitating in some ways sometimes, but it leads me into interesting places.
Yeah, man, I can relate to that. What were you going to say, Shinobi, brother?
Oh, I was going to say that. Yeah, I'm sort of an optimist as well, but I'm what's the word? Because of PTSD, I've got like hypervigilance. So I'm hyper aware of stuff, like on the world stage, for example, just little things, and I see things other people don't. Like for example, walking through town, I'll spot little drug deals and stuff. And very aware, but so I'm good at spotting danger, but I would say I'm an optimist as well. if that makes sense.
I think it does, because it's like you see where the safety is at. You're like, all right, there might be how we're gonna get out of it. You know what I mean? Whereas other people walk into it blindly and they're like, oh no, what do we do now?
Yeah, and I think that's good, because especially like with people who are like in the conspiracy theorist world and stuff, and all doing this research, you can kind of get, people call it black pilled, where you like look too deep into stuff. You're like, oh, everything's bad, but I think you've got to have that optimism to see, yeah, there's a problem, but let's come up with a solution. Because lots of people stop at the problem, especially if you mention a problem to somebody, because you've got to start with the problem. Like, you've got to say, yeah, this is fucked, or that's wrong. And sometimes people just stop there. They're like, oh, I don't want to hear this, I don't want to hear that. But it's like, hang on, wait, let's talk about this and see how we can resolve it. Because it's not all doom and gloom. There's, so I think it's good to have balance of being optimistic, but also seeing what the boundary is, or the problem, or the danger. But you've got to know the danger to have the solution.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I feel like you could be optimistic on the sidelines your whole life, and things are easy. But when you're being optimistic in action, it takes on a new form. And I think people that are naive optimists, they're so optimistic, they don't really see any room for growth. They don't really see any room for improvement. So it's hard to prepare for things as a naive optimist. I struggle with that. But I tend to not see the dangers within is the problem. Seeing dangers without and being able to cope with situations is something I've always been really good at, like you said. Like if I see a situation, I can come up with a solution. Whereas other people don't even notice the situations, So oh, is that his son pop in right there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's cool. But no, I think that's a big part of it. If you have the optimism, it's more easier to confront dangerous situations because you're not overwhelmed by it. Whereas other people will be like, all right, we just need to go. I don't even want to think about how to deal with it.
Yeah, so some people have cognitive dissonance, I think it's called, where you don't want to know what the danger is, because you probably haven't dealt with stuff in your own head. You're like, no, like I'm gonna just avoid that. If I look away, it's not there. I'm trying to think of the correct word, but
I know, and that they'll see somebody like that person's got problems. Like, let's stay away from them. And I'm like a therapist, so I'm like, oh, I wonder what their problems are. Maybe I should talk to them.
Yeah,
they're going through their head, It's like I could help them, man. But I think some people know that there's certain people that are going to be a problem for them. They don't know how to cope with their approach, and they need to avoid them, especially for women or something.
Yeah, you guys are bringing up. Sorry, yeah.
No, sorry. Carry on. I can wait. It's fine.
I was just going to say, you guys are bringing up interesting points. I don't think everybody was meant to face adversity, or let's put it this way: like some people were born to be able to go through conspiracy theories and look at all of that dark stuff because it's in our nature to be optimistic. But if it's not in your nature to be optimistic, you were not made for that crap. It's not for everybody. Not everybody was meant to be an activist. Some people were born to be activists, and we've got like an optimistic, like fighting spirit that like okay, so that's what's the deal. How can we circumvent it?
Right.
Please do continue.
Yeah, I was just going to mention it'd be good to talk about leaders and like what makes a good leader, because the world is seriously lacking in positive role models. I mean, you've got the Avengers on the stage at the moment, haven't you? Like the sheer ridiculousness of it. And what's funny is that the kids have been conditioned into this, like with like superheroes wearing pants on the outside, like, and the whole ridiculousness of it. And now you have the literal Avengers on the world stage, and it's like I'm not sure what's going on. I think it's like they're trying to make reality seem like a virtual reality, like it's not real, like it's almost real, like it's so fake, it's not quite real, so that they can kind of usher in a new reality, like a metaverse or something like that. First, they've got to kind of like make this realm seem as like mad as possible, just so people think that what they're going to bring in is actually normal. It's crazy.
I think that what we look for in a leader has a lot to do with what we see in ourselves. We want somebody to finish the job that we start. So I think it's different for everyone, and they play on that when they use politics against us, which is a charade of puppetry, where there's a real world banking system that's controlling the events, and the government and the supposed wars that we have, that they're orchestrating these events. I feel like when somebody wants to help others, firstly, they might choose to be on the blue side. When someone wants to help themselves first and they want to keep what they have because they've worked so hard and they don't want to give it away to these lazy people that have brought them down all the way along, they choose a red side. And so, there's a lot of other people that choose different types of leaders. Like, I personally want to see a little bit of both sides. I want to be able to maintain what I've achieved, but I also want to be able to help others to a degree. But I want to help them in a way where I'm not giving them free giveaways. I want to help them learn how to fish. I don't want to give fish away to people. You know what I mean? I want to take time out of my day to help people learn how to fish, give my time and energy. And so, there's not many people in that boat, but there's a few of us out there. There's other people that want different kinds of leaders. There's people that want evil leaders, and people that want to go destroy things. People who want power to take over the world. So, that's because they want to take over the world, I would think. You know what I mean? But to a degree, there's an element of humility and empathy that we're going to need in a leader, that they can relate to us, that we can see themselves in them, and that they're not too high on themselves where they're going to kind of piss us off. So, but at the same time, we want them to be kind of bright and well-spoken and kind of outgoing, not kind of nervous and quiet. So it's kind of a combination of things where they're humble, but yet they're well outspoken. So I think that'd be good to see in a leader, but I don't know if that's a shared thing or not, but I believe it is.
I think you're completely right about the humanitarian element, because they have to have that Aquarian placement, right? Like Aquarius represents how we relate to the outside world. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's that feminine pole of Saturn that is looking like getting feedback from the world, from the people. And so that is like, it's a big part. And I think it's on one hand, it's humanitarian potentially, because that's where Aquarius leads into Pisces, becomes humanitarian. Pisces is like the selflessness. So that Aquarian energy's got to be looking at Pisces, but it's also got to be getting something from Capricorn, something very careful and something very clear. And which is quite fascinating if you look at it. Like the selfless nature is one element of it. The other is also relating to a certain amount of courage, right? Because it takes a lot of courage to put yourself out and to put yourself out into a position where you're putting your head above the turret. But in this day and age, I think in a normal world, courage wouldn't necessarily be so much of a big deal. But because of the world we're living in, it takes a lot of courage, I think. But most importantly, I think as well, which is another element to what you're talking about with humanitarianism, is also that you want to serve people, but also that you see, a leader can't have their own thoughts, right? So that selflessness has got to extend to even beyond the thoughts. Like, namaste, dear, my cherry, it's been a while. How are you? Much love. But yeah, like the other aspect of it is got to do with, if you're sitting in a circle of people, are your ideas the important ideas to you, or do you want to get everybody's ideas? And if that makes sense, like that's like, I think is a core leadership quality, is to recognize that like one person's mind only has so much potential, but like everybody's minds, if the one that can tap everybody's minds and get the resource in everybody's mind and put it in like a shared stack, like a bowl, and go, okay, so this is what everybody's minds is producing. There's going to be the best idea, you know, because then it's like, so it involves having the prudence to be able to see whose idea is the best without your ideas being on that list. If that makes sense. Everybody thinks that to be a leader, you've got to have the best idea. I don't think that's leadership. I think that's a different quality. I think the leader is the one that my ideas like aren't relevant. Let's see what everybody's ideas are. And then present everybody's ideas in such a way that you can take them apart. And then you become not the one with an idea, but the one that sculpts everybody's ideas into one idea. That's not really your idea. It's like everybody else's ideas. And that idea then becomes like, that's true democracy, isn't it? And that's what I think that's what we need from a leader in order for everybody to feel heard, in order for everybody to feel valued, in order for everybody to feel like there's not a rule being made by this person who's going to make a rule that we all have to follow, right? Like a king or a queen or something. But we all get to be a part of what rules do we want. And when everybody's a part of how we live, then you're less likely to have people wanting to go against the system. Does that make sense? Because then we're all part of the system. Like, it's not us against the system that's imposed on us. We get to be a part of that system and how it works, like literally. And I think that's the idea behind democracy. Unfortunately, though, the dollar got in the way.
Yeah, I think a leader as well is somebody who gets the bow from the blue, the matter, the feminine, and the arrow from the masculine, the red, the fire. Gets the bow and the arrow from both sides and sees the target and shoots. And then that's the eye, the third eye, no con. Like forget icons, it's about the I, which is the I, which meaning the all as well. The I and I, the me and you. But I think it's about getting both sides and then seeing the target and then bringing them together, which is the opposite of what we're seeing at the moment. It's more of like a free-for-all, this side or that side. It's like you need to take, like you were saying, all ideas and having like a common goal, I guess. Not a new world order or a one world government, but a trajectory where we're going.
Yeah, I like what you said about the icon. That's a good synthesis right there. Sacredism.
They definitely conned us.
Yeah.
There's definitely a con running.
Yeah.
And the con has got to do with the eye on the top of the pyramid.
Yeah.
And they want to fill our vision with their eye. Please do continue, brother.
I was going to say, I've got a saying. It's, I did a talk a little while ago, and this was the heading is, what is it? No, it was our souls have been corrupted by arseholes, I think. But it was about archons, which is like our con. I've forgotten what I was going to say. Sorry, I've forgotten what I was gonna add to that then.
Talk about the archons, though.
Too many thoughts. Can't remember what I was going to originally say. I can't remember how that related. Sorry.
You used to talk about Sophia Pistis a little more. It
was to do with the icon, and then to do with like the our con, and then how that is our con is like having rulers outside of ourselves.
Absolutely. That is the big con, that we need direction because we can't think for ourselves. Welcome, dear PK. Yes. It's an honor having PK. PK is a podcaster, like literally, like podcaster, PK. You gotta love that. PK is a wonderful brother. He's met PK in Gabriel's group and love the content that PK has been sharing, the ideas. welcome to this dear space, dear PK, and let us know about where your YouTube channel is, or where your goods are, and tell us a little bit about yourself. It's an honor to have you. So much love. Big blessings, brother.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I don't want to stop the flow here. You guys are having a great convo. One thing I do want to bring up eventually is I kind of want to get nerdy with some etymology on the Greek words for icon and idol and how they're used in the Bible, and we can kind of go from there. But we'll come to that when we can. As far as like my YouTube channel, I don't really post stuff on YouTube. I've mirrored a few episodes that I do, and I think it's like at PK333, but I'm not even sure, honestly. So I'm just here for the moment, and I'm glad to be here, and I have no other agenda than that. So thank you for the space, and yeah, I'll get it back.
Yeah, I love that idea. The etymology of icon and idol. Id, all, id, dole. Oh, there's so many words that you can play with there, hey? The dole of the id being that subconscious sexual presence.
Man, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun, and I stumbled on something that I wasn't planning to stumble on, which is always kind of fun, you know. I'm like, oh, that's weird. So it led me a little bit deeper than just surface level idol icon. But
Share it.
Yeah, I could get into it whenever you want.
Yeah, man, let's hear it.
Let's hear it. Dive in. The world is our vagina. Whoops.
Hey, I'm gonna share screen. Give me a sec.
Yeah, do you want to screen share? Yeah. Are you with us, dear PK? Okay.
Yeah, I
Cool.
did the whole screen.
Fair enough. There it is.
So, can you guys see this now?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, cool. All right. So first I looked in, I have this, so I used to just go to the Webster 1828 dictionary, right? They have that, a website of it. But this is a dictionary from, I think, 1755, and it's, kind of rumored to be the first English one put together or whatever. So, for whatever that's worth, right? But so here's icon, and you can see here where it just says a picture or a representation. I think it's super interesting that in these old books, just side note, is the I's and J's are literally the same letter. Like, they treat the I as if it were a J, and they list them then alphabetically. I think that's just super fun. But anyway, here's idol, and idol, or not, we don't want that idol. We want IDOL. Here. Okay. So an image worship is God, a counterfeit, an image representation. Idolater, one who pays divine honors to images. One who worships for God that which is not God. All right. So just to get some little bit of context. Now, this is in Strong's Bible Hub, basically searched image. And you come up with a few things. So here you can see this word here, you got its icon. It's epsilon, iota, kappa, omega, nu. So you could see there how icon, it's basically the same word, right? And so you got that word. Then you also have this other word, which is essentially idol. You can kind of see it in the word as well. The EID, eidolon. Okay. So first, before we look at the Bible, I always like to look at the LSJ, which pulls from pretty much a large corpus that's like not Bible, right? Other Greek writings. And so here's icon, okay? And it's basically likeness, image in the mirror, living image, representation, a semblance, phantom, image in the mind, right? Down here, pattern, archetype, similitude, okay? So that's icon. Here is the idol, eidolon, phantom. Oops. See if that works. Just go back to this. Phantom, any substantial image, unsubstantial. Image reflected, image in the mind, idea. So see how very similar words. They both had to do with like image in the mind. They both had this word phantom. Okay, so very similar words. Now, when you come to looking at icon in the Bible, and you could see here on the right, it's usually translated as like image, image. And so just to go to a verse real quick, right here is in 2 Corinthians 4:4. So let's go here and see what it says. In whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God, should shine unto them. So notice here it said, it's calling Christ the image of God. Okay. Then it goes, for we preach not ourselves, but Christ Jesus the Lord, and ourselves your servants for Jesus' sake. So we got a couple things, interesting things going on. They call Jesus, or they call Christ, the image of God. Now, what word did they use there for image? They used icon. Remember how we said it could be confusing. It's like, wait, is an image an idol or an icon? Well, in this case, it's an icon. So, and then the next line is interesting. Remember, servants, okay? Here is the word for idolaters and idolatry. It's basically an idol, okay? They're basically the same words. So idolater, it's made of 2 words, one being the idol, right? The eidolon that we already went over, and this other word that is latreo, something like that. And so it essentially means to like worship or serve, right? And the idol. And I'm like, they're calling Christ the image of God and then saying that we should be servants in the next line. It seems a little, what's the word? Like hypocrisy, right? Is that the right word? So eidolon, idolater, idolatry, right? Idolatry, kind of the same word. And see here you got meaning idol or image. So coming here to the Greek, you can see the word that they use for servants, though, is this doulos word. The word they use for image, like I already said, was icon. So they use the word doulos, not this latreia word, right? Which was the service one that we saw over here. Okay, so going to the next one, look at doulos, and basically what you got here is like has to do with more of a slave. Now this is the one that they said, right here, be servants for Christ's sake. This word servants is this doulos word, which is more slave than someone who's paid or whatever. But you see how some translations they have slave, some they have servant. Now going switching gears just a little bit, what I always like to do too is look at the lemma list, where basically you could take the prefix or suffix of a word, put an asterisk by it, And you can basically, so what I have here is the first 3 letters of the word icon. And interestingly enough, maybe unrelated, I don't know, but the word that the Greeks use for 20 starts with those 3 letters. I don't know how or if that's even related, but here you could see icons right here, likeness, image, and like pretty much everything around it is pretty much likeness, image, likelihood, represent. It's the same ideas going on. Going to the next one is the idolo one, right? Where you have, this is the idol.
Is that my connection, or is that you? Did you drop off?
I like how it said there under the definitions, like truth.
Yeah.
And also without plan.
Yeah. It's cool looking at the words around. My connection's good? I'm still coming in.
Too bad.
Yes, you dropped off, or it seemed to me that you dropped off for like a few seconds. I didn't hear the end of what you were saying, the last 4 seconds.
I don't know.
When you were talking about doulos.
So
You were
here's
saying
doulos. I'll get to that in a sec. So here's a word like latreia used in the Bible, right? That I went over. This is the end of the word for idolaters, right? Meaning to like service or worship an idol. This is the suffix of that word, latreia, right? And so you can see here it has, in service to God, service, right? And so that's the latreia word. So doing the same thing with that word, you could see over here how you got, to work for hire, workman, a servant or whatever for hire. But then this other word, this douleus word, that one was more akin to slave, right? Here's the Lema list for that. And you could see how it's slavery, bondage, enslave. So it's in Corinthians here, right? The image is an icon. This word is not an idol. And this servant word here is not the latreia word. It is the doulos word, to be a slave. So I've been listening to you guys for a little bit, and it's something I've noticed. It's just something we do in today's language, is that we kind of use the words idol and icon interchangeably, right? As if they're sort of the same thing. And it makes perfect sense that we do that, I think, because it seems like they're pretty much the same thing. Yet there seems to be distinguished in the Bible the words. So here's the latreia, right? Hired, servant, slavery, bondage. So what I thought was interesting about this is that the icons, or the idols, if we go back to the definition of idols, it has to do with phantoms. It has to do with images or ideas of the mind. So my question, I got a chopper flying over. It might be loud. Hold on one sec. So the idols are phantoms or images of the mind. So I wonder, and so I come from the Bible, I come at the Bible from a very neutral perspective. Not a Bible thumper. I think it was written by men and stuff like that. I think it's a interesting book, but I can see how it could be, totally misinterpreted, blah, blah, blah. So I wonder, this idol word was more about like the image of in the mind. And, I made a comment earlier about I think Cosmic made a comment about how the obvious, like Jesus and idol worshiping, right? But then I also made a comment about, well, isn't, even just worshiping God, or the idea of God, is sort of like idol worship, in a sense that you're trying to put something unimaginable, you're trying to imagine it and venerate it and worship it. But it's been said many ways in many different teachings that kind of the Tao saying, right, that like once you point at it, that's not it. Or like you can't name God because it's so, like, your brain breaks when you try to think of like what really God is, because then what made that, and then what made that, and then what made that, and it just like, okay, it does not compute. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, is that in and of itself, is that the real idol? And when did idols go from being something of the mind to a physical statue or something like that? Like we talked today, or even in the Bible, it's like, oh, they were worshiping idols, and we immediately think they were worshiping a statue or some physical object. But I would put forward that possibly that idol is in your mind. And I like what you said before about the difference between ego and persona. Perhaps the idol is the persona. The idol is the false self. And that's all I got.
I really like that, connecting the difference here between the idol and the icon as the ego and the persona. It makes a lot of sense. And, as I'm looking at it here, I'm also looking at, obviously, like when we look at these ancient languages, I think there's a lot more going on than what our scholars and our dictionaries say. Because I think that all of these dictionaries that we have are part of the mind control program, part of the PSYOPs program. This is what I believe, that has been sort of, it's all part of education. In other words, to teach us like this. And we can see the way languages evolved and changed. But don't you find it interesting how Sanskrit didn't change very much? Because it wasn't educated into people to change Sanskrit. So why would Sanskrit change? Right? And unless you've been specifically educated into changing languages, why would languages change? They would grow, they would evolve and grow. But it's like, if something works, you wouldn't throw it out and replace it with something else, right? Like if you've got a word.
Yeah, I think they change naturally, right? Just from using it, just the simple fact of using it, and I don't know. To me, it seems natural. I hate giving what the controllers or whatever people like to call them more credit than is due. I think that a lot of it is us, and like we're the ones that obfuscate things, and they may plant seeds, but shit, we pick them up and run with it, and it's like we do it a lot to ourselves, and I think language is a big part of that. We there's a very strong argument for education, changing and all that stuff for sure, but what it falls back to, in my opinion, is the parents.
Sorry, do continue, please. Do.
No, that's all I had to say.
I was just saying, if we look at the younger generation, how much their language has changed, how much of that is because of Hollywood, music, and social media being controlled by AI systems, being controlled by edge ranking systems, who basically control what posts come out, and how much of them are being created by bots. So the young people's generation of language, why do the young people say wicked instead of when it means something good? How did that fashion come into being? Probably it started in a Hollywood film. Probably it started in social media, where somebody was trying to be funny, and that person was then elevated into being cool, and all the other teenagers thought, oh, if that's cool, I want to be cool, I'm going to say wicked too. So everybody was saying wicked. But I think that these are like all programmed into us. It seems like it. Like how much of the way younger people talk today comes from the music industry and the film industry and from the social networking. So I don't think this is a new phenomenon.
Yeah. and the way they dress and all that stuff, you know. And I think he makes Bernie, you make a lot of good points. It's the elite supposedly look at us like the willfully ignorant, and so you know, that's what they say to us, and they hide all the information that of. But it's the golden age of information, so it's out there. But to find that information, you put yourself out there, and then people see you in a different light when you're looking at this occult information and conspiracies and such. You know, you kind of become an outcast in some ways.
And getting back to the similarities between the word icon and idol, PK, I'm going to put something across to you. What do you think about this? So we could say that like the icon represents on some metaphysical level, could represent the ego as a metaphor, and on some metaphoric level, the idol could represent the persona, right? And in the word icon, there's not the same level of control being inflicted upon one. Would that be fair as an accurate perception? Within the word idol,
I think you picked that.
Sorry, yeah.
I was just gonna say real quick. I think you picked that up right. What I got from it was that the icon was looked in more of a good light, and then the idol was more negative. Like there wasn't a word that was similar to like the idolater word, which was the idol combined with the to worship or whatever. There wasn't a word that was with icon and to worship, you know. So that was kind of weird and stood out to me. There was no this iconolatry or whatever you want to call it, you know. It was just idolatry. There was no iconatry. Yeah, that stood out.
And so we can take that further. I take it further. I see it as like, who gave us the idol, this image in our mind? Well, there was an icon that walked amongst us, and the icon would speak to us and teach us, right? So the icon became an idea that we could see embodied in another person, right? And so we then said, well, this human being seems to embody this idea, this image that I have of divinity in my mind. So we're going to iconize this human being, right? This human being then gives us their version of the truth, right? Which we then receive, and it becomes an idol in our minds. And so I see a connection between the word being bone idol and idol. I think all of the changes of these spelling came later. I think originally, maybe when we go further back in whatever language we're going in, we're going to find that probably idol probably comes from probably two runes, right? Id rune and al. So we've got the al representing, or if we go back in al, we go look like where this language comes from. It's got the life force that's being controlled, that intelligent presence that's projecting, that's being controlled by the god. So it's the life force intelligence being controlled, being focused, so we could see that as representing what we're going to manifest. And the id is what's deep down in our subconscious, because the id represents the subconscious on some level, right? And the forces of the id is our generative forces coming from the subconscious, our impulses that become desires. So when we speak about the id, we speak about in psychology, we speak about those impulses that come from deep within the id to survive, to procreate, to eat. So eating, procreating, and survival instincts are all sort of the way in which the id would talk to us through our subconscious. So when we look at like id al, when I look at these two syllables, then I'm looking at like basically those fundamental forces in our subconscious psyche that are propelling us into action in order to manifest something. So these are like fundamental images that would hold our attention and our awareness in order for us to move towards a particular line of thinking, which would probably cause us to take certain kinds of actions based upon bringing those thoughts into maturity. But so I see this like the idea of the icon becoming a being, as when we started to recognize certain iconic ideas in our minds that we started to see in another being, and we thought this person reflects that idea perfectly, so we're going to now associate the person with the idea, and they were going to become one thing. But then the idol, why did the idol become a physical object? Well, maybe the icons taught us that if you want to keep the idea alive in your mind, put it outside. So maybe this has got to do with manifestation or magic, right? The idea that you've got this idol in your mind that you want to manifest, but you want it to become a physical phenomenon. So the natural thing would be to draw it, no? Like the Bushmen, if they wanted to capture an animal to eat, they would have the idol in their mind of like hunger and this animal representing food. They would draw it on the cave wall, and then they would go and hunt the animal, because they believe now that because they've drawn it out of themselves, right? The word draw is to draw from yourself. So you take your hand with colors and you draw the idol out of your mind and you put it onto the physical canvas, so that you can now objectively envision this idea, and then that would have naturally become shaped by clay. Because now we're going into like voodoo magics, right? Create an object and now pray onto that object, charge that object up with all of your thought intentions. So you take the idol in your mind and you project it onto an object through your words, through your rituals, through your actions, in order for that object to then become imbued by the substantial ideology. And I mean, ideology is in the idea behind it, the ideal of the idea, projected onto the object in order to make it become a power object that you could then use to bring more of whatever that idea is towards yourself on a metaphysical level. But there's an element of laziness in the idolatry, because it involves taking what we've been taught by someone else. Am I right or wrong? Am I going too far? What do you think? All these ideas sort of emerging.
Dude, you're getting close. You're talking the mark. You're talking graven images. You are getting to it, man. I think you're spot on, because what you're talking about, what you're getting to here is I think what is called the mark. And I'm like up that Greek word now. It doesn't stick out, but it's like charagma. Let me pull up the Lima list for it. But that's what I think you're getting at. I think you're getting at this possibly, because Christianity, you could argue, was kind of like a hostile takeover, of what people label pagan religions, right? And so one of the things would be to squelch, to dim the magic that they had, which is what you're talking about. People impressing, making talisman, impressing this magic into images. And you could say, I think the word that they use in the Bible is mark. You mark it.
So, Jesus or Yeshua or Immanuel was known as the Logos or the Logos. And then Logos would be a sigil, which is the pattern. And the pattern is the Father. Just wanted to mention that weave. And then also the idol and icon being a phantom, and the phantom being a ghost. And a ghost is a host for the G. Like it's the kind of an energy host. And the G would be the god or the guide. So the phantom is a host for the god or the guide. And then I wrote down AI being an icon as well, because AI is kind of like a phantom or a ghost. And then you mentioned mark and the mark of the beast, and I'm thinking, is AI the mark of the beast? Not this digital soup, but AI being like an empty shell for this host, if that makes sense.
Totally, it does.
Yeah, sorry to go off there. I was just sitting on all this stuff for a while, and I just need to.
All good, brother.
So, you know.
PK, you back with us, yeah? I think PK fell off
Kind of
for a
back, it
moment.
looks like.
Yep. Also,
Yeah, my internet.
doulos. You mentioned doulos earlier, which is like idol or slave. It reminded me of doulas, or like a doula, which is somebody who supports through birth.
Yeah.
There's a correlation between those two words there.
You've still got me on that word charagma. PK, I don't know if you can hear, brother. Was it charagma? Charagma.
Charagma.
The Greek word he threw in there. Yes, charagma. Oh my gosh, this is like such a big decode. It's gotta be cracked open. It's like a nut. We got the nut cracker here, like crunch. Are you with us, PK? Can you hear us? Is Elvis in the building?
Yeah, I'm trying to share.
Well, I tell you what.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, check this out. Charagma. In here you could see in the KJV, it's a graven by Mark. The word they use or in Revelation, mark of the beast, Charagma. Brand mark. So I think also it's good to look at the Perseus definition. Here you got pretty much the same thing. Stamp, money, coin, metaphor for that, endorsement, metaphor for mark, stamp, character. Then over here, I just did the first 4 letters of the, so you got chi, alpha, rho, alpha, and here's the word. It looks like, no, that's not it. Anyway, it's on here somewhere, but you could see here, I think it's interesting. You got pointed stake. What stood out to me down here was defense by palisade, fortify. This, we're getting very close to the word crucify, because that's what crucify, the language tracks back to that. This palisade, this fortifying with stakes, similarity right here. But yeah, charagma. Where is that word?
Yeah, it's such a powerful word. The word itself kind of makes me think of like char as in like burn, and then ag as in like the crops, like agriculture, or like maybe even ag as in like AG gold, and then ma like as in mother. So like burning the crops of Mother Earth, or like burning the golden mother or something. Like the word itself is a very strong word, powerful word in itself. It has a lot in it.
I love that you made that connection, brother. I want to
Yeah.
break that word down in Vedic, in Sanskrit, because like it's obviously a remnant of the how much of the language moved across, like with many thousand years ago. It's like between the Far East, in order to come the population migrations through Europe, according to the Ice Age model and all of that, right? There was a very slow migration, and so the European, it's why we're called the Indo-European peoples, because our Indo-European language, many of our languages were affected by Sanskrit and were homogenized in some way, whether before the fact during the fact or after the fact. We see the reflection here. So when I see Charagma, I'm hearing it in Vedic. I'm hearing Char, the number 4. Number 4 in Taoist Chinese culture relates to the crossover, the crux of the matter, crossing over, right? The other side, which is what crucifixion is all about. If you look at Odin was the crucified one. Odin was crucified in order to cross over and go into the underworld so that he could come back enlightened, right? We look at Immanuel. He was crucified to cross over so that he could be reborn. It's a ritual. It's an ancient ritual that's been done. I mean, some of the crucifixion rituals are ridiculous. There's a Gaelic one. There's a Welsh one where like the king has to balance on one leg on a particular boulder and impale himself on his sword in a very particular way. I think splintering a very particular organ in order to bleed on the crops, in order for this ritual to be fulfilled, which is a similar idea. And in that sacrificing of his own blood to the crops, it would produce, healthy food for everybody. And I'm guessing that the king would be able to survive because there was a very particular way that he had to impale himself. And like you say, if you're not afraid, you can survive all sorts of things. So there's an interesting crossover there when we look at that. But so Char is the number 4. And interesting that you're relating it to the fire element. And then Agni. Ag means fire. Ark means the eye. Ag means fire. So you can take that whichever way you want. Ag is the fire that produces the light that makes the eye see things, right? Ag. And then Ma is the mother, is the root seed syllables for Svadhisthana chakra, for the element of Apash, which is water. So when we're looking at the Apash element, the element of water, which reflects all things, we've got the Char, the number 4, which represents the 4 faces of Brahma, looking in the 4 directions, the compass, which is relating to what we were talking about earlier, the tree of life, which is relating to the pole stars alignment on Earth, which is relating to all these myths. Rupus, we spoke about it earlier. Rupus nigra and like the abode of Shiva, which represents this plane, which is the center of the universe around which all things are revolving. So we're talking about the axis mundi here. And so this axis mundi is being represented by the 4 faces of Brahma looking in 4 directions. Often this depiction of Brahm would be in the Muladhara chakra, which is the root chakra, the root of the tree. So we've got Char, Ag, Ma. 3 different Vedic words altogether. And Ag and Ma are both Bij syllables, which are seed syllables around which words come. These are the earliest syllables that we have. In fact, Char is also a seed syllable, although I think it developed to become Char. It would have been Cha'ar. Anyway, there's a Vedic addition to that information, which sort of adds up. Char being that which chars and relates to the number 4, Brahma, which is the axis mundi, which is connecting the world to the underworld. Ag is the fire of Agni, which is the purifying spiritual fire. And Ma is that receiving, that motherly neshama presence coming into the consciousness. Welcome, dear brother. We've got Chris Miner joining us. It's an honor to have you joining the party, brother. You're a bit late, but it's lovely to have you.
I know. I had to make it, man. I'm glad I got here
Happy
on time before you guys
Solstice.
finished. You too. Thank you for having me.
Chris Miner is a singer, dude. He's a singer, dude. Used to do touring.
Chris Miner's a legend.
He's a legend. Yeah, man.
It's been a while.
So you want to check out his channel? Yeah, man. Are you with us, brother?
Oh yeah, I'm still there. One of you might have dropped out though.
Sweet. Well, do give us a little bit of a breakdown about your thing. Chris Miner's been with us now for a while. He's a lovely brother. He's got a lot of really interesting thoughts. He comes from anthroposophical philosophy as a background, but obviously all across the occult world, bridging together different occult cosmologies and cosmogonies and pulping them out into a single fold that sort of is sensible. It's an
Yeah,
honor to
man,
have you.
and
Welcome, brother.
I mean, that was actually a perfect breakdown right there. What have you guys been talking about so far, or what were you most recently talking about right now? I was trying to
Taragma.
keep up and listening while I was getting around, but I don't know if I was catching the latest. What's the
Greek
word?
of the Bible, the Greek words of the Bible. We're looking at those.
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I can weave a little bit here on what
Okay.
Bush was saying. So it makes me think of the Ankh. We were doing I was talking in a telly with some people about, we were talking about reins, and the reins as in reins, like reins of a horse, to curb or control. And Gabe had this, I'm not even going to try but anyway, he had he has this idea that Mithras, normally, and you read kind of accepted that it gets prescribed to like Perseus, a connection with Perseus. And it makes sense because like Mithras is Persian and Perseus, Persian, Mithras, whatever. It makes sense. And he's like, nah, they got it all wrong. It's about Auriga. And Auriga is the constellation right next to Perseus, has to do with Erichthonius and a bunch of stuff that I'm not really caught up on or know much about. But anyway, Auriga is there holding the reins in one hand, and he has like two goats, baby goats behind him. And he's sitting in this pose with his knees exposed. So what's interesting too is that the reins is another word for the kid knees, the two goats, kid, and then knees exposed. Look up a picture of Auriga. So it made me think of the Ankh and this idea of the reins. And it's like, if you think of the Ankh as it kind of looks like a rein, and what's on it, right, is a cross of matter. So I wonder if that's, taking it a step further with the symbology of it, those people, the depictions of gods or whoever holding the Ankh, representing that they have control or have curbed or whatever, have control of the matter or of their lower desires of, because that's what the kidneys are about, the lower desires that you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, that's a beautiful share. The kidneys, bringing that into the field. It's very interesting when we look at what the kidneys do in the physical body. So what do the kidneys do? The kidneys purify the blood on one level. They also are fundamentally instrumental in maintaining the flow of temperature through the body so that we can, if your kidneys get weak or injured, you find you start getting cold, right? And if you're constantly cold, it means your kidneys need more chi. So the kidneys and the liver work together in this synergetic expression, which has got to do with channeling the power of the triple burner, which is reflecting the powers of the solar fire. The solar fire is where all the metabolism gets generated and controlled when we ate something, number 8, Saturn. And so that solar plexus, we call it solar plexus, is actually Saturn's domain because it's where we ate, why we ate, where we eat. And Saturn eats the universe in order to make it, create it, shape it, substantiate it. So it's very interesting when we look at the kidneys' role in the physical body. And I've seen in the Kabbalah very often the kidneys related to Virgo, and Leo. So Leo in its capacity to manage the temperature, and Virgo in its capacity to purify, because much of the purification of the blood has got to do with the kidneys. So the left kidney could be related to Virgo, and the right kidney could be related to Leo, which is Tet and Yot. But there are different versions of these allocations of these letters to different organs of the body. There's the Sefer Yetzirah, the Sefer Zohar, the Sefer. There's a whole lot of these different books, and they all have different allocations. Once again, these are icons have basically channeled this information, and now we must idolize this information, put a map in our head, and choose which version we associate with. But the kidneys are definitely probably like one of the fundamental organs. And what is the story with the kidneys relating to relating to nutrition, right? Don't the kidneys get toxified like the liver first?
Yeah. They start to fail.
The sharks,
Kidney
do
stone.
the killer whales only eat the livers, or do they eat the kidneys as well of the sharks? Or is it the gallbladder? That's something interesting. I'm wondering there.
Well,
There's something interesting.
the kidneys. I had not heard of the kidneys representing lower desires, but I did see them as like a purifier, like you were mentioning, Franklin. But in a way, you could see the kidneys as kind of a prison or like a dungeon for like all the toxins in the blood, where it's kind of bound up and stored. All the bad stuff that you don't want is brought there, and so that's brought out through the kidneys, at least from the dungeon.
And the kidneys is where our adrenal glands live. This is its connection with the triple burner in Taoist medicine. So the adrenal glands in the kidneys is what gives you that pump of fight or flight. So it's very important for survival.
That's right.
Right?
So
To fight or to run, those adrenal glands are fundamental to survive in the wild. So the kidneys, like, they are a go-between between the solar fire and the root, like in terms of the chakras, the Manipura and the Muladhara chakra. These two are fundamentally sort of bridged by the kidneys, and they represent these polarizing of these forces. And I think that in as much as they are related to the adrenal glands, I think there's sexual desire is important. I think that's where the desire element comes in, because the adrenal glands and sexual desire seem to have some kind of a connection, which is why when a man and a woman gets afraid, what happens? Like when there's a war in your country, the population goes up, right? Because everybody wants to breed. Like the game rangers know that when they start gently culling a population of animals in the wild, that population will increase, right? Because when we're afraid, what do we want to do? We want to reproduce. Like, I might leave. Quickly, leave a legacy behind before I'm gone. You know?
Yeah.
Like a innate instinct.
Like
so I
when
think there's a lot to unpack with the kidneys. Like
You let
it's a
kids
whole journey.
Yeah, the kidneys is a big thing. There's a lot there. In Taoism, they say the kidneys store fear, I believe, in part of the adrenal axis. So,
And so that's our source of overcoming fear,
yeah,
is working in the kidneys.
Mhm.
So when you're working with your shadow, what energy are you really working with a lot, very often? That kidney chi,
yeah.
purifying the kidney chi. And now the jing isn't actually stored in the kidneys. I wonder what's the relationship between kidney chi and jing. Anybody got these ideas? Kidney chi relation to jing
It's definitely in there. The gene kind of
storage.
sounds like the three lower chakras.
So the kidneys are responsible for storing the jing. I just wanted to be sure before I said this, because this is a long time ago. But so the kidneys store your jing. Now your jing is your sexual essence, right? So your sexual essence is stored in your kidneys. This is why fear and sex are so connected. Stimulate the kidneys. So, hey, like men that can't get it up, guess what you need? Fear. Men that can't get it up should go like rock climbing and, jumping off bungee jumps and like.
Well, that makes sense a little bit too because of what those pills will do. Those little blue pills they take, it'll raise their blood pressure. Basically, like if they were afraid.
That's interesting. Yeah, the blood pressure. So I wonder what the kidney's role is in blood pressure. Ooh. So it stores the jing, and the jing is an aspect of qi which is related to kidney job role in maintaining blood pressure. That would be an interesting point of perspective. I think I got a feeling there's going to be the kidneys are a key organ in regulating blood pressure by controlling the amount of fluid in the body and the diameter of blood vessels. So what we've just discovered is, men, if you want to get it up, don't drink tea. Tannin. Stay away from tannin. No red wine, no tea.
Well, if you got a little caffeine in the tea, you're fine.
Phytoestrogen in the tea and coffee.
Well, it's the tannin, because the tannin takes the power away from the kidneys. So you're putting the foreign tannin in your body, and your tannin starts regulating the blood vessel, where that's the job of the kidneys.
Can you explain what the tannin is for me? I feel like I want to make sure I'm not confusing it with something else.
The tannin is the red color in red wine and the red color in tea.
Interesting.
And the tannin is why tea cools your body down, because there's a dilation of the blood, the vascular system, and the blood system, the veins and the arteries and the capillaries, in order for the blood to move more easily. In other words, it drops blood pressure.
How is this version of tannin spelled? Is it T-A-N-N-E-N?
Oh, I wish I knew, Drew. Like, you're asking me about spelling, dude. Spelling's my worst nightmare, because I never believed.
Mine
never
too.
believed in spelling. I think it's 2 N's.
The suffix I-N.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
There's 1 N in the middle, but I'm not sure. There could be 2.
Yeah, there's a weird, really long weave I went down a while back with. It was the name of a character on a show that brought me to a character from what the hell is that movie with Harrison Ford, Blade Runner? The guy, that guy who gives the famous speech at the end, and he talks about the Tannhauser gate or Tannhaus gate, and I got into this whole Tanner etymology and the last name of the tanners, and there's a lot of hide tanners, or like tanners of furs, that seem to be occult related. That's why I was just wondering. It seems like it actually might be in a way related, because it has to do with certain chemicals and coloring of fluids, as you were talking about.
I think you're completely right.
Yeah.
And I think maybe the reason it's used is because maybe it opens up all the vascular little capillary things for all the blood to come out of the skins.
Yeah.
So that you can drain it all out, so that you can dry it out. Because it's the little bits of the blood that's in the tissue that's going to cause it to go off.
Yep. And these guys are like because it was interesting during like the 9/11 time when the anthrax thing happened, or whatever that was. There were comments being made about how this was primarily there was enough anthrax to kill like hundreds of thousands of hide tanners, and it was like such a random comment, because they were the only people who ever came in contact with the stuff before that time and before it was weaponized.
Wow. So this weave has taken us on a whole journey from the kidneys relating to the desire. Hey, PK, relating to that word charagma. Is that correct? Yeah.
Totally. I got one more too.
Throw it at the table, brother.
Yeah. All right. Let me know when y'all can see. Can you guys see?
Yeah, it's on center stage.
Okay. So remember this, I did the Lima list for the chara word. And down here was, starting to talk about, it's like charakias is this Palisade word. And just to show you guys like the connection here. So the word that they use for, that's used a cross that Jesus was crucified on is staros. Sigma Tau, Stauros, staros. Upright pale, just short definition. But here's the verb of that word. That's what I love about Greek. There's like a matching verb to the nouns, unlike English, but pretty much always in Greek. So it's kind of cool. So here's the verb of cross, which means to crucify, stroreo. But you could see here how, it's got that same connection of palisading, which is basically like to enclose or encompass. This over here is just pale, but, an enclosure, like a fence limit, space enclosed. He was born within the pale of the church or within the pale of Christianity. But I think that's an interesting connection, with the word, the Christianity is like, the cross is the symbol, the staros is the symbol of Christianity. If you had to pick one, that would be it for sure. And it just is like so close to this other word, which was the charagma, which is the word that is used for the mark of the beast in Revelation. So not sure what to make of that.
Can you bring up that again?
What?
I want to ask you about another word that I could see down there.
Yeah,
was like
I'll bring it. Yeah, I'll bring it back up. Here.
Especially the one that you were looking at that had the slightly yellow with the three that were illuminated. There's another word 2 spaces down. I was like, that word was calling out. Grabbing.
Were you looking at this one?
That enclosure, I mean, that's basically the definition of one of the definitions of like Eden in the etymology of Eden.
Right.
Which?
Right. Were you looking at this one or something else?
Marked with a cross.
Or 6.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, that sounds like it's got another syllable in it.
So let's do this. Got to keep your Greek keyword handy. This is what has helped me so much with the Greek staros. You're talking about this one. See,
yeah.
Now with these words? Okay, notice here you got corpus count. So their corpus is like, everything from Plato to a bunch of Christian writers to like, pre-Christianity stuff, right? And so what's weird is they have a lot of words in here, but they have like 0 references, meaning that it doesn't appear in the corpus. And so this is one of the words. So always those words that have 0, I kind of, I don't know, look at a little bit less just because, see, it might not even be in the LSJ, but let's see. It is marked with a cross. See, but they don't have much on it. So that's one thing I've found with this ancient Greek is that,
What is the word? Could you say it?
Oh, okay. Say it. Shit. Star. So it's got the same word, the beginning of starteros. So it's like startero tupos. Oh, tupos it means place. So
yeah. It seems like it's over to the right hand. Yeah, star.
Now we're talking about the axis mundi.
Tupos means place. I'm pretty sure. So let's look
at the place
So
of the cross.
Starro is marked with a cross. Yeah, that would make sense. So let's look up tupos. I'm pretty sure that's place below. Okay, I was wrong. Tupos is below. So effect with blow, pressure, impression of a seal, impressions,
Teeth.
hollow
Mark.
mold matrix.
It's marking basically.
Yeah, engraved, marked. So it makes sense, right? It's like marked with a cross. That was the definition. But let's see if we get anything else out of this. Cast or replace made with a mold. Figure worked in relief, molding, modeling, sculpture.
Seems to be a lot to do with this mold and the
Carved
model and
figure
below and
image. That's interesting. Carved figure image.
Well, that makes sense too, because I mean, the mark of the beast is technically you're being molded and shaped by the beast in the beast's image, like acting in that spirit.
Totally. And you could see how it could be used figuratively, too. Like that makes perfect sense. Even thinking, because we're back here, it's like carved into image, carved figure image.
we've come full circle now, haven't we?
Yeah. Tupos. So it's like starter tupos. Isn't this fun, man? The Perseus dude, you should all get familiar with this. This is like the best.
What was that original word you were defining with the CHAR? Because I just remember it's so close to my last name being
this one.
Giardiello. That's what I was like listening
This
to.
right here. Can you see it? It's spelled
Kai.
Charum.
Okay. Yeah.
It's spelled Chi. So that's where you get the CH from. And then alpha, rho, alpha, gamma, mu, alpha.
Oh, that's interesting.
Paragma. Yeah, and that was an interesting Lima list too. See, so when they have like lots of words like this, that's like better than when you go over a few pages, it gets less and less. So like these words, some of them, they may have been just like made up by one author because like Greek was cool like that. You could kind of combine words, make up words, whatever. So they might just be like total one-offs that like this guy wrote once and they like included it for some reason, in their catalog, but it's like no one ever used it except that guy that one time. But if you knew Greek, you could figure it out because you knew what, the words combined meant. You could separate it and look at it like that. So yeah, the 0 words are probably more like one-offs. Whereas when you see these big word, lots of corpus count here are, more popular written, mark engraved. But that's the root of the charagma word stuff that comes up. Thought that was interesting too.
Yeah.
Highly interesting. And so this, for everybody watching, that is vocab.perseus.org. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. It's Perseus. Here, I'll drop the link in there, and then you
the
can,
chat. Yeah.
Well, I'll drop it in our private chat, and then you could drop it in the.
I can't drop it from private chat. Could you drop it in the group chat?
Okay, but yeah.
If you just on the bottom right corner, if you just hit it in there, because from private you can't. From group chat, from the group chat, I mean, in the actual public chat, I can make it pop up on the screen with just a flick of the button. But the private chat doesn't have that interface on this StreamYard. I'm getting so annoyed with StreamYard. I'm so over StreamYard. I'm going to find an alternative. I'm going to learn how to use OBS Studios. It's the most stable streaming software that there is. Let's face it, it's the best. Integrated with another system, and Bob's your uncle.
So that's that, and then this is the Lima list.
Yeah, I find it really interesting, Okay, so what we've got here is
They're short enough that people can type. That's what I'm saying. Because I don't have a wrench. I'm not cool enough, you know, that I can't post links in your chat. I don't even think
No.
Sherry has a wrench. Why are you so stingy with your wrenches, bro?
oh gosh, I'm putting it in the wrong place. Let me put it in the right place. Let me put it here.
Yeah, you put it
So
in the
there we
front.
go. For people that want to enjoy this, you should all be able to go and play around with this. This is like real good. So it's Perseus.truts. And then the other one that you used was vocab.perseus.org. And we'll pump that one in next.
Yeah, the Lima list one where you can put the asterisks and see what words are around it or whatever. That helps to kind of get into the
So
meaning.
there's the one for people to take down. No, where is it? There it is. Yes, on the left.
Yeah, you got it.
Perseus.tufts.edu. I don't know if you need all that Hopper stuff. I think you just put in the first one, so it'll take you there, I'm guessing. And then the next one, which was also quite useful, is this Perseus.org, vocab.perseus.org. Lovely, brother. That's lovely resources you brought. Beautiful.
Slash Lima on that last one. You got to do slash Lima on the end of it.
Lima, yeah?
Lemma.
Oh, sorry.
And that's an interesting word too, because like Anna Lima, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, you gotta put Lemma on that
I
last link.
I had a huge problem with
Yep.
spelling in school, because when I was young, I started looking at when I was 12, I started collecting books, old books, and some of the books in my mom's partner's collection were old. He had books from the 1800s. He had an 1800s set of encyclopedia there, huge set, and he had other ones which inspired me. Some like slightly older forms of English, like older modern English, and then I came across like some Middle English. I was like, holy crap. And that took me into like looking at Old English, and I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on here? And I got back to school and I was like, hold on, I've seen these words spelt differently in other English. And that's when I realized that something was up, right? When I was 12, I was like, this isn't right. And then I realized that they are now trying to force me to spell words the way they want me to spell words. And I thought they probably did this to my parents in school. And then I was thinking, well, they probably did it to my grandparents. I was thinking, well, who did it to their grandparents? How long have these schools been telling us how to spell words? Who's been behind telling us how we have to spell words?
You could date that because, like you're saying, you go back, you read the Old English. I think it's so cool. They used to just spell words how they sounded. Like fire was like FYRE to some people, and then some people would spell it another way. But yeah, I love that because it's like it just adds another layer to it all, with this proper English dictionary spelling stuff. Yeah. Not as cool in my opinion.
Yeah, the Dukes were behind it, the education, right? They wanted us to learn to speak Duke language. and it's funny what you were talking about earlier about the persona and the ego and relating to these two different aspects, right? And I immediately, when I was thinking of it, then I started getting the concept and the idea in my head that this not icon, idol, that the idol made me think about serfdom. That was a subconscious thought that roamed through the back of my head, thinking there must be a connection with the serfdom here. Because when we were apparently all serfs, right? humans, except for royalty. And until they made the new law that if you had the king's money, a coin of the king's face on the money in your pocket, then you were free. But until you had a coin of the king's face in your pocket, you were the property of whatever land you were on. And so were we turned into the idols? In a sense.
Or we venerated the idols, which was the coin with the face on it, was an idea that we all imagined and agreed upon, and that's the idol.
See, egregore.
Or is it an icon?
Well, to me, the icons would have been the dukes. We would have venerated the dukes, right? Of these palaces, of these, the king of the manor, the lord of the manor. I think this is where we get these words Lord crossing over, because how did we call the Lord, Immanuel, Jesus, whatever, the Lord? Oh, Soraya. Welcome, dear Soraya. How are you doing? We've got Soraya here. Soraya is a poetess. She's lovely. It's totally an honor to have you here. I hope you're having a wonderful solstice celebration. I hope the day has been beautiful and you've been enjoying it. And I hope you can hear me and you are present. And you're with us. I can't hear you though, by the way. Soraya? Your mic went on, but did you guys hear anything?
Nothing.
Okay, it's definitely not my side. There might be an issue with your audio, dear Soraya. I'm sure Soraya will play with her settings, and but yeah, man, that's really interesting about this serfdom, and I wonder how does this relate to our Greek heritage? So let's look at the history for a moment, right? These icons came and they gave us the idol. And when I say the idol, I mean the idol in our mind, right? And the whole point of the idol in our mind was to make our minds turn idle, right? So we weren't thinking for ourselves. And so we then had to subject ourselves to education, where we were living in the Lord's manner and the Lord got to tell us what was the truth. That must have been where education started. The dukes had you living in their manner and they get to tell you what it is and what isn't, what's truth and what's not truth. Probably freedom of speech didn't exist because you couldn't say anything that would anger the Lord, right? If the Lord said the sky was purple, you had to acknowledge the sky was purple, right? Or else. Welcome, dear Soraya. I hope you can hear us.
Hello.
There she is. Namaste, dear Queen. I hope you're well. I hope your family's well. And for those of you that don't know Soraya, she's been on the round table since early days. She hasn't been around for a while because she's been very, very busy. She's a full-time mum. She's got a lot going on. And it's an honor to have you here. It's lovely to have you here as well. And Soraya is a poetess, so you can find her infinite words of love. Did you change the handle on that, didn't you? You got a couple of different sources.
Well, I don't use that anymore.
Yeah,
one.
I just realized.
That's why I
Which one
don't
are
have
you
a
using
handle there
primarily?
anymore. I'm now primarily using Love Light Energy and Family in Christ Jesus.
Well, good for you. I thought I hadn't seen Infinite Words of Love, but there's still a group called Infinite Words of Love, isn't there?
No, that's only a Words of Love group. I kind of detached them, the old group, and I made it private.
Right. Well, It's lovely to have you here. It's an honor to have you. Much love, blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I know right now what, but
Well, Soraya's in the Netherlands,
yeah, I
and
am.
she's our Dutch European connection here. Yeah, we've been playing with the words, the meanings of the words and where they come from, and I find it really interesting how, we've really stumbled onto a couple of like crumbs that can sort of lead us back to, which is that Hansel and Gretel. Ooh, icons.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I wanted to get into this. Cosmic said we don't have icons anymore.
Of course,
I think we do. I think our icons have become idols. I think who we thought
Yeah.
were icons were actually idols. These beings, because they were like prisoners in themselves. And
Well, what's the differential? What's the what are we saying the difference is between the two?
well, the idol is more of a prisoner in a sense. That they both represent an idea in the mind, right? An image. But the ideal seems to have etymological connections with not having freedom. That's correct, hey, Pika? I believe.
Yeah, it seems like idol had the word where idolatry comes from. It was a combination of two words, one being idol, and then the other being this like latreo word, which meant more of like enslavement or to be a slave. So idol worshiping was like being a slave in service to an idol, the image. But then the word icon was used in a much more like positive light. In the Bible they would call Christ the image of God, and the word was an icon. So, and then there was no word or combination of words like there was with idolater or idolatry, of this combo of idol and slave. There was no combination of an icon to any sort of like servitude or slaveness. So yeah, thought icon had a way, I don't know, more positive, better, maybe perhaps more true sort of idea to it.
Yeah, that's interesting because the word doulos, that's the word we're talking about here. Doulos, is that right? Doulos.
Yeah, so doulos, that was in that one verse. I think it was like 2 Corinthians 4 something. Said that's where it called Christ, and it said he was an image of God. And then in the next verse it said, we should all be servants of Jesus or God or something like that. But in that it used the word doulos, which kind of ironically enough meant more of the slave thing, going back to the latreo word. So it used icon, but then it still used like slave. It's kind of ironic.
And a doula is a very interesting word as well, because that's a ceremony that people do when someone's passing from the world, right? So a doula.
And the doulas are the midwives also, right? They're the ones that bring. That's another name for them. The doulas,
Exactly.
they bring
the
in.
midwife
They bring
that
in
brings you in and brings you out. So there's an interesting perspective, bringing you into slavery, freeing you from slavery. And I have to go here and I have to look at this because there's an important sage from there's an important scholar in Ayurveda that's name was Atreya. And so what does Atreya mean? What is Atreya etymology meaning? Sanskrit. and see if I can pull up anything worthwhile. So Atri means descendants, right? Or the head of the descendants, Atri. Relating to the lunar deity. So we've got two words here. Oh, you're gonna love this. Indy's gonna love this. So we've got Atri, which is atrium, the heart, right? Atri. And then we've got Ea, which is the old name of Enki before he arrived on Earth. Ea, which is the first name of deity ever worshipped on Earth. Ea. And so, in fact, the Akkadians started calling him Ea again after his son Marduk had basically created a huge war and everything and tried to usurp all of everything, who we then knew as Malak or whatever. You know, there's all these different versions of these same sort of players on the proverbial chessboard, or so it seems to me. But so we've got Ea, which is also the first name in the Jewish tradition, right? Ea. If you think about Ea, it's yeah, right? Ea. So you could pronounce Yot He as Ea, which is this ancient name, and it's a big part of all the names. It's a big part of many of the names. Either the names have the Vav and the He, or they have the E and the A on the end, which is very interesting. So these two branches of the names relate to the Vav He or Iya as a prefix or as a suffix. And in Sanskrit, we use the same syllable Ya on the end of mantras. So you could say Om Namo Shivaya. Ya will always be to add potency and power to the syllables chanted. So Atri then represents what we were saying, the lunar essential humor or juice in the body and the lymph. Interesting. The epithet of Shiva. I didn't realize it was an epithet of Shiva. That's very interesting. Atri. And it's the priest related to the Sadasya. And the Sadasya, the practitioners of the divine sciences, the Ayurveda, and the shamanic tradition, which is where all of this comes from. Shamanism is the source of Ayurveda, because the word shaman, and you've got Shraman and Shramana, and the Shramana were the people that went to live in seclusion in the jungles, and they spent their time contemplating nature and the divine, and they used a little drum called a dambaru in those days, and they would chant these shraman, sacred chants that would put them into a trance, and they would then travel out of their body, and they would meet the guides, the deva and the devi, and they would then come back into their bodies, having been taught by the guides what plants they can make a medicine for. When the common people would have a problem, they'd go and seek out the shramana, who would then divine in this form of trance what different plants and materials to put together for a medicine. And then these people would document it and take it back to their village and write down that if someone's got a headache, you take this plant and that plant and that plant. And so they started slowly documenting the knowledge that was channeled by the shramana, who are the shaman. This is where the word shaman actually comes from ancient Vedic. I know you're going to find other nonsense on the web about it, but if you go to India, this is where it comes from. And somebody who never went to India, couldn't speak Sanskrit, never studied Indian culture, had nothing to do with India at all, just one day made a blanket statement that there's no connection between the word shaman and shraman and shramana, even though a shramana is somebody that uses a drum to go into a trance in order to connect with non-physical beings that they call their guides, who would then channel information in order to help heal those that were sick, which is exactly what a shaman does, right? So anyway, getting off the track here. So this Atri word is a very interesting word if you look at it from its Vedic sources. Yeah. And I believe the word you were talking about was atreia as well. Is that right? In Greek. PK.
I don't know. I just looked up Atreya. I don't know if I mentioned it before, but it's got some interesting things going on. With Atreus, Atreus, has to do with the old Mycenaean king, relations to maybe the father of Agamemnon, has to, getting into the Helen and Troy and all that stuff. So that's a name, a word that has a lot going on with it. And then there is this a tray case, basically ATREKES means real or genuine. Does that kind of align with?
Well, it does, because Atri, the syllables Atri means basically first the head of the descendants, the priests. This is an epithet of Shiva, and it relates to the essential humors in the physical body that produce life. So it relates to truth, does it not? Atri. And we talk about patri in Greek. And well, I think it's Greek. I know it's in Latin. Patri means father, right? Your patronage, your patriarchal lines comes from patri. So atri, when you add a p onto it, becomes patri. And pati means husband. So when you're mixing the word pati with atri, patri, then you can see how this sort of reflects all these ideas. And so that's the father, the Abba, brought into that name. So I think it's like it's a very important name, basically, this Atreya. And I think it's cross-cultural. You'll probably find it in a lot of languages. What does it mean in Hebrew?
This is share screen of the Lima list.
Let me see. Wow, there's a lot of really interesting ideas coming up here. Chris, what was it about your name being Charagni? Similar to your name, is it?
There was when I heard him say the Charada, I think it was Charada or something like that. It was one of the other words. My last name is Chardiello, and I was like Charda, I think he was saying. So it was kind of close.
So it's Charagiello.
Chardiello, though. There was the D. There was the one entry with the D in it, but it sort of just fell off after that.
Charagiello. Wow, that's really cool. Interesting.
And it's actually a CIAR, so because it's the Italian.
I can't see a significance. Atre. I'd have to change the way I transliterate it if I wanted to get.
I know Atreyu is a with a U at the end of it. That was a band, so I know that's some sort of occult word of importance.
Character from the Never-Ending Story. Atreyu was like a Native American figure in the kid's story.
Mm-hmm.
that was riding on Falcor.
Okay. Okay.
Wow. Here's an interesting thing. In Hebrew, you've got atara, which is modern Hebrew pronunciation, but ataria. So ataria, atreya, atreya. You and the end of the word is ria. Oh my gosh, ria.
It's like
you know?
ray of light, ray of art. It's like art of light.
Yeah, and the ria is the thing that's above the head of the
The halo.
the king guy in ancient Egypt. What's it called? The pharaoh's head. Isn't that called a rea? That serpent.
Oh
One of
yeah,
the names.
yeah. Ray. Yeah, that's Ray. Ria, Ray. I mean, there's a lot of names, but Ray, Ra. It's like one of the forms of Ra.
It's
I know
the personification.
Curious.
Um,
Ureaus.
Oh yeah, and then you might be thinking of the. There are the two things also on the.
the Uraeus, right? They call
Yeah.
it Uraeus.
Ureus.
Yeah. So, but there's the Urea. It's the same fundamental stock root of the words being carried there, and in Hebrew, we've got they're pronouncing it as in atara, but we know how Hebrew can be. If it's aleph, taf, resh, and he, that could be atreha. You see, so depending on whether you pronounce the A after the T or is there an aleph that was added in there. It's very interesting because we got a similar word now. That the reason we can tell that it's a connection is because it means crown in Hebrew, right? But in Sanskrit, we are basically looking at meaning the name for I've lost my place. Where did I have it? I had it all here. It means your lineage, right? The father of your lineage is the Atri. So Atriya could be the like adding divinity to that forefather of your ancestral lineage. So I think we're like with this word Atreya, which means where did you fish that out of, PK? Where did that word come out of? I've lost my original point. Are you with us, PK? Maybe he's making a sandwich or something. But there's so many interesting points here coming together, all relating to these same words, and it all started with the charagma word, right? And so it's a real rabbit hole. But I think that it sort of brings us to the idea of looking at these icons and these idols, and how our icons have become our idols because we have idolized our icons.
And I just wrote something in the chat that I had found on from it was either between looking at the works of Francis Bacon, Novum Organum on idolatry and different forms of idolatry versus iconography and iconology, and then there was a quote here by Panofsky. I don't even know who that is, but there was Panofsky and another. I'm guessing these people were studying the field of iconology, and they were saying basically that right here, the history iconology was the branch of history of art which concerns itself the itself of the art. So it was more so studying the meaning. So the icon is really the meaning behind the symbol as opposed to just the copying of that symbol.
Ooh, I like that. So you could say that the iconography, the icon is perhaps like a correct, proper understanding of what it is symbolizing. And so it's like, what's important is the thing it's symbolizing, not the thing itself. And then where the idol is perhaps more veneration, more to do with the thing itself rather than that which it is symbolizing. I like that. That's a great find.
Yeah, that seems to be what at least they were trying to separate these two words, I think, more so back during Renaissance times, and it seems like it didn't really stick as much as some people would have liked, because now if you look up in the dictionary iconography or icon, you'll get idol as a synonym. Same with idol, you'll get icon as a synonym.
Totally. And that's a thing I think that's so important with learning the languages and learning the nuance of this. I mean, when you go, people read scripture, people read old written words and, take it as some sort of truth. And if they don't even know what the hell they're reading, then what good is it? You know what I mean? If it's all like image, an image is the same thing as an idol and an icon. What good does that do anyone? You don't even know what the hell you're reading,
Yeah. And what's weird, the only thing that I find weird though about these two definitions, if you look at the word icon, you think like I con someone, like I conned you. And if you look at idol, you see I do in that. So it's almost like you would expect the definitions to be opposite in a way sometimes, like for me at least.
That's very interesting.
Con with also instead of con, like, conning someone. Con is with, I with.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah,
I think.
And Bacon seemed to really focus on this a lot, and then I never actually heard of this work. Then I linked the wiki to it.
So basically, the idol relates to the idea, right? Is that what you're saying?
The form, basically. So it's almost, it's like you're copying something. You're trying to mimic. It's more of like a mimicking of a form instead of actually knowing the meaning and having an understanding of that.
And the icon is the actual idea.
Yeah.
And so that brings us
this points out how like what's the word? Inept our language is right now, just to even try and discuss what we're trying to discuss. This really points it out. Okay.
I think we jumped onto something quite intuitively earlier when when you pointed out the connection with icon to do with the icon relating to the ego and the idol relating to the persona, because the persona is mimicking patterns of the ego that have become ingrained into the persona. And so it personalizes egoic consciousness, which the ego is a lot more shapeless.
That's interesting. That's exactly what Bacon has in the chapters of this book regarding various forms of idols. Like he has idols of the tribe. So I guess that's like mimicking members of your tribe or certain tribes and having the same beliefs and same functions as they do because you're just trying to be a part of it. Kind of like what we see a lot of today. Then he has idols of the cave, which I think goes back to Plato's cave and people not wanting to leave and understand what's outside of the cave. He gets into idols of the theater, which would be kind of like media and like the lies being told and being accepted. So yeah, I think you're spot on.
And then
Where's the
that
link?
takes us right into
The
education.
link.
Here, I'll send you. I'll send it to you, PK. I put it in the chat before. It should be in the private chat too. If not, let me put it back in the private.
Put it into the group chat if you could. I mean, into the big chat, because then we can just flash it on the screen very easily.
No, I put it in the
And,
private chat so I can click it because I can't click it in the group.
Shoot, you might have to. You might have to actually.
can't click
Because
it
no
there.
one has
Okay.
no one has a wrench. That's what I was saying about wrenches, man. You give no one has wrenches so that we can't share links in the group.
You might have to
chat.
copy it. You might have to copy and paste it because for some reason that
No,
last
that works
part.
perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't even copy and paste things properly in this. I see what you're talking about. That's interesting how that's. You see, this is all I'm noticing. The more I use the StreamYard, the more I get annoyed by little things. You wouldn't be dealing with nonsense like this if you were on Zoom. You know, like it just is what it is. You know,
Yeah.
and it's just a bit annoying.
So I will say though, like bacon is one of the notorious freaking
Shade balls.
like yeah, I mean that's when
Yeah.
when shit started to slip away from us. I feel like if you could point to a certain time, it was like Queen Elizabeth the First, and then and King James, and like that whole crew, the John D, the Edward Kelly, the Bacon.
That's why I had to mention
the
weird thing with the I do and the icon.
Everything you said, yeah. Everything you said though was like, yeah, that's what we're saying, and it's like, yeah, that's what Bacon said too, and then it's like, man, but you always got to read between the lines. It's like, I don't know. I just feel like he didn't have the best. It seems there were ulterior motives. That's all I'll say.
No, I agree. That's exactly why I brought that point up with the definitions and possibly maybe them being flopped somehow, because I don't trust Bacon as far as I could throw the man.
Yeah.
But that being said, the information he was sharing and he was writing wasn't meant for the common man. So he was writing in books that wouldn't be put in front of everybody. Those books would be kept by certain orders to be put out between their initiates. So he wasn't writing for the common man. He was writing, I think, like, a lot of these people had access to libraries of knowledge from the Rosicrucians, from various different traditions, where there was a lot of really powerful knowledge that they were sharing between each other. But like Francis Bacon's, like a lot of his information's only come to light recently, right? Like in the last 30 years, a lot of his content, a lot of the content that was publicly domained in the past was the kind of content that wasn't relevant to the occult.
Yeah, I mean,
so I don't think it was intended to be that way.
And also, you can make an argument with Bacon being kind of the outcast of sort of his whole little group that he was involved with, and eventually being thrown out of the whatever position he had for his sexuality and whatnot. Right?
You've got to be really bad to be thrown out of that group for that.
Well, I mean, not the secret society groups, but like the Queen, the job he had in government, he lost because I think they found that he was gay, right, or bisexual or something like that. I think he was actually charged with something and punished quite severely at the end of his towards the end of his career.
What I mean is, if you were in with that crowd and you got publicly scapegoated.
Oh, well, I think the reason too is there was some rumors of him being like an illegitimate child of the Queen, and that was not ever gonna be a thing, I think. But I don't quote me on that. I just what I'm sort of remembering things. I haven't looked into Bacon in a while.
There must be a lot of interesting skeletons in that closet, because I'm guessing he was kicked out of his little group, as well, because they didn't have his back.
Well, I mean,
Where if
even
they had
even if
his
you
back,
think about
then
it,
he would have been fine, right? Because
if
they
you
would have
think about
controlled
it,
the tabloids.
even D sort of got burned at the end by the royalty. The royalty kind of burned all like a bunch of the occultists because they just cut ties with them and then like used them as far as they could and then distance themselves from them. So
That's very interesting. You know, very, very interesting.
This may
So,
have been
yeah,
a
I mean, this-
Latin thing. This may have been a Latin thing. So he wrote that in Latin. I'm seeing like, the idol. There is a 1-to-1 Latin idolum, but in icon there's not. So it's almost as if perhaps these two like Greek ideas expressed in the two words for idol and icon were conflated in the Latin, and it's like they just used idolum because I don't see a Latin. Well, no, I guess Latin is icon. Latin literally is icon. Late Latin icon. So
there was
I
a
don't know. Could have been a language thing.
and what was that other, what was there was a word that was very close to Enki actually too that I was seeing the early Greek. It was econ eikon or iconographia and econ.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's basically just like likeness or image.
Mhm.
Where the translations are almost exact, where the eidolon was the Greek for idol, and it was pretty similar. Yeah.
There's a weird thing here too with the way they describe that definition or that word I just mentioned. They have it in brackets denoting a drawing or a plan, almost as if the iconographia, which was a sketch or description, was planning or doing something for the future, like you're creating something to then be made. And I wonder if there's like something with that. I know Gabe has been bringing up this future tense verbiage.
what you're saying here is very interesting because the word icon comes from ico.
Right.
And we've got that word in English called an echo. Is there an echo in here? Is there an echo in here?
Interesting.
So the word echo and icon are connected. And ico means to resemble or to be like, right? And so an echo is a sound that resembles another sound, to be like. So we've literally got the word icon, we've got the word echo. You see how they've changed this in English, how clever these deviants are. They've changed icon to I, what's spelled with an I, and they've made echo to be spelled with an E and to sound different, but they come from the same root word, icon, ico. So that's quite interesting when we look at that, because to resemble is to imitate. So
Put the other tree in there.
Yeah.
Your tree.
so
Yeah,
that's
I was
very-
thinking the same with the word Adonai, which is the Jewish name for God of Malkuth, essentially, is Adonai. You were talking about Shaddai earlier, and that's typically associated with the Assad, right above Malkuth. And Adonai, you kind of have that Ido in there too. If you do the ID, Adonai, like an idol. Thought that was interesting, but it doesn't have that L, but still it's got the Ido.
Yeah, there's a very interesting word, Adonai, if we like really look at it. Because Adona, okay, so if you go back to Vedic language now, you look at Adona. Adona is your fire, is your sacred fire where you worship your Agni. Your Agni, we've come back to the first word we started with. I can't even remember all these words. They're slipping through my head, which was Agma. What was the first part of the word of Agma?
It was cha. It was chi
Cha.
alpha. Chiragma. Chiragma.
So charagma. I just wanted to remember that word so I don't forget it. Don't lose my root. So Adonai, Adona is your fireplace where you would worship Agni. So that's your Ag. Your Ag is your fire. Your Agni Puja is in your Dona. So Adonai, interesting. Instead of Iya, it's Iya. It's Iya's name backwards. Food for thought. So we've got Dona. So Dona represents that sacred hearth, which is where your rituals would take place. And so, in a sense, if you think about what Malkut represents the echoes of the tree of life, right? So the nine containers each emit a vibrational pitch, sounds, and all of these sounds get encapsulated in a group echo, which is the final presentation of all of these sounds and the vibrational pitches from the enad. So the enad is projecting into Malkut. So when we're speaking about Adonai, we're talking about that completion of all of the 9 enad principles to become that sacred place for worship. So this physical realm was like sort of designed for worship according to those old ancient ideas. So Adona being the center of that word is interesting. If we break it down in Hebrew, we could say like Aleph is the great spirit of intelligence, which is moving through the door, Venus. So we've got the element of air and its spiritual significance of intelligence moving through the door of Venus. Venus, which is Venus, life. Adho. And then we've got an interesting concept here because we then have this connecting to Nun, to the fish, to the transformative potential of life, which drives life and not being alive and being born, and which is a sort of the final product of the wheel of life, but not the wheel of life, the transformative potential of the wheel of life to transform things. And so when we look at that, we've got the Adonai, and then Ai is that producing that perfect seed. So the perfect seed being produced by the Adonai is what gives us that seed of divinity that we can worship with.
Look at what I just put in the public chat.
Why can't I see it? You put it in the public chat.
Yeah, on YouTube.
Oh, there it is. It's right at the bottom.
You add an I, man. Add an I to Jesus, Jesus, so you get I am. That's exactly what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying. The seed of consciousness, the seed of all manifestation, I am.
Yeah, it's a very interesting name when we look at that, Adonai, because it's the word that they used to replace the tetragrammaton, mostly, because they weren't allowed to speak that word. If they said that word, they got thrown at stones. Remember? Sorry to make a giggle of it, but that's what it seems like to me. Like, don't say that word or we'll throw stones at you.
Yeah, so kind of figured or stumbled upon this the other day. You were mentioning the Enya and the 9, and also Malkuth, just to throw this in there. Have you ever heard that Malkuth is the Sabbath, is the kingdom? That like Malkuth, it's like it's not a day, it's here. This whole place here is the Sabbath. Resting on the Sabbath, that's here. I thought that was just an interesting little spin on it. But what I shared here is what I wanted to talk about. this goes back to the reins being the kidneys, which ties in with this nephros word, which is used as the inmost mind, or the inmost thoughts, feelings, purpose of the soul, right? Nephros. But Inia. So another, okay, this letter here, N, can you see my mouse?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So the letter,
Yes.
the N right there is the letter Ada, which is, there's epsilon as well, but both of these words are like just A. So this word here is pronounced Inia. It's Ada, Nu, Iota, Alpha. So Inia means the bridle or the reins. It's the bridle of the horse. So I just thought that was a kind of crazy connection with like the whole Enneagram and how you were just going on about the Enneads, talking about the 9 Sephiroth above Malkuth. This word over here is more of the bridle or the bit, right? That I guess the reins are attached to, but they both have to do with this like curbing, controlling. And this word was super interesting because its prefix is Kali. It's Kalinos. So you got Chi, Alpha, Lambda, Iota, Nu, Omega, Sigma. Kalinos. So you got the Kali right here, as in the bridle or the bit, what the horse will bite down on that causes it pain, the gnashing of the teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that one, the Kali in that word. I'm not super familiar with Kali. And I don't even know if she really fits in here in this discussion necessarily.
Absolutely.
But that was an interesting connection with Kali. Yeah.
I mean,
What's that
she
word?
would.
Kalinos.
Kalinos. Yep.
Nos. So the nose of Kali. That's
Well, nos.
interesting.
Yeah, nos is a pretty common ending. I wouldn't ascribe too much meaning to that. No, nos used at the end of nouns is like super common in Greek. Whatever nos.
Well, it's also
is kinda
intelligence,
just
right?
like-
Means
yeah,
intelligence.
maybe nous, but they would just end nouns with nos a lot.
But if you think of also like if you do think of it as intelligence, you're getting like a Kali, the intelligence basically of Kali, the spirit of Kali, which would be like a destructive one, which is kind of it matches with the release revelation and a lot of the gnashing of the teeth, sort of birthing pains from the mystery Babylon whole portion of it.
Yeah, that's a very interesting concept, like the whole idea of the bit between the teeth. You see, Kali pulls this posture.
With
Right.
the tongue.
So she actually opens up her teeth and puts her tongue out. It's quite an important posture. And so it's almost like the bit between Kali's teeth is her tongue. There's an element of biting your tongue in this. And so the horse is being forced to bite its proverbial tongue. It not biting your tongue means freedom of expression, freedom of movement, verbally, freedom of thinking. But when you've got that bit between your teeth, you're trapped, you're stuck.
Yes.
And so, in a sense, Kali represents the forces of matter that have got us trapped here.
Because you have,
and we have to face this karmic harshness of matter.
You have like that dual meaning of the rein itself in the mouth being the technology being used to do exactly what you just said in subjecting or not allowing the person to actually be free.
And then we've got 2 syllables that are ka and li. So ka represents, you've got your ba, you've got your ka, you've got your ja. So, but your ka represents your self-actualizing etheric presence, where your ba represents your emotional astral presence. So in Egypt, these were different bodies in ancient Kem. So your ka body is that body that pushes outside of yourself, shapes and manifests objective perspective and points. So ka, you see Kali manifesting the universe, shaping the universe, and when she dances, she can unshape the universe because she is the shape of the universe. So when she's stationary, the universe is fine. When she's dancing, the universe is no longer shaped. You see, there's this like subtle connection there. And she's got the teeth. She's got the teeth. She wears a garland. Well, there's different forms of Kali
The
because
skulls.
hey?
Of the skulls, right?
Yeah, man, this is scary. There's an element of fear involved. So the horses are being sort of controlled with fear, right?
Check out the
Because
bottom definition.
sorry.
Keep going, but check out the bottom definition on what I just shared of Kalinos. You can't see it because
Are you sharing it now on the screen? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and we've got my cherry pointing out here as well that Kali needs to be reined in by Shiva, but he reins her in by sacrificing himself, which is an interesting concept.
Are you
So what
trying
have
to
we
get
got
lower?
here?
that's all. Keep going, man. Yeah, it just says fangs of serpents there. That's all I wanted to share. That on the bottom definition
Yeah,
of the
you were-
Kalinos.
I knew there was
fangs of
something behind
serpents.
all the chats were blocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says fangs of serpents, or like corner of the horse's mouth, and then also
Kali's got
fangs
these
of
fangs,
serpent. Yep.
serpent fangs. And that's like because she is that embodiment of the Kundalini, the Nag power, which is flowing through Shiva. She is that embodiment. So she's both the form of the universe and the unform of the universe. And Shiva is like the conductor story. But Shiva conducts by not being present. It's a very weird story, like by not being in charge. He is in charge by not being in charge. Because essentially Kali is a reflection of Parvati. But this idea of Li, okay, so we've got Ka, which is that projective etheric side of our body going out. Then Li, what is Li? And Li, I keep wanting to think of China. What does Li mean in Chinese? Anybody here?
Li is like a measurement, a distance.
Right. Now that makes sense. So the etheric is like what structures the universe into shape. And Li is what gives it size and defines the shapes specifically. So Kali then becomes that like the map of the universe, effectively. And Shiva then represents the consciousness that encapsulates the map of this universe, which is also ironically living within Kali. You see, there's this like juxtaposition where the one's in, it's yang yin all over again, isn't it? You know, the yin within the yang, and within that, the yang within the yin. And so you look within the yin, you see the yang, and when you look inside that yang, you see the yin, and it's an endless loop of octave shifts. But so I think the Kali is quite relevant. And the Li also, you know, speaking about measurements, I think it also represents the reins. Yeah, like because it's giving a finite amount of distance. Like it's got to do with control to a certain degree. You know, when I hear that syllable, and then you speak about the lee side of the hill for the wind. which is quite interesting. And then the wind in itself is very interesting because that's the Vayu, the Vayu, the Havai, which you will see that in a lot of sacred words. Hava, yeah, and the element of air. Well, what do they call that in Greek? They call that pneuma. Pneuma, right?
I believe so. That sounds right.
The pneuma is the source of all of the magical power.
Pneuma is there's two. I get them confused. I'm pretty sure
I
pneuma
do
is
too.
breath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One's breath, and then the other one, psyche, spirit. Yeah. So pneuma's breath. Yeah.
In India, they don't separate the two. They consider that you're breathing in the prana,
Makes sense.
which is the
Yep.
psyche, which is the soul, which is.
It's confusing. I think that they're separated, but I like the whole psyche thing. You know, you look up old definitions of psychologists, and it's one who treats the soul. You know, and
Yeah.
now we just have this such weird connection with psyche, as if it had something to do with your mind and personality. Like we took the soul out of it.
This disembodied thing just popped up. Ding! Like a microwave door opened, went ping, and out popped this psyche. Like, here I am. I'm
Yeah,
disconnected to everything. I'm not part of anything.
Like, and then we have no soul, and also then forget about spirit. That's totally gone.
I think that's a big part of what we're looking at here with the back to the idol, right? Because I don't see the difference between the word idle becoming lazy and stagnant, right? And allowing your idol to work for you. In other words, I don't need to learn because my icon will give me the idol that I need, and that will become my new ideal, right? And so my new ideal will become a reflection of the idol given to me by my icon. So all I need is, and Cosmic was saying earlier that he didn't think that we've still got icons and idols but we might not feel the same way that we did about celebrities and the stars. But I think there's a whole new kind of icon, a whole new kind of idol coming out in social networking. These what they call influencers.
Yeah, politicians as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've now taken actors and turned them into presidents, haven't they? I mean, Trump had his own show for about 10 years, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, that was going on for a while, but influencers is probably the best word. We're surrounded by influencers.
And now we're getting very honest to what an icon is. An icon is an influencer. It's an idea that influences you. It's an image. It's an ideal. It's an image of something that's ideological that you hold within your consciousness that influences you towards a particular system of belief, that you will then idolize a certain way of life, and you will manifest this idol around you and project it out of yourself into the physical plane to make the world become what you're holding within yourself. So you will work towards maintaining the system that produces the idol from whence the icon, in your mind has been drawn from the icon on the screen. And so it's like a very powerful system from my perception of psyops.
It's interesting here. I see the need to want to connect these two words, where at least from just a little bit I looked in the Bible, they seemed like two different, very different terms or ideas. For one to write about don't be idolaters and use that word as in the idol and working, or like the slave word, and then yet say Christ is an icon of God. It's as if they're like two different ideas that we can't really grasp, and it's like maybe they're not meant to be connected. Maybe the when and if an icon steps foot over that gray line into idol territory, then that's when, you know, you need to do some self-reflection or something. One thing about the idols, like, oh, we don't have idols anymore, icons or whatever. The I would put forward that the idol is, you know, you maybe your like public self. You know, you go to work every day and you act a role. Well, you are living up to your idol. You know, that is your idol. Your idol is this thing that you think in your mind that you need to be or do. And you know, this gets really hard to really think about, because in the sense you do need to kind of act a certain way to be employed and make money or whatever, right? But in this like deeper sense, it's kind of like that isn't really you. You're just playing the role to, you know, get to a certain end, and that is in a way that is the idol that you're worshiping, because that is what you are doing every day. That's the whole thing too. You know, y'all were talking about sun worship and stuff earlier. It's like, I think that's a very overrated or just misused term. Like, you know, to think like, what does that even mean that they worship the sun? You know, what does that even mean? Do we not all worship the sun we sure wake up when the sun goes up or comes up? You know what I mean? We harvest by it. We plant seeds by it. So it's just a weird thing to think about. You know, they weren't sun worshipers, like in the sense, like you think they, you know, it's like, it has no meaning. That term to me has no meaning. To call people sun worshipers doesn't really mean anything. To me, unless I would ask, like, what do you mean by that when you call them sun worshipers? You know, and I would guess that it may be kind of difficult to elaborate on what is actually meant by that.
I'm a sun worshiper of sorts, and I pray to the sun.
Same
and
man. Yeah.
I've visited the sun before, and I pray and I worship the sun for everything it gives to me. And it's like, in a lot of ways, to me, representation of Buddha, the moon being Guan Yin, the female reincarnation of Buddha. So the sun brings, it can bring abundance, but it can also bring fire and destruction.
I want to add this.
Icon, the sun.
Yeah, man. I want to add to this Kali word, Li in Chinese. And thank you, dear Moonfeather. Lovely to have you. I hope you're having a great solstice. Blessings to Mooney. Much love. Mooney pointed out, yeah, and this was what I was forgetting. Like it was itching in the back of my mind. This Taoist word Li. Li is one of the trigrams of the I Ching, representing the element of fire. So we are in the Li trigam right now in terms of the Taoist Chinese calendar. So this Ka-Li represents that fire potential that Shin represents in the Hebrew. And interestingly enough, when you listen to the Li element in Taoist systems of alchemy, yoga, then you are listening to the sound psychically. It's the same as if you listen to water's humming. Same as if you're listening to the element of air, it's the air being released. So there are these interesting notions of onomatopoeia being expressed here, and Li is the word in Chinese for fire, and so Kali does represent a lot of fire, which is interesting. It brings us back to that other word that you were talking about. What was that word again? The whole word, Kali.
Gautama?
It was it just Kalinos?
Kalinos, yeah.
Kalinos.
Or was there something else to it?
I think that was it. Because you were saying that the word nos was just a suffix. But I think that the reason that the word nos is a suffix is because because it's a noun, is that a suffix that binds nouns specifically? Curiously?
Yes, it's a super common ending to nouns. Yeah.
Why? Because the earth element is where the nouns exist, right? So the nouns are essentially names for things in the earth element, right? And the earth element is governed by the sense of smell. So your nose is your sense of smell of adjusting to physical reality. It's the most physical sense that we've got. So it relates to the element of earth. So if a noun represents things that you can smell, generally speaking, it would make sense that the nos would be the word that connects everything in the earth element, as the sense of smell connects everything in the Muladhara chakra, which is the earth element of the Vedic system, which is quite interesting.
And it also
I
meant
don't think it's a
intelligence.
coincidence.
It also meant intelligence too. So
Yes. And in the Muladhara chakra is your anal, your ability to analyze,
mhm.
get them anal eyes working.
Yeah.
You learn to look through your anal eyes, man. So the powers of analysis is in the root chakra.
Oh my God! Here's your
Are you-
I also wanted to mention that Li is also a word for incomprehensible organic order in Chinese.
Wow.
It's a beautiful concept.
Hey guys.
Before I
Yes.
forget this, what you were just saying about the sense of smell, I was just kind of making some connections with something a little bit different here. I remember the story from that classic. God, I hate bringing up UAPs and UFOs right now, but that classic alien book by Whitley Schreiber, I think is his name, Communion. And there's a part in the book where whatever is happening to him, let's just pretend everything's real that's happening to him. Whatever he's interacting with, he asks if he could smell it. And the reason he does this apparently is some, I guess, instinctual understanding that this will help him remember in the future. And there seems to be, with iconoclasm and the destruction of icons, this destruction of memory that occurs at the same time if the culture gets too wrapped up in it. And like the tearing down of statues, you destroy the memory of that civilization. So there's something with memory, even with, I think, Kali, you could, the yuga we're in right now, like this is when civilization restarts. Basically, the memory of the old civilization is often wiped out. I think it connects somehow to memory.
That's very interesting. It does. The smell is our fastest gateway to the memory. Like, if you smell a smell from your childhood, like I smelled petrol the other day. Where was I? I was like at the petrol station. I was just like right back in my childhood. Because I'll never forget that smell of petrol when I was a child. And one part of me liked that smell. Another part of me disliked that, hated that smell. It made my head feel all giddy and nice, but then it made my tummy feel all like queasy. And I remember the car sickness I used to get as a result of smelling petrol. I remember going into petrol stations, like you drive into a petrol station and you get that smell, and it would be like it would hit me so hard. So it was funny, and you know, like a smell can take you back. Like a lot of smells of foods take you back to your childhood. Somebody's cooking something your mother used to cook or something. You smell it. It's the fastest way back to a memory.
Memory, Manime, is the mother of the muses. It's arguably the most important muse. From her, all the other muses were born. And you know, if you really think about it, you don't have much of an identity. You don't have much of a self without memory.
Exactly. And there's your ego, the true self.
And then there's the echo.
Mhm.
which becomes that other word. What was the word? Icon.
Yeah.
Icon.
Hmm.
So icon comes from icon, which represents a copy, and the memory is a copy. It's like a copy of what happened in that we store. That
And that's
happened.
why-
I've stored
yeah.
it. Copy. I
Mm,
got
and
it.
that's why
You can
this
go back and play it again.
that's why this damnatio memoriae, or basically the damning of memory or condemnation of memory by, I guess it would be ancient civilizations. I think Akhenaten did it actually when he wiped out a lot of the Egyptian belief systems, and he just said we're worshiping Aten now, or the sun, and no more multi-god system except for him and his family, who were allowed to have I think a few extras. But I mean, we've seen it with Christians, we've seen it with the Jews. Everyone's done this at some point.
I think there's definitely something in that, and a lot to be considered. I mean, memory is the key to releasing the locked up information within our souls. Like for me, it was a big part of. I spent a long period of my life going back to the places where I was as a child, and sitting on the same places on the earth, and drawing back from the earth, like what's been taken from me. come back, take it back, because it's imprinted on the earth. So we think of the memory as being in our head, but it's also imprinted on the earth. There's an echo
Yeah,
of what's happened.
nothing's in our head except for meat and whatever. Meat,
Electricity.
water, electricity. Yeah, like everything
Zzz,
else is
zzz,
being
zzz.
basically channeled in.
Yeah, but a lot of it's stored in the earth, in the matter, the mother. So it's a big part of, for me, what brought me back to a more sane state than what I used to be in, was engaging with all of my memories and going back step by step. And I think this is why in any spiritual devotional practice, the most important, most fundamental part of the practice is memory. And it's the key to the occult, whether you're Vedic, Kabbalists, whatever practice you're practicing. The most important practice that one will ever do is the daily review.
I was going to say this. That was Steiner's most important
It just
exercise.
is,
Yeah,
though.
his students do will be at the end of the day, right before you go to sleep. Basically, go through everything that happened throughout your day, like run it backwards, basically until your current point.
There's lots of talk on that lately on the internet. But yeah, recapitulation. Also, Carlos Castaneda, it was a thing they did. But yeah, basically, and it was a Rosicrucian thing. I mean, yeah, totally. You relive your day, because they say then at the moment of death, you relive your life backwards, but in like, I don't know, a third of the time or whatever they say. There's probably like super occult coding and all of that. But that if you were to do it every day, then when that time comes, it's like you're sort of prepared, trained for it. The transition will be smoother, easier, because you did all this recapitulation.
Yeah. See, Steiner would say that, but Steiner would actually even say that it would help you more immediately just when you went to sleep, because he saw sleep as the period where we basically disconnected from this world and we're in whichever realm he believed we went to that was closer to the spiritual realm. And he said by doing this, you're more likely to have a lucid experience when you're sleeping, and more likely to bring back knowledge from when you're asleep and be able to do all these things occultists, and I'm sure some of you guys can do when you're asleep. I used to be able to lucid dream all the time. I haven't in some time now.
There's a morning review as well. So, I mean, I used to do the daily review all the time, most of my life. And so I spent like 30 years or whatever, a quarter of a century, doing the daily review every day. But then I would do the daily review every day. Then I would do, for much of my life, I would do a weekly review at the end of the week, which is a longer one. And then I would do a 3-monthly review, seasonal review, at the end of the season, which is a long one. And then I would do an annual review, fitted into these cycles as well. The annual review is a big one. You can't do that one lying down. You're gonna be sitting in a posture for that one because it's gonna be a long one. It's a long haul. You'll fall asleep if you try and do an annual review. You got to be in a posture which you cannot fall asleep in. But I agree with you that training this aspect of our awareness teaches us to go back in our memories. Like I've got an unbroken timeline that goes back to like weeks, if not weeks, days, but at most weeks after I was born. And I've got very clear, crystal clear memories of this part of my life. And that only happens if you train your memory step by step. Step by step. It's like going caving. You got a piece of rope, you go in the cave, you come back. You make the rope a bit longer, you go back in, you come back. And each time you go in the cave with a longer rope, you're going deeper into the cave until you get to know that cave so well that you don't need the rope anymore. You can go right through to the other side of the cave. So like it is the most fundamental part of all occult training. And I do believe Steiner was onto something with that, because it is. I was lucky to be taught the importance of that at age 12. It was like one of the first things I was taught by the Masons. So, or the people that took me into these philosophic schools. Well, it wasn't really a school. It was like a small group of people. But it was impressed upon me.
You said Masons, you can't take it back.
Franklin's a Mason.
Well, yeah, I believe like they were all Masons. I know the one was a Mason because he told me he was a Mason. But these were Rosicrucians, essentially. The Masons are Rosicrucians, essentially. So
that's what Steiner was. That's where I think he pulled this idea from. Maybe.
Yeah, no, he was. He was.
I know it's all over, but I know
he was Rosicrucian, and he was OTO as well, I believe. He was a lot of things. He had a lot of things hidden. Steiner was a crazy, crazy dude.
That's my dog wagging her tail. I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah. It's loud as hell.
Indigo, don't you get not this side, not this side. This side, Indigo. Come here. This side. This side. Yes. It's my golden retriever. I don't know. We must have said a word that sounded like her name. If I say a word that sounds like her name, she starts wagging her tail.
So,
but
yeah, are there any practices here, like being that it's winter solstice? Are there practices that have to do with this memory going back in, recapitulation? I know it's good to do it on the regular, like all throughout the year, but are there any specific practices that the timing of the season is good for now?
Well, it depends on where you are. Because you've got the winter solstice.
I'm in Florida.
Summer solstice. I'm in the middle of my summer solstice. You guys are on the winter solstice, right?
Yeah, so I meant winter. I meant northern hemisphere talk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
yeah, I was looking into some very interesting stuff with even the lunar nodes, and how like the ascending node here is descending there. So it's like everything's freaking flipped on its head. It's kind of crazy to think about. But yeah, I asked that from a northern perspective. Sorry.
I wanted to ask you, does water go down the drain anti-clockwise or clockwise on your end?
What, really?
Mind you, the drains have got like a design in them to make them turn a particular way, haven't they?
Clockwise, right?
That's what I think. I think it just depends on that exactly.
Like how does your toilet
flushes in the way that the direction of the jets go? Like it doesn't. If you point the jets whatever way, that's the way the toilet's gonna flush. It doesn't have a freaking thing to do with being north or south of the equator. That's why I was like, wait, what? Like, I don't think,
I do.
I don't know though, but I don't think that there is a natural spin to things. Like, you know, how could you do, I guess maybe in a still water, if you, well, no, you would have to shape it some way. There's no experiment I could think of that you could like drain it and see which way it spins, because it's going to spin whatever way the shape of the thing it's going down, or the way that in the toilet situation that the jets are pushing. I don't think there's any north-south
Well,
equator thing.
If you took a bowl and drilled a hole in the bowl, and then
So this says the influence of
close the
the
hole in the bowl,
It would
and then
spin
you
the way that
remove
the drill made that hole.
this.
But what if you smooth it off? What if you smooth
Then
it
it,
off? And
then
you
it,
made it
yeah,
like a
then would it
lathe
spin?
drill
I think that would be a
thing?
good experiment if you could smooth it off and then see if it does do something. But I don't know. I don't think it does.
It's apparently saying the only way to observe the Coriolis force on spin is at a larger scale. It would have to be winds or hurricanes. That's what it's saying here. But,
Interesting.
yeah.
Interesting. Food for thought. But okay, so different practices. There are a lot of different things that one could do to make something that's accessible, that's easily accessible for people. Like if you in the winter solstice, for example, it would be a good time to contemplate, to consider and contemplate those parts of ourselves that we're ready to let go of. Right? So proverbial the endings of the cycle. Yeah. And which parts of ourselves we are ready to part with. For example, it's a great time to deal with addictions. It's a great time to deal with patterns and habits that we need to change, that we want to release, right? Patterns that have been holding us back. Where on my side of the world, it's a great time to be looking at what patterns are working for me and how can I increase those patterns. You see the difference? So what habits are doing me good? Like, okay, I wake up in the morning and I climb the mountain, and like that's a really good pattern. Okay, so how can I make that better? Well, I can wake up even earlier. I can do even more in the morning, right? I could add more to my morning regime that would make it like even more empowered. Bad pattern, like in the winter solstice, I could look at the pattern and going, well, sometimes I get to sleep too late. And that's like a restrictive pattern, right? And then I end up sleeping less than what I ought to. So I need to organize my calendar and my daily clock so that I've got more time to get to sleep earlier. So it's about changing your pattern. So like on these two levels, anything that has to do with these two elements, obviously the fire ritual is fundamental to the solar maximum, right? To where I am at. It's the middle of summer solstice. I should be celebrating the element of fire. But in your winter solstice, the element of earth and water should be being celebrated as opposed to the element of fire and air, if that makes sense. So it would make more sense to have a fire ritual in my side of the world now and a water ritual on your side of the world. And the water ritual is an opportunity to think about what is ready to be carried away. Buonat, namaste, dear Mystic Ronan. It's lovely to have you here. How are you doing? And Ronan is obviously, those of you that
There
don't
he
know
is.
Ronan,
There
he's
he
a laugh
is.
a minute. He's a laugh a second. No, he's a laugh a minute.
There he is.
And he's got the show, The Ronan Experience, which you got to go and check it out if you haven't. Just look in the recommended list of you'll find him there. And so he covers a lot of really interesting ground, the same kind of ground as we do on the round table. And he's just a super dude. It's an honor to have you, dear brother. Happy solstice to you. I hope you're good. Throw something at us, please.
Oh yeah, man, it's an honor to be here. Gratitude. You guys are still, man. I just woke up from a nap. You guys are, you know, it's an honor to be here. Gratitude with the rest of the super dudes, and about the water thing. I mean, I don't know. I pee like an American because I'm an American. So which it goes. Anyway, I'm just being silly. Anyway, great convo throughout the day, guys. Chris Miner and Moon Waterfall Feather. We're going to be doing the Ronin Experience tonight at 9:00, and come join. It's on the YouTube.
Come join.
So, yeah, you guys were talking earlier today, Franklin, about some really great stuff. Forgive me. Let me take a back seat. I literally just woke up from a nap, man. So forgive me, I'm not dialed in, but I was like, let me join in the homies. PK, what's going on, bro?
Ronan's the man.
What up, Ronan? Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
So basically, we need to switch out our idols. It's a good time to take stock of your idols, your ideas, your images, and perhaps throw some out. Maybe create some new ones. Because I don't know who said idols were a bad thing necessarily. Can they not be a good thing? Yeah, just thinking about what you said in context to the overall theme of this stream here.
PK, what is your opinion on, you have a artifact that you consider has sentimental value to you? Maybe it's from like a family member, and you place a lot of importance to that. Do you think that has any actual power? Can you give an item? Can you charge an item with power and energy, or is it all goofy talk? Is it just
like a talisman?
Like a talisman. What do you think, PK? Or is it meaningless and just whatever you think it is, but it's not an actual thing?
Yeah, I think that's a very personal question in the sense that however one answers it will be true to them. I don't think that this is like an answer across the board. So, but you're asking me, so I would say that yes, things do exist and can exist in my world. But that doesn't mean that it's the same for you in your world or whoever else's, for that matter.
I think that there's an interesting point there when we look at what an echo is, right? Back to an icon. And so let's say I take this object, hypothetically, like my rosary, right? And each of these beads I would like charge with a particular thought wave. Now, okay, this particular material is good at reacting to thought waves because it's that kind of material. It's a particular kind of a resin that's reacts to static in a particular way, which is good for this thought wave connection. So is the power in this object, or am I producing a resonant vibrational connection between this object as an idol in my mind and the reservoir of consciousness from whence this has been emanated and this and everything else has been emanated? So is this like the key to the door that unlocks the way to the power, or is this the source of the power? I would say it's more like the powers within us, but certain objects can become imprinted with an idea, which is an idol, an idea, an image, and that image becomes a concept which we then attach. So then by me using this object, it brings forth from my memory that aspect of the consciousness that relates to whatever. It could be like this has got sentimental value to me. This was given to me on a very special day by someone, and it was an auspicious gift, and so it meant a lot to me, right? And so in the same way, the power that's being drawn with this or through this is actually within me. But this then becomes such a powerful symbolic connection that it's the fastest, easiest way to connect to that part of myself. That's how I would look at it.
It makes me think of the whole, like, if a tree falls in the forest, no one's around to hear it, doesn't make a sound. That sort of idea, that take it, a step further. And it's like, does this world exist with no consciousness, And so I think it's you're sort of pulling on those ideas, and I would tend to agree with you. I think it's what you put into it, what you make of it, is what maybe makes it an icon. I don't even know if I'm using terminology correctly, but whatever. That it's what you put into it, it's what you make it, that gives it the power, not the thing in of itself, but that which it represents. It represents something truer, more real than the thing itself.
Yeah, I had an interesting conversation recently with someone who was quote unquote, pretty intelligent, right? But anything metaphysical, he was very triggered by certain words and terms that I would use, and he was all like what I would consider right brain only. So it was very interesting, considering I hang out with mostly yahoos like you guys, where nothing's off the table, and anything is possible. So I say all that because it's just really interesting to see the kind of a person's complete other mindset, that all of this type of stuff is silly, and it really kind of reminded me how far down our various journeys are. And then you PK mentioned something that kind of also even made me think of like superstition. And I say all that, like, if I mentioned magic to this person, they would have been like, that's stupid and meaningless. And any synchronicities, lots of numbers or animals, you see animals do something, or I think of Franklin and he calls me 1 second later and we both had the same dream or something, right? Or mind over matter, anything like that would be all completely meaningless to this person. So it was just a reminder of how different, how the separation is between a lot of people here having pretty much the same experience relatively. Just so, I mean, with the icon and with icons and talismans and just all the stuff you guys kind of mentioned, I mean, is magic, I mean, what's magic, or doing spells and rituals or superstition, or is that all mental masturbation in some way, or does it have actual real power? I believe it does. I believe you can affect this realm in an actual way by magic, intentions, rituals, power in some sort of way, even though I may not understand it like exactly how it all works in the, anyway.
I totally agree with you. I think, I mean, even if you just think of the effect, if you think of everything as manifesting from consciousness, that gives you, I think, an easy path to how some of this more unexplainable stuff that seems like magic, but probably is or will eventually be somewhat explainable through some form of physics through frequency, quantum type of tunneling and stuff like that, entanglement, to where certain things affects consciousness, and consciousness then manifests these events in the reality we find ourselves in. So I mean, I definitely think there's something to all of it.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I cannot grasp how someone, I think everything's connected. And I don't think this in just, I don't just think that, like, I've researched this, fleshed things out, been very skeptical in certain things, and then really, like, you're saying consciousness, and I mean, I can quantify this with things like the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio. That's if someone only wants to be right brain. There's actual measurable things as well. Energy in the body, you can measure that with tools from Home Depot. You know what I'm saying?
So do you say the right and left brain backwards than most people? Like, well, typically people say left brain is the analytical, right brain's the creative part, but you're like saying it backwards. Are you doing that on purpose or what?
I said it backwards out of ignorance and by accident.
Okay. I was like, dang, I thought you like knew something. I was like, tell us about that. Okay.
No, I got it backwards, and it was from a place of ignorance.
I think it's easy to confuse them because your right body is plugged in. It's interesting we talk about right and left because it's like there's a connection between the right and the left side of the body, right? And there's a connection between the left and the right side of the body. But then there's also a connection between the left side of the brain and the front of the brain. And there's a connection between the right side of the brain and the back of the brain. And then the right and the left parts of the brain are in opposition in the same way that the front and the back are in opposition. But then there's a minor opposition between the front of the brain and the right of the brain, and a minor opposition between the back of the brain and the left of the brain. So it's like walking on four stilts. You gotta, like, I hope that makes sense the way I'm sort of trying to describe this. Like, there's a lot going on in there. And then your right hand and your left brain are geared in towards each other more so. But then that's also geared in much towards your front. So the back side of your brain is, for example, most people, their left hand will be faster reflexive than their right hand. So boxers keep the left hand up to the front, right? Because it's more likely, unless you're a southpaw, it's more likely that your reflexes on your left is going to be quicker than your reflexes on your right, because it's wired into the back of your brain and to the right of your brain. So it's more of an emotional impulse, where the right is going to be more easier to specifically specify technique as a response. So someone comes at you, you're guarding with your left and you're striking with your right. It's a natural flow, or you're forestalling with your left and following through with your right. But these connections in the brain and the body are back to front, upside down. The same as like when we look at things, we see things upside down, don't we? And when we hear things, do we hear things inside out?
So the superstition thing is, I'm going to be a word nerd again. So superstition, right? It's basically like above or beyond super. And then the stition is like, comes from sisto, which is like to cause. And so it's essential. It's to like cause to stand or place or whatever. So it's basically like a beyond cause, sort of thing. You could think of it like synchronicities are kind of in the proper sense superstition. And you know, they're seemingly a-causal, right? Like they just happen, stuff just happens. And I feel like the putting a superstition, giving it a bad spin, a bad rap, as in, you know, unreasonable, and, you know, everything that superstition means today. It's interesting with everything I just said, then looking at the word, the Greek word that's used in it, and it's basically like dacia daimonia. But the important part is that daimonia is the suffix of the root of that word. And so I think the whole turning superstitions into a negative thing also is the same thing as turning the daemon into a demon. It's taken the magic out of the world. It's taken the wonder out. It's making evil, you know, the supernatural.
Yeah, and you know, absolutely, PK. For me, daemon, Monday, moon day, basically boils down to knowledge. But it is a powerful weapon to have, to influence others to not look deeper into these topics, and also not in a sense distract people with it being a negative connotation, and boil it down to not knowing thyself and looking external for answers to groups of systems that are just going to set limits on you and parameters. And mostly these groups will be insert whatever group, even the academia is, to disempower you. You know what I mean? And I think all these topics and discussions are really to empower the being, and yeah. So my long-winded point of bringing that up is it's a powerful weapon to superstition and, oh, this is gross, right? Like, keep your guard up, stay tense. If you ever relax even for a second and breathe, the demonic entities will take you over. It's like, oh, man, what a hard way, what a not fun way to experience this.
So why are you bringing that up? The whole you basically said like a talisman, but you didn't use those words, like an object that, you know, has meaning to you or your family or whatever, power in it. Is there something like in your life right now that's like, you know, coming forward that is similar? Like, where did that question come from, or was it just kind of random?
It was again, because I just had a discussion with someone, and it was kind of like just interesting, and I just wanted to hear your guys' take on it. I know my take. Like, I know, I literally operate and live like and walk in synchronicities, you know, and I attempt to be a walking, living alchemist in all things that come my way. And I try to do my best to see the unseen and interpret everything that I see that happens around me, interpret it from like a spiritual perspective. Yeah.
Ronan, brother, I want to ask you, was this yesterday?
No, this was last week. This was Sunday.
Last week.
And I actually, and I've been busy, so I haven't had time to really contemplate, but it's still stuck with me. You know, sometimes speaking to those that are, in my opinion, very disconnected and lost in their own super intelligence is a little bit, it's not something I don't really, all my friends are mostly into open-minded, I should say.
It's really interesting because I also Okay, so my story is different but interesting. I connected with someone who I knew when I was little. So we used to play together. We used to hang out. Like I'm talking about more than 4 decades ago, right? We'll say about 4 decades ago, and a bit less than 4 decades ago as well. But I didn't see him like in many decades, and I reconnected with his brother, who I knew as well. Like he's really cool, and so I got this contact of my old mate, and I was like, some part of me was like feeling like weird, but you know me, I'm like, oh, feels weird. That means pick up the phone. I dig this weird feeling. Let's rock with it. And so I touched base with him, and it was such a weird energy. And at some point, like we were talking, and he had been to a Steiner school. So you know me, I'm like direct, I'm in your face. So what's going on? What's the story? Where are you at? Where's this life putting you? Da 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 da. And there was like almost a bit of a reaction in him. And I was like, okay, cool. He's struggling to be like really real, you know? And a lot of people struggle to be really real. But I was like, deep down, I was a bit disappointed. I expected more. I expected like, come on, man, grow up. You know, like, this is the conversation. Like, just be as real as you can be. Like, you know, why should there be barriers? And I sensed all these barriers. And one of the things he said to me is, he said he was a pragmatist. And so like my subconscious was like holding on to this thought. And so I went away from that conversation feeling a bit sad that he seemed disconnected, and the idea of pragmatist. And I think that this is a brainwashing that has been sold to us, right? It's the typical Illuminati brainwashing of like, there's nothing but matter. There's no spirit.
And
There's no soul.
by the way, I chalk that you had a similar experience this week. I had a similar one. I don't believe in coincidences, right? If you're rocking in the spirit and you're rocking in the energy, similar things are going to happen to those that are observant. So that's, to me, add that to the cosmic scoreboard of just sinks, sinks 1 gazillion, coincidences none, 0. So yeah. Interesting, right? And it's kind of weird, you know, it's kind of like, that's why I brought it up, because I was contemplating about how other people operate and completely miss what I consider the, you know, to use the word universe, to use the universe talking to you or verifying. So when I look at like tarot or astrology or numbers and add in everything, I look at that as confirmation, verification that I'm in the right, like, because if I didn't, then I'd be like, I'm not synced in with spirit. Insert whatever word you find more comfortable. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that we're syncing on that, because like you say, these things, patterns, cycles, like we're all in the same pattern cycle. And so it's interesting, you know, when we connect with people that are from the other side of the fence, as it were. And you know, and these people can take offense when we share information from our side of the fence. Or they can get on the defense, right? And but it's very interesting, this idea of this like limited reality of like what's the word, that this entire physical reality has got nothing in it. There's no intelligence. So there's no intelligence behind reality. There's no God, if you will. And like, obviously the word God doesn't mean like a guy with blue eyes and blonde hair. Sorry, is it green eyes? Is it a wooden
Tell us
throne?
what
Is
the
it
word
stone
God
throne?
means.
I forget.
I'm curious.
Anyway, it's not that bloke.
What does the word God mean? Very curious.
Word God. Okay, I did this decode
It's
a little
kind
while
of
ago.
rhetorical. It's rhetorical. I'm not asking you to define God, but people, I think it's interesting. People say that, use that, say God, and it's like my God might not mean your God. What my idea of God isn't necessarily your idea of God. So it's all like we're just talking past each other when people say God.
PK,
like,
what about when what does it mean if it's like, well, PK, this is my truth and that's your truth? Is that
yeah, there's a time and place for that, sure. I'm not saying like my God's right and your God's wrong. I'm just saying that we have there's different ideas of God. And when I say God, blah, blah, blah. And then when you say God, blah, 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 just because we use the same word doesn't mean that we're talking about the same thing. That's all I'm saying.
That's my question here. Just because we think we're talking about different things, if we're using the same word, does that word have an actual meaning? And do we know exactly what that word means? Not our perceived meaning behind work. Where does the word come from? What's the root of that word? So, like, when I dismantle the word God and dive into that, I look at the word odd, because odic force was the term in the Middle Ages, right? So the odic force, and we still to this day say something is odd when it sort of corresponds to something else. When there's a secret correspondence, the second principle of Hermes being expressed, then there's a sort of an odd connection between things. We say that's odd, right? So the word odic has got to do with the living intelligent forces behind creation. Odd. G is a spiral, right? The letter G is a spiral. So that G represents the golden fire spiral that was mentioned by Ronan. So when you put the golden fire spiral, and this is why the Freemasons have got the G, right? So you take the odic force, the odd, which is the intelligent forces behind creation, and you take that G, which is that golden spiral. This is the map, the pattern that these odic forces must traverse. And so you need to put that G, which also represents like many other ideas. If you look at like where the letter G comes from, right? Comes from the idea of a camel in English. So it's like the ideogram from a camel. So it relates to the spiral of the mystical union represented by the high priestess in the tarot card, which is the second trump. But it also represents the spiral of the mathematics, the mart behind the structure of the firmament, which is the basis upon which the physical reality is reflected. So you put that G onto the odd, it represents the intelligent forces that are bound by a particular pattern that life holds within it, which is a unifying structure that unifies all of these different odd forces into a single cohesive structure of intelligence. So now we've got like a definition for the word God to an extent.
Yeah,
I like that because it sounds more like a verb. Have you ever heard of this like sort of mind F? Basically, like, okay, if God is, like the most high and like the greatest goodness and is all this, then that means if he were to change, then he wouldn't be that. It's almost like putting a limit on infinity. Like if you define this God as this all-powerful, all-knowing thing, then that would mean that then he couldn't change, and that the moment he did change, then he wasn't that anymore. And so it's just this weird, I don't know, thing to play with your mind or thought experiment, whatever you want to call it. And so that's what I think of putting like God into a noun, proper noun, capital G, is kind of missing the point of what you were describing. This, I think more apt. Everyone's kind of heard probably the idea of God being a verb. I think that's more, maybe more accurate if we could even use those terms.
For me, and my grimoire, the way that I cast my wards, etc., is my grammar. It's my grimoire. And if I hear you guys share something that I find interesting when it comes to words and stuff, I add that to my grimoire. Then I start using it. So in terms of like God, yeah, I usually don't use that word because it's very loaded, and I think it is a bit of a trap. I maybe will use like I mean, I like Hawa, the breath of the Almighty. I like Almighty is cool, and I like Spirit. I even like Code, the Code. That again, that's just my grimoire. I'm just sharing. That's kind of how I operate.
That's weird. For me, God represents like the word itself. To me, came from the word Guad, like in Guadalupe, just like the river of the wolf, but it's like the river of life to me. And to me, the Heavenly Father is the Son. And so when I think of God, the Creator, I think of the Son as an element of the Creator. But I also think of, for me, when they're talking about Yahweh, when I hear somebody talk about their God being Yahweh, I think of the Enlilite archetype, mainly Marduk. And so I think of a patriarchal God that's somewhat misogynistic and somewhat of a slave and warmonger. So to me, that God is not necessarily a good God, is a God of brimstone and wrath, judgment. Uh, there is guidance to those principles for people that need them. But to me, I like the idea that Ronan was talking about, where I actually prefer to use the nomenclature of spirit, or other things like that, in opposition to the word God, but just because of all the connotations and associations with God, because people might misinterpret me. So, but yes, also, I like to understand that people also have a very different idea of God, and in the Bible, the idea of God, there's different aspects of God there. There's mention of like a person like God, like a man like God, like a daemon, or a pantheon of gods, of which they chose to worship one in a henotheistic religion. And then there's the creator God that's everywhere and all powerful, that I think Peter talks about in the Bible. And that's a different God in the Bible. So, but they've kind of merged them all to be under the same name now. Although at a time before 600 BC, there was many different names of God that were all changed to Yahweh by Isaiah.
There was definitely an ownership of names somewhere along the line. Somebody was like, I'll have that, mine. I'll have that, mine. I'll have that, mine. And so we consider the Kabbalah to be Jewish, don't we? Like something went wrong there.
Right.
There's nothing Jewish about the Kabbalah. It just happens to be used by Jews.
This is what happens when they have the iconoclasms. And they wipe out all of the memory. And an interesting term I've been looking at while you guys were just talking, these iconoclasms in German are called Bilderstorm. Almost like Bilderberger, but Bilderstorm. And that means image storm or picture storm. It's kind of like what we're in right now. Bombarded by images, having our history erased, even more so than it already is.
Yeah, and a lot of Native American picture kind of fills up the soul of something that you're taking a picture of. So when we're being bombarded by all these images, there's soulless images. They don't have any substance behind them, really. So you have to consider that aspect as well, energetically.
Yeah. They're acting like it's almost like superconductors, stealing energy from the people who are engaging with them. Like Black Mirrors.
Ronan, try to cut you off.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I didn't say Chris. That was. Thank you for that. I'm making a note of that because build. I mean, there's so much there. Thank you for that. That's all I wanted to say.
Absolutely, brother. We can talk
What
about that
is an
tonight.
image with a soul? An icon? I don't know. He said soulless images. So what is an image with a soul?
That is when you've put prana onto the image. You see, soul represents Pingala,
So
right?
possessed. Sounds like a possessed.
SOL, the sun. So the prana comes out of the sun. So here's an interesting concept. Crystallization happens because of the sun of matter. So like sugar that we need for our bodies is all coming out of the sun. And plants are like alchemists. The plants take they alchemize the light into crystals. And they say, sugar, drug of choice, keeps me alive. And so now we all need to eat the sugar, which is actually crystallized sunlight. So the soul brings the crystallization. And without that sugar from the crystallized sunlight, we wouldn't have molecules, right? Because the molecules are built according to the elements of salts and metals and various different elements that are bound together by the activities of metabolism, which is sugar in action, which is the prana of the sun. So when you add soul to something, it becomes physical. No? Isn't that something ironic in that? It's almost a upside down, back to front, inside out. Because we think of the soul as being somewhere else, don't we? Like maybe the soul is right here. Maybe we're not disconnected to the soul. Maybe we're living in the soul. And that this soul, S-O-L.
Almost like it's the ether in a way, too. It could be considered like just a field around us all at all times, an animating field.
Yeah, exactly. And the sun keeps that field powered. And so you add soul to it and it becomes objective. Where subjective is like you got to be a lunatic to go full subjective, right? So now we're talking about a different frequency of light. So the soul is the objectivizing electrical principles, electricity streaming out of the sun. And that electrical thing creates like the electrical reactions, which cause molecules to bind. But then we've got like this other kind of light, which is like, we could call it magnetism or gravity. I don't know what to call it, but it comes out of the moon. It comes from the moon. And some are related to the moon. And funnily enough, is it drops the temperature. So in the moonlight, the temperature is lower than outside of the moonlight, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that a weird phenomenon? And that's actually testable. With like the correct equipment. It's not just somebody made it up. People have tested this, and they're like with equipment, and it's a very minute difference, but the moonlight cools you down. So anything that heats you up produces the matter. Anything that cools you down takes you away from the matter. So you become more subjective and more like into your subconscious by the lunar principle. But in the solar principle, you become more rational, right? Mm-hmm. So what is a ration? It's a ray, ion bound to the T of the ion of Ra. Bring it all together when we say rationala. I don't know,
Yeah.
That's basically what it seems to be happening. And so this T seems to be the fundamental crux upon which this ion is crucified so that we can experience the ray of life.
Dude, keep the freestyle going, man. That was fire. I was going to jump in.
Dude, if I start rapping, I sound like I come from the 80s.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm like a TV dad from the 80s every time I try and make rap words. Yeah.
People say to me, dude, you're in the wrong decade.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop me from doing it anyway. I don't care.
You could have been big in 1984.
Oh yeah, like like in the marketing department for commercials, this rap is really popular. Like I'd be like one of those dudes on the commercials. But yeah,
Yeah, but that's a really interesting perspective of the soulless, in image. We're back to the image, aren't we? Right? Like the image with the soul in it becomes, so the image is magic, right? Like magic image. So like the moment you put the sun's power, sugar, energy into that, it becomes active. So like we're talking
100%. And that's why I mean, even a lot of traditional cultures that are close to nature don't like their pictures taken because they believe it takes a part of their soul. And that could be very real. Now we again back circle. I know we've talked, guys. I know we've been talking in circles, and Bush Whisper and Indy's been out here all day, so we might cover ground that's already been covered. But yeah, I mean that could be a superstition. Oh, they're just superstitious. But the same thing with again, just what PK was kind of mentioning a little bit earlier was like words speaking something. Again, we've went over this before, but speaking it can kind of put limits on a thing, right? Yeah, so how do you explain hey guys, what's a good word for the Almighty God? It's like whatever word you're gonna use, you're gonna just automatically put some sort of limits on it, but not real limits, but your perceived limits. So yeah, words, all that is a bit of a trap of itself. But I mean, that's how we communicate now, and we're very disconnected now. So that's how we communicate mostly. Yeah.
So the one question was like, Gautama was asking, is the earth flat? That's like a whole round table panel discussion in itself. Like just exactly what is it flat? Is it concave? Is it hollow? Is it a ball? Is it an emanation of the consciousness field that can become flat or hollow or a ball, depending on how you allow the consciousness to move through your focusing antennae that produce this reality that seems to be so substantial and such solid, but essentially it can be whatever the hell we all agree it to be.
Yeah.
It's a consensus.
And to the guy, Wild Dharma, yeah, I can tell you I'm not moving right now. And I can tell you the luminaries above my head are moving above my head pretty consistently. That's my opinion. So I ain't spinning and I ain't dizzy and I ain't being whirled, WHIRLED. You could be, I'm just sharing what I'm doing. I'm not moving. And I'm not big into balls. I know a lot of people are into spinning balls, but not me. Enjoy balls.
Is reality being rendered like a computer game renders image? And
now, that's interesting. Now, that's an interesting concept. I'm totally into with the codes and all that, it being, and then is it just use the term simulation. I know like it's uses meaning and the more it gets said, but that's a very real thing. I mean, I know for me, the Mandela effect, again, just to use that term, things have changed in a lot of writings and things. So this realm might have got a refresh, right? So then even when you're a researcher like a lot of us, and you go, oh man, look at this book from the 1800s, it's like, well, you got to think, was there some sort of refresh in the code back then as well? I suspect 2012 there was a bit of a Mandela effect. This is just me, and so that's an interesting thing. The simulation, this being a simulation, is very it's on the table in my opinion. It's not a non-issue. But that's just, I'm only speaking for myself, guys. I represent no groups and no one represents me. So
Except you.
I'm a Ronin. The Ronin is not just some pretty word that I use.
How can we explain how water swirls one way in the toilet in the northern hemisphere and the other way in the southern hemisphere? Does it mean if there's a flat earth that they're on two different sides of the coin?
Well, so if you go to Ecuador, and this is not answering your question. I'm not evading your question either. If you go to Ecuador, there's a big scam. This guy goes, you stand there, you go, I'm on the equator as a tourist. This guy comes with a bowl of water, steps over here and goes, look, I'm on the south. And he drops water and it spins. Then he goes over 20 feet over here and goes, look, I'm in the north, and it spins the other way. It's because he pours the water in it a certain way. So it's like one of those tourist scams.
Oh, damn. I've never seen anybody do it right on the equator like that.
Yeah, it's a touristy. It's in Ecuador. It's like one of those goofy Times Square scam things. That doesn't answer your question. I was just anecdotal.
And I mentioned this before that when we looked it up, it said the Coriolis effect is too, like in a toilet or something, too small for it to be seen. It has to be seen in a larger. At least that's what the scientists say. So you
Very
wouldn't even be able to-
convenient. Huh?
It's pretty significant to me. If there's ever like, maybe it goes the other way sometimes, then it would be like, all right, maybe this is nothing.
That's a very interesting idea. But then the flat Earth idea could be that the sun is moving in a figure of 8.
Yeah, I like that.
See, so for all we know, the sun is doing this. I mean, there are so many different ways of conceptualizing it, and like the flat Earth model works as well as a round Earth model does. But I think there's more to it than either of those. I think there's much more to it. I think like it's a bigger discussion about like when we come to supernatural conversation, like it's really fundamental to like, is matter an expression of consciousness? And if so, then for example, if you're looking at an electron, this is what scientists have discovered: the electron will change its behavior when it's being watched. So they're starting to understand that like matter is intelligent, and like when you're looking at light, like the double slit experiment.
So they say. I'm not sure I buy this either. I think they're stretching things here with the double slit stuff, because they're telling you how it's like it's a whole thing with electrons. We don't
Double
have to get into
slit's
it now.
bullshit. I'm with you.
Yeah. It's not
absolutely, but
it doesn't mean that consciousness cannot affect reality. I totally think that's the case. I mean, we see it every day. You make enough people believe something, reality changes, things manifest. But the thing with electrons, that's a different story. I think that was nonsense created for some sort of new age garbage. I have
Am I a sucker? I kind of like the double slit experiment.
I mean, I liked it too. Trust me, I liked it a lot, and it was a bummer.
Oh,
the more I look at it, the more I'm like, damn it.
So to me, the double split experiment proves that quantum entanglement is real, and it proves that there's ether.
So like and this is the thing. I'm not saying I'm right either. I think the guy I learned a lot of this from was watching, what is his name? The bald guy, Ken, Theory Apophasis. And his stuff's all based on like Tesla and Heaviside and the field theorists. So if light is actually a ether perturbation, that's what causes this not to be, there's no like little particles of electrons, that they're actually all connected always. These are like units of measurement that they're using to break down basically the smallest measurable amount of light. So all of this stuff is always connected. It just depends how it's being created within the ether. And this kind of makes sense if you think of the speed of sound and the speed of light and the effects that they have, because the resistance from the ether or the environment, like you'll get certain effects that only happen at certain variable speeds depending on the pressure and the temperature, and you'll see them, you'll hear them. It just seems more likely that those effects are being created by what's happening to the ether and not from just something else. Like it seems like there's either a tear in the ether being caused or a what's the other thing that happens? It's like a tear or a convergence, I guess, in the ether.
Oh, and I gotta chime in to the guy commenting, wow, Dharma, you're projecting when you're saying if you're talking about us out here talking about getting this from TikTok. We've been around way before TikTok existed, my friend. So relax on trying to project. I know you know everything. I know your masters tell you in their black robes and black square hats tell you exactly what to think. I get it, but relax. I don't appreciate people projecting over here. And I know you know everything. I get it. Sorry, Chris. I had to just.
Oh, you're all good, brother. I was seeing that too, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. I think like what it is because a lot of people are watching TikTok. They think that like I remember when I started studying the occult, right? There was no internet, let alone YouTube, let alone TikTok, let alone Google. There was no internet. Didn't exist yet. Hadn't been. Well, if it existed as like a thing that only programmers could access to do programming, right? For computers. But like the internet didn't exist in 1989. Not the way I there was no internet. Like basically I had to go into libraries with little cards. I had to go to secondhand bookshops. I had to go to these big book depots where they had like loads of old books. And I had to spend like maybe an hour a day crawling around through like boxes of books to find an old book. And it was like gold to me. Do you know what I mean? Like it was a different era. So, but like in the modern age, everybody thinks that like it's all TikTok and stuff. The TikTok learned from people that learned from people that learned from people that learned from us lot, like in terms of generation, right? Most likely. So, the youngsters on TikTok have basically Googled the information. Most of them, I'm guessing, right? And spoken what they've read on Google, which is probably like some of it's true. Probably a lot of it's true.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Franklin. This dude talks like the internet. You're triggered, and bro, you brand new, dog. You don't know who I am. You don't know anything. You're brand new, yo. Calm down, sit down. I'm in very self-control. You know what I'm saying? But you're out here with master wizards proclaiming that you have it all figured out, and you don't even get what I mean when I say black robes. I'm in complete self-control. I just don't appreciate brand new cats coming out here. They don't even know situational awareness. How about this? I'll work on my self-control. You work on your situational awareness. Know who you're around. That's it, and that's that. And I'm.
Sounds like these folks is going off of what they learned at school out here.
Yeah.
Open a book.
Yeah, a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
We've all been brainwashed heavily. And it's a sad reality. We all had to, like, which of us enjoyed school? Any of us? Were there any of us here that actually were like, well, I want to wake up and go to school tomorrow morning? It was like a pain in the butt. We did it because we didn't have a choice, right? Given a choice, we would have been like,
Lunch
no, screw that, I'm going
right.
surfing. In fact, I used to take days off school to go surfing. It was one of my things I did. I used to bug school and go and surf. Who didn't?
I always liked art class, but I hear they're taking that out now for the kids. Sad.
Art class. I loved art class until they showed me this thing called history of art. I was like, oh.
That's fake history.
The moment they showed me history of art, I was like, no ways, dude. You killed this beautiful thing. It was beautiful. It was perfect. And then you brought a history of art into it. Oh,
Yeah.
come on. So, I had to trash art. I had to like drop it. Like it was like, I'm not going to do history because I wouldn't do history. And so I wouldn't do history of art. But I think that that's what we're suffering from here. And the idea of the globe and the flat earth model, anybody who's researched it will say that they both have a lot of interesting information. So, everybody, I think you can prove whatever you want to prove. That's what I think in life. I think if you really do your homework, you can prove just about anything up to a point. And but at the same time, there's a lot of inconsistencies with what we've been taught in school. So my first instinct is to doubt what they taught me because I've seen so many holes and lies in what they have shown us, sadly. And like they were teaching us physics when I was young, and I was like, no ways. I don't buy this nonsense. Like I was talking to my teacher in the class, and he was getting excited, and I was saying, like, listen, basically, the way I see it is that there's like magnetism, there's electricity, the one's coming in, the one's going out. It's like there's a whole lot of universes, like pages in a book in series, rigged up into each other, and the one produces electricity that comes from the other one, which we call gravity and magnetism. And so this gravitational field and magnetic field and electrical fields are all superimposed over each other, but they're connecting one universe to another, to another, to another. And it seems like we're living in this multiverse of universes. That hadn't been come up with then, as far as I know. And to me, that made sense. And you know what? In the last 40 years, whatever it is, 38 years, my perceptions haven't actually changed. So I must have been onto something, because the more I look into like physics, the more I realize, you know what, there's something to this. And then they came out with string theory and the brain theory and all the different physics theories. So I think that there's a lot more to this universe than what meets the eye. And I think that they want us discussing whether the universe is flat or round, because it keeps us from looking at the bigger picture.
Well, I mean, I would recommend all that is from them people is malware. And I would highly recommend not telling anyone what to do, but to unlearn all that stuff and start all the way over. Because it's all nonsense, gibberish from them people who have no credibility, who do nothing but lie, and they're all in the same group, whether they're wearing butcher coats or whether they're wearing black robes or whatever accoutrement they wear, whether they're judges in their black robes or whatever, they're all in this deception game to take you away from your own power. It's to disempower you and give them the power, because then you'll have to look to them for answers for everything. So I would unlearn all that stuff, man. And for me, one aspect of the shape of this realm, for me, I find it incredibly important. And I don't trust just the art of deduction. And if people are known illusionists and liars, then they don't have any credibility with me. So I look at it all, and what I observe and can test to scale and experiment with to scale is that I'm on a stationary plane and luminaries are above my head. Now, what that means is completely up for anything beyond that, in my opinion, is completely up for speculate, conversation. Just my
I would
2 cents.
I would say that tallies well too, because it makes sense. I really believe that I'm the center of my universe. I really get that sense. And like, tell me that's a bit narcissistic, okay? But I believe my universe is focused around me. Yours is focused around you. And I think we're all we've all got a quantum quantum a wormhole within us, an extension
Many.
of the consciousness field.
Many wormholes, honestly, many black holes.
Here's just a quick example of receiving other grammar. If you look at the One Cat's latest thing, and by the way, I'm not picking. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? But if you notice the usage of the words "us" and "we," don't include me. I'm not speaking for anyone else on anything. Don't include me in "we" or "us." That's all I want to say. But you notice the language is similar when you have this when you're a part of the commune, you know, community of trained sick herd of groupthink. So I know that you'll notice them by their symbols. And you'll notice who's got the mental firmware and who hasn't defragged the mind viruses by projecting out into things like us and we, you know. I and I. It's just I and I, the one. Just want to share that. And sorry, Chris, I think I interrupted, which I know I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Oh no, you're good. I think I was just gonna say that I saw that there was while the Dharma was saying something about he believes in science, and I just think we really have to be careful with what we consider science right now, especially in the last 4 years. I mean, we've seen the growth of scientism, which is much different from science. It can become just as religiously, ideologically driven as any other cult or belief system on the planet. And we saw that with the C to the V since 2020
I think
and
that's
2024. Like, I mean, come on. We saw that with the trans stuff. We saw that with it's right in front of everyone's faces. Now we're seeing it with the political stuff. Like, it's pretty obvious.
I think that's a very good point that you make there, because what we call science is propaganda. Because if you really look at science, right, if you really look at it, you'll find that there would be 100 different papers on one topic. And that's 100 different theories on that one topic. And there are a lot of theories that are similar but different. And then there are other theories that are very different to those. But all of these theories will be peer-reviewed. So they're all accepted science. But one of those papers will become popularized by a certain group of people, and that will then become the science. When actually, when you look at the science, there's a lot more going on underneath the bonnet of what's science. But we're only being shown the little bits of science that somebody wants us to see and believe. And then we start quoting that as if it's the science, without realizing that there are thousands and thousands of peer-reviewed papers that are not all the same. They're different.
Something like over 80% of the peer-reviewed papers actually are completely or partially incorrect to the point where it totally negates the paper in its entirety. This is for the medical field, at least. And I know that they're finding this in the other fields of science as well. People the whole system of education and these doctorates and professors, they've been forging information basically for decades to keep getting their grants from the government, to keep pushing their propaganda, and it's all coming out.
Yeah, it's rigged.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Franklin. I need to drop. Love these conversations. So check out the Ronin Experience tonight, guys. Go.
I'll see you tonight, brother.
Yeah, Chris is going to be there. Moonfeather's going to be there, and it's going to be a lot of fun, guys. If you know, you know. If you don't know, come check us out. It's no other experience exists out there, and the realm you might feel a slight change in the frequency during the show and afterwards and forevermore. So I appreciate you, Franklin, and I love these combos. I appreciate everyone on here, Indy, PK, and everyone is amazing. And reminder, I've never claimed to be a guru. I've never claimed to have it all figured out. So I'm not out here pretending like I'm super, I'm working up. My freaks are being risen. It's a cha-cha. I take a couple steps forward, one step back, but I'm stepping that ladder. So anyway, massive love, peace and harmony, gratitude in the chat, and keep on talking. I'll still be listening. I appreciate and love you guys, man. Massive gratitude.
Big love, brother. Take it easy. Enjoy your family. Enjoy your daughter. Enjoy your dog. Give your dog a wash.
I'll see you tonight, dude.
All right, later. Oh man, my dog is such BO. But yeah. All right, later, guys.
Big love, brother. Take care.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like, it's very, very interesting. I think the concepts have been spiraling out. Shall we close off this discussion and get to the bottom lines? What do you guys want to throw at the table? I noticed we've been cranking out for 7 hours. I'm like, Donatello, 7 hours is 1 a.m. 10:15
You
here.
guys been on a long time, man. That's why I usually come on later, because it's too long for me, especially with the time change. Thank God.
So, what are your guys' last thoughts with regards to the icons we worship? I think it was interesting that Waldhammer got us into science, because science is the elephant in the room, isn't it? Right? Because it's the other. What is it? Is it an icon? No, well, it's iconography in a sense. It's an image. It's a world image, isn't it? So in a sense, it's an icon, but it's also a world image that enslaves us, keeps us locked into our skull cap realities. And so our skull cap realities become the realities that we become trapped in. So it's also an idol. What do you say, PK? What do you guys say?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is this thing on? Cool. Yeah, man. I mean, modern science it's philosophy. I hate even using the word philosophy, but there's philosophy to it that is disguised as truth. Like, it's interpretations of things, which, you could take the same test and interpret it another way, so, but what they do is, they disguise it as if it were true, like the Big Bang, true, blah, blah, all this stuff. Anyway, I think this brought up a few things I just want to close with, and one is that the I don't know if you call it an axiom or a law that energy can't be created or destroyed. That it's like, okay, prove it. So one thing you could say is that it's not a good hypothesis. It's not a good theory if something is unfalsifiable, right? You're not really playing by the rules with that one if you can't falsify it. This talk too also made me think of a book, which I think, well, I'll go ahead and share what it is, but I don't, it's very, I don't think the logic is completely sound in it, but it's interesting nonetheless. The book is called The Animate and the Inanimate by...
This book is, dude, no way. This book was something I
by William James Cetus. See, I thought, Chris, because something you shared before, I thought maybe you were onto that, because in it, what this all reminds me of, which you didn't get to, was that the what this guy does, it's kind of interesting. In his book, he goes through a bunch of theories and plays them in reverse, and it's kind of like this recapitulation idea. It reminds me of the movie Tenet, if you
Tenet,
guys have
right?
ever
Yep,
seen
they
that.
took.
Where
Oh,
it's
he
like,
took directly
yeah,
from it.
they played the shit and it's like a reverse timeline or whatever. So that's what this guy does with kind of thought experiments with like laws or whatever. He's like, can I play it in reverse? Does it still work? But one of the very interesting things is, I think it's chapter 5 or whatever, is like the paradox, and talks about the second law of thermodynamics, which is, you know, the one art that is very, you know, you can't have gas next to a without a gas pressure, like without a container, you know, sort of thing. And this, what do you call it? Wanting to go or to go to entropy, that idea. And anyway, the premise is that life itself breaks the second law of thermodynamics. And he puts an interesting spin on it. And this guy was, I think he died in like 1914. So like, just to give you a timeline, the book was written, you know, probably early 1900s, something like that.
Me and Emily did a few episodes just on this book when I first started doing the Glass Bead Games.
On that book?
Yeah, because
Really?
I brought it to her attention right around the time Tenet came out, because I was like, there's some stuff directly taken from this, put into this movie, like literal.
Wow, dude, that's
line.
wild. I've never watched even. I'm sure it's probably behind the paywall, right?
Oh, it's like, and I don't even know how far back.
I never saw that. That's crazy. That's wild. But
it
yeah,
was,
it's an interesting book. Logic is somewhat questionable throughout, and it does throw in like very mainstream things that you just got to get past, whatever. But it's interesting nonetheless, and just this whole theory of like that life itself breaks the second law of thermodynamics was really fun to play with. And then thinking about the whole earth thing, and it's like, you know, earth is alive, and it's like, and to me this all ties back into like energy can't be created or destroyed. Well, that law right there, it just negates creation. You know, it's like what you're saying there means there can't be any creation. And it's like, and who knows, maybe this shit always existed, but you know, that's just one of the things we'll never really know, no matter how, you know, much you want to believe one way or the other. But the icon and idol, I would put forward that science is philosophizing, that's a word. They are basically like hiding opinions disguised as truths, and that in that is idolatry, that they kind of I'm gonna have to play with this for a while, but essentially what I'm trying to say is that science is disguising idols in icons. They are making what they lay out to be real, actual truth, like icons. So that's the whole game, you know. It's idols disguised as icons, but don't let them fool you.
I love that. That is such a beautiful definition. 7 hours and 16 minutes in. So you can go and find that. That's beautiful. I think that's so true. And it's definitely a religion, like all the other religions, that basically also, I mean, what's the difference between a religion?
Right now, there is none. There's no difference.
Because icons are also described as disguised as idols, or am I wrong? Or the idols are disguised as icons. Sorry.
Depending which way you look at it, which definitions you're using. But I mean, right now, we could say objectively that the majority of mainstream science is acting like a religion.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The icons of one religion are idols to another.
There you go. I love that. Yep. And too, you know, putting forward saying this whole science is a religion thing, it's almost as if we are saying that religion is a bad thing. And you know, I think we should kind of watch what we say there too, because I don't think religion in and of itself is a bad thing. I don't think it is at all. I think it's your connection to it. I think it's what you do with it. So, saying science is a religion in a sense that some way makes science, I don't know, less than or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We're using it in a negative way.
Let's change religion to dogmatic.
I totally get it. Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
It's dogmatic.
I like that. It's dogmatic. 100%.
And it becomes like a cult.
Yeah. Based on ignorant tenets
Yeah,
of their
absolutely. So like religion can be dogmatic also. And you could argue then when religion becomes dogmatic, then yes, it's negative. But religion in and of itself isn't a bad thing. Dogma most of the times is, it's hard to think of a case where, but yeah, dogma usually carries a negative connotation, and I think that's proper.
God, this guy's not.
But this was
correcting
fun, man. I feel like I always keep you here long. The other stream, I think I've just done one other one, and we went for ever. But it's great conversations, and thanks for having me here, and appreciate everyone's input.
Absolutely.
An honor to have you. Yeah, it's an honor to have you all. Yeah, honor to have had the Bird Dog on as well, and Cosmic, and everybody that was here. It was absolutely great. Any you guys should also throw your last pasta to the roof and see what sticks.
Yeah.
As they say.
I wanted to make the last comment that whether it's an icon, which is an image, or an idol, which is a glorified image, I feel like they're both simulacra. They're a simulation of what they represent. Not what they're supposed to be. They're a representation of what it is. And so when we sometimes lose ourselves and begin to worship the idols and the figurines, but we don't understand that the true icon is in the sky, the light, and within us as well. You can find that light within us. So don't be fooled by the idols. Don't be deceived by the distractions. You'll find the light within.
Much love, brother. I think what World Harma, I don't think what you realize what we're saying is that there's a popularity contest between all the different scientific papers as to which science gets written in the textbooks, right? And all the scientists out there do not agree, World Harma. This is the fact. There are a lot of scientists and they don't agree. And there are a lot of different theories, and the theories are all different. And the theories do not agree with each other. Somebody comes and chooses one theory over another theory and says, that's the one we're going to stick with. This is what you don't realize. Unless you go and start read up on all the different scientific papers that are peer-reviewed and realize how they contradict each other and how within each paper there's contradictions within that paper, you start realizing that much of what we call science is really a religion. And one doesn't have to look that deep.
Today is not objective. It's not objective. And perhaps it should be, but there's always going to be a human element of interpretation. And there is where you get the dogma. It's the interpretation, the presumptions upon presumptions, the foundation that science is built upon. That is the dogma. And it's so ingrained in people and everyone in the scientists that you can't even think another way. It's very similar to language. Sorry.
It's like doctors that don't think that nutrition matters. So they don't study it because they don't have to. Where maybe most of what we're experiencing in life has got to do with nutrition. Probably a lot of the physical ailments have to do with the wrong kind of nutrition for our bodies. So, here the scientists, the so-called medical science will say that, well, nutrition doesn't matter for your health. Of course it does. But if you go to a doctor, they don't know anything about nutrition. Most doctors know a lot less than even I know about nutrition, like maybe a quarter. And that's the reality because they're not nutritionists. But you don't go to a nutritionist when you're ill. You go to a doctor. Maybe we got it wrong. You see, maybe like And that's just one aspect of science, medical science, that needs to be addressed. And now that same thing is probably in every science to some degree. You see where I'm coming from?
There's no there's no scientific method being followed by the majority of mainstream scientists at this point. It's quite clear. You could read the papers yourself. They fake statistics, they lie, they sabotage their own tests because of conflicts of interest. They're getting paid to do this, especially in the medical field. The same thing's happening in archaeology,
anthropology.
And yeah, they're all doing it.
Yeah,
they're all doing it. And then you have the obvious fact that we're about 50 to 100 years behind in what's actually known by the majority of world powers as to what is possible with at least physics. I don't know how much they know with medicine, but I'm sure they're ahead of that in that too. Because I'm sure once you crack one, you're going to crack pretty much things for all of them.
And even if that wasn't the case, even if science was truly objective, there still is. Philosophy should have never been separated from science because there's always an interpretation. Always. Like, think of virology and like pointing and seeing bacteria and be like, oh, every person with strep throat has this bacteria. Therefore, that bacteria is the cause of the strep throat. Well, no, what if that bacteria is just there to fight the problem or whatever, and that's why it's there? You know, so there's like different ways to interpret the data. You could do the scientific method till the cows come home. It's about how you interpret it and what you then make of it. That is the philosophy in the science. And what we're saying is that gets disguised as truth, as fact, when in fact it's actually just an opinion. It's one way to look at something. That's where science and philosophy never should have been separated, because there's always the human interpretation.
Yeah, if it wasn't the case, we wouldn't have Agenda 2030 going on, Agenda 2045, where all these transhumanists are pushing things that are obviously illogical in what their stated goals are. And this is just, I mean, if people can't see that there, I don't think there's really much helping them at this point.
Yeah, they're obviously knowledge based if they think their ideas make sense to us.
The science says that 5G is safe.
6G
according
and 7G
to the
are coming
popularized science that's been shared with us. But do you know what I mean? They also look at it like this. There were a lot of things like there was a time when science said this asbestos was safe.
Yeah.
My dad died from asbestos poisoning.
My grandfather. Same.
So, do you know what I mean? Where does that leave us?
It's a huge lack of logic that we're dealing with. That's
it sucks.
It makes one want to throw the baby out with the bathwater because of the illogical.
No one here is saying to do that too. So hopefully no one takes it that way.
You got these pharmaceutical commercials. Take this, and then the next commercial is join this lawsuit against this. Same thing. They told you to just take.
Yeah.
Or take this, and then when you have your side effect, now take this for the side effect.
What? No way. I'm glad I don't participate in any of that stuff.
Yeah, I think that the religion of science has been so brainwashed into us, it's really hard to step out of it, to see beyond it. And it's interesting because it's only when we start to see beyond it. You know, they managed to fool us into believing that ether didn't exist, right? For 250 years or 230 years, however long it was, they had us believing that ether didn't exist. And then they came out and said, actually, there is a quantum entanglement field from which all matter arises. It's like a secret network of connections behind all matter, like this is something else. And what is ether? Well, ether is this field from whence all matter arises, where there's all this secret activity happening backstage.
They have,
When you
they,
look
they
at
have tons of
the
different names
entanglement,
for
it's
it. They call it quantum foam. They call it there's another name that I just heard. I mean, dark matter, dark energy was dark matter is what they were calling it for a while. Like what the fuck?
because they don't want to acknowledge that they were wrong about aether.
And then some of them already, and then of course there are those who know they were wrong and they're doing the science that we should all have. But those are people who are under NDAs or working on black projects. So
Yeah, building those little triangular drones that we see flying in the sky.
yes, which we'll be talking
That
about
don't
later
make any
tonight on
sound.
the Ronan's podcast. So
Oh yeah. Yeah, Granny's mothership coming in.
Well, guys, it's been totally lovely. Thank you, guys. 7.5 hours in, and that's got to be where we draw it. Thank you all in the chat as well. You guys have been great.
yeah,
I hope you
no,
guys
for
are going to
real.
enjoy the rest of your solstice. Sending you all big love. Blessings to you guys. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, PK. Thank you,
Yeah,
dear Indy, Ronan, and
great talking with all you guys. Good seeing you, PK. It's been a while.
much love to you guys. Enjoy your show with
Yeah, you
Ronan.
too,
For
Chris.
those of you that don't know Ronan's channel, just take a look. If you're watching this retrospectively, if YouTube actually lets anyone watch this,
My
just
battery
click on
just
my
died, guys.
suggest-
My bad.
just click on the suggested channels and you'll see Ronan's channel there.
Let's
It's the Ronan experience. So
Yeah, that's a good show.
much love,
I'll have to check that
big
out.
love, big blessings. Take it easy. And thank you guys for being absolutely awesome. And thank you in the chat for being absolutely awesome. Till next time, enjoy your wonderful day, wonderful week, wonderful month. Om Shanti.
Blessed be.